October 3rd, 2008, 15 years ago today, Star Wars The Clone Wars released. And to celebrate all it had done over those 15 glorious years, for me, I wanted to do a nice vlog. I don't know how long at this point, but it's probably going to be hours long video where I just ramble about every single thought I might possibly have about the show, having watched it probably season by season, and then do a little ramble after the season. Just recaps all my thoughts on every single season on that season, and just how I think it, how good I think it is. And spoiler alert, if the title of this video didn't do that, I think the show is pretty damn good all the way through. This show, it might not literally be perfect, but I don't see anything I could possibly watch that could be better to me personally. Just because Star Wars Clone just came out at such an important turning point in my life, and it's helped a lot with everything I've become. Yeah. Before I get into the actual ramble, I want to make a few things clear. First off, this video will contain spoilers for the entire Clone Wars show, obviously, but also pretty much anything else Star Wars might. I'm just going to mention without any specific spoiler warnings. Even the most recent stuff from the new Ahsoka show, I'll probably mention. Well, as I'm currently recording this introduction, only the first two episodes have come out. By the time I'm done recording it, probably more than that will be out. And I might end up talking about it because, well, Ahsoka's an important character in the Clone Wars, and especially once the later seasons start popping up, I'm going to start rambling about how her character relates to that. Um, Also, this ramble is about the um. Also, this ramble is about the Clone Wars show. That's the 3D animated one. I won't really be mentioning the 2D animated one as much. I also don't really think it's that good. I didn't watch it until a couple of years ago when it came on Disney Plus, and it just hasn't didn't resonate very well with me. So I probably won't mention it again after this point. Um, yes. And so, without further ado, I'm going to be breaking what I said immediately and doing just a single episode review on the episode Ambush. Why? Because I think Ambush is the perfect introduction Clone Wars show could have had, and I want to give it its own little special time in the sun before I start continuing off into the main chunk of season one. Why do I think Ambush is the best introduction the show could have asked for? Well, there's several reasons, but I think it covers the themes of the entire show quite well as an introduction to them, as well as just sense of generally how the show will function better than I want to say any other episode in the first season does. It also has a better animation quality than at least the earlier parts of the first season. They were definitely still figuring out how to animate everything during the first season, and it gets a lot better. But it was still quite good at the beginning. There are definitely still some points in Ambush and presumably the rest of the first season. I don't quite remember this, but it's where it's still like you could tell there's some bits that they just didn't quite have time to get perfect, especially in Ambush when the third droid army starting to march out. The just looked slightly off, but overall the animation quality of Ambush is much better than the rest of the first season. At least the early parts of it. But also, as I said, it deals with the main themes of the Clone Wars, like the individuality of the clones. Yoda specifically called out the individual clones by name, and all three of them, and explains rather bluntly, but that each of them has their own personality and they're all different. Or as he says, um, clones you may be, but the force resides in all life forms, or something along those lines. I have a terrible memory referring to that lines, and so that just sets up the whole idea that clones are individuals. They have their own personalities and their own beings, which, of course, later on in the show is incredibly important because it's basically why they had to retcon Order 66 to go from being, yeah, but clones will just do whatever the fuck they're told. It's basically why they had to retcon Order 66. Back in Revenge of the Sith, they just followed whatever order they were given, and then they just did it without question, and that's all that we really needed to know at that point. Which then just made the clones as basically just droids, but fleshy, which is far less interesting than the actual characters they became. So as early on in season two, really, I think there's a specific point. I'll mention it when I get there, I'm sure, where I think that the writers behind it went, "Oh no, we can't just have the clones follow any order they're given. They will go. They won't just kill their own Jedi. We need to come up with a reason for them to change." Which is why, way later down the line in season six, the lost season, or what's it, lost episodes, I think it's called, when the brain chips are introduced as being an important part of how clones function, which was a complete wreck on anything that you've seen about the clones and Order 66 before that had no mention of chips. That but only came about in season six of the Clone Wars, and it comes back to the core theme of the show that clones are individuals. They are their own beings. They will not just do whatever they are told, which is incredibly which just makes them so much more interesting than Revenge of the Sith portrayed them. Even Cody in Revenge of the Sith, while he's got the only clone as his personality, not counting Boba Fett, obviously, because he's the proper clone. He's well, I guess potentially he is a proper clone, but but yeah, you know what I mean. He's unmodified, whereas all the other clones have been modified to be obedient. So, but Cody, as I was saying, is the only clone that actually really has any sort of character, and even he just will blindly turn on the Jedi. We see, yep, and all he does really is just follow orders. He doesn't question Obi-Wan at all in that show, nor does any, or not show in that in the film, nor do any of the other clones, because well, back then they weren't thought of as being able to disobey orders, which is just so much more boring when you're making a full show about them. It's so much more interesting to have them be characters, and then I'm getting way ahead of myself here, but then when Order 66 comes around and the clones turn on the Jedi, just so much more heartbreaking. Especially with as the Bad Batch goes on to show, clones start to realize what they've done and how horrible it is. It just makes them so much more interesting characters than they ever could have been without the chips being in their heads, and which all comes back to them being actual characters and actual people. As Yoda calls them all out by name, he lists a few things that are unique about them, what they need to work on personally, which you can see from just the way they act as well. Yoda just makes it very blunt and obvious. But because, as Yoda says, they might be smaller in number, but they are larger in mind. And if they were just if Yoda had three droids with him, he would not be able to win probably. Well, I mean Yoda might because he's Yoda, but you know, uh, the point is that he couldn't win without the squad actually functioning as individual people. And so that's the primary part of the episode, which of course then becomes the primary theme of the show, and something that just changed Star Wars as a whole, or at least Clone Wars as a whole, into a bit more of a tragedy, or really over 66 into even more of a tragedy than it was in Revenge of the Sith. Yeah. Yeah, which is of course contrasted with Ventress referring to droids by their actual numbers, even though they're kind of shown to have a bit of personality themselves. There's a droid at the beginning who actually appears in another one or two episodes, which almost makes him as major character as some of, which makes him more of a major character of this episode than the three clones do, as they never appear again. Though he only in like three scenes across the entire show, but it was the droid at the beginning I'm talking about. He's a droid who just can't hit a thing to save his life. He will, of course, eventually be smashed by Grievous. And but he's like, I don't know. It's just my programming because like the droids have their own individuality, they have their own sentience, but no one treats them as such. And as such, they are far less individual than the clones are. So Ventress refers to one of the droids as just by its number, and then that same droid is the one who previously had even gone, but I just got promoted! One of my favorite lines from the entire show. Just it's a one-off joke line. There's obviously far more impactful lines I like a lot more, but that one's just stuck in my head more than any other line because it's a funny joke, and it shows. And then when that droid is like just referred to by its numbers, it shows that separatists of the Sith or and all the higher ups there don't actually care about the droids as well, like clones are cared for by the public and well and the Jedi, and it presents a nice dichotomy of how they're treated and how well they function. Droids don't have as much free thinking as the clones. They could never go as high as the clones could, but they are even held back even farther by the way their higher ups treat them. Yeah. And the other main reason why I think that Ambush is a perfect introduction to the show is it does not feature major characters to the show. The most major character in the entire episode is Ventress because there's the three clones, as far as I'm aware, never appear in any other episode. The King of Tardaria, King Katunko, he appears in, I believe, two other episodes, one of which is a prequel to this episode, as well as to the Ryloth episode at the end of the season. And then he appears again in the episode where he dies. And I believe those are his only three appearances in the entire show. And I believe the only three appearances of Tardaria in the entire show. Well, technically, Tardaria itself doesn't appear in this episode. This seems a planet somewhere. But like, Tardaria is not present in this episode properly. But Tardarians, I believe, only appear in those same three episodes. And yet, it still works as an episode and is an individual thing. Obviously, we've got Yoda, who appears in a fair few episodes, but he's rarely able to focus. I might be wrong here, but from what I can recall, the only time he gets focused on as the actual main character of the episode or arc is way out in season 6 when he learns to communicate with the Force Ghosts. He's always there in the background of our episodes and just talking about important things and just setting the scene, but he's never the focus again. And then we've got Ventress, the who is a somewhat important villain, although she doesn't even appear in season 2 at all. She's she's always just a she's always just more of a secondary villain, and and she doesn't really become a proper character in her own right until the third season. For the first season and a half, I forget if she appears in the first half of season 3 before she become leaves the Sith and becomes their night sister and actually becomes a proper character. But before she does that, she of course she appears. She's in the Camino arc. But Ventress is an important character to the series. But at the beginning, she's just a random. She's just Dooku's assassin, and she doesn't really have much of a proper character. She's just angry at the Jedi, and she runs away like all Darksiders do, because when you can't win a fight, you preserve your own life. They don't care about the greater good, they only care about themselves. Because that's what draws people to the dark side selfishness, amongst other related qualities. They'll line up with them running away. Um, yeah, so the main so basically there's only two characters who are at all relevant to the show, and they are by no means major characters in the show. I think that's a really good way to introduce the show because while it could easily have been the Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka show, it is not the Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka show. It is the Clone Wars. It is a show about the Clone Wars, and by emphasizing that by having its first episode not feature Anakin, Obi-Wan, or Ahsoka, the three main characters of the show, it really helps hammer in that this is not going to be a show about characters. It sets up that it's going to be an actual proper anthology show, which is, I think, one of the best aspects of the show. Being an anthology really helped it because it meant that they didn't need to figure out how they're going to shove Anakin or Obi-Wan or Ahsoka into every single episode. They can just tell their own self-contained stories that don't matter to further the plot of any of the characters. It's all about furthering the plot of the universe about the Clone Wars. It is a show about the Clone Wars, which is why it's the Clone Wars. And I think that if it wasn't called, or not, well, what Charles not maybe that, but if it wasn't about the Clone Wars first and foremost, it would be a far weaker show than it actually is. So yeah, I think Ambush was the perfect introduction they could have possibly had to the Clone Wars show. And well, it's 15 years later, and it's still a pretty damn good episode. And I think that even if you skip the rest of season one, because um I don't know why you would. Honestly, I know it's generally considered weaker than the rest, but I don't want to skip any episodes anytime I'm rewatching it. The whole series is just good. Even the parts that dip lower in quality are still amazing. It's still through and through one of the best seasons of television shows I've ever seen, and it has stuck with me far more than any other show has throughout the history. And Ambush sets up all the reasons why it does, in my opinion. Every single part of it, and wasn't crafted like to be the introduction. I believe it wasn't meant to be the introduction at all, from what I remember hearing about it. As I said, it's better animated, but that's because it was animated later on in the season because it wasn't meant to start it. They must realize this episode is a perfect introduction, and so they pulled it out to the front, where I think it wholeheartedly belongs as one of the best episodes the show had to offer, especially in its early years. Okay, now then, now on to the rest of season one. The rest of the season will hopefully have a shorter time count per episode, but looking at the notes I've taken for some of them, I'm not entirely sure that's going to be true, as some of these have much, much more than I wrote about Ambush, and that already took about as long as the entire review of the Ramble about the film. But yeah, so what I've done is I've taken notes as I was watching the episodes, and I'm just going to basically look back through and just ramble about what I think about what I thought about them. It's been about from the beginning of 11th. It's been probably about 36 hours since I last watched it. So my brain's probably got a bit hazy. It does that. Yeah. So, but first off, the first proper arc of the Clone Wars that wasn't just because the Clone Wars is split into several different arcs with also several individual episodes. But you probably know this if you're listening to a 7 or whatever, however long our video this ends up being. Though I don't know why I need to explain it. But anyways, the first proper arc for Clone Wars was, of course, the Malevolence arc, which was the episodes 2 through 4 the first season. I am, by the way, not as relevant yet, but I'm going to be covering just the episodes in the order they released. I think I might have mentioned this, not chronological order at all. So, like, starting with episode 5, when I get to Rookies, I'm just going to be talking about Rookies, not the entire first part of the Delta Squad arc. Not Delta Squad, they're Domino Squad. I thought I changed that in my notes. Yeah. Domino Squad. Yes, but anyways, the Malevolence. Of course, the Malevolence is a terrifying starship, even ignoring its massive pile of. It's not ignoring its massive pile, even ignoring its signatory? No, it wasn't the word I'm thinking of. Its signature, that's the word. Even ignoring the signature iron cannon of the Malevolence, but it's still just a terrifying ship to come up against. It has enough guns to rip capital ships apart in mere moments. Like it almost didn't need the ion cannon at all, and they could have just been floating around with a malevolent, just all those guns on one ship and just terrifying. Well, I guess maybe because there's no shields on the ships, because of course the ion cannon's disabling them. That's why it's so easy to just blast. It makes it so easy for it to just blast the ships to pieces. Probably is partially that. But yeah, it does also just have a ton of guns. Like, I guess it probably is most about yeah. Well, it is, of course, running away for the entirety of the third episode of the arc. That's because it has also taken severe damage beyond just its ion cannons. When the ion cannon went boom, the entire ship was broken down and in disrepair and constantly shaking, as well as, of course, the hyperdrive being broken, which was presumably near the back of the ship, set close to the middle, where the ion cannons were. So who knows how scary that, how much damage the rest of the ship suffered. But yeah, the Malevolence when it's launching its ion cannon, it does have a. They show basically the same scene as I believe was shown when the Death Star was first fired in A New Hope, and it with well, not quite the same, but you've got the big beam cannon section where the Death Star or Ion Beam flies down. You got the little side thing where there's two people standing there on the railing or whatever it's supposed to be. In the one Death Star was two stormtroopers, or I think they might have just been officers, which were probably stormtroopers. Whereas in this, it was just two battle droids. Of course, different time, different people standing there, but it's very much obviously meant to be a direct nod to the Death Star's launch. Because, well, it's a big, scary super weapon capable of destroying fleets in an instant. Well, I guess Death Star wasn't that quick at destroying massive amounts of things. Whereas the Malevolence is. The Malevolence is a Death Star of space. Or ships, versus the Death Star just detonating planets in a single snap. Which is almost more terrifying. It's very much terrifying, but the Malevolence is almost more terrifying because you can't fight it easily. Which is why, of course, Anakin needed to launch his bomber raid. He tried, he tried to take out the bridge, which of course failed, so he needed to spin back and take out the ion cannon itself, which did way more damage than he was probably expecting it to do. He was probably, but that was lucky because the Malevolence was terrifying. Feels like their Malevolence should have been remade. I think there was some I don't know if they can anymore, but some extra curricular material where malevolences or whatever a class of ships called did appear. But yeah, they never really appeared in the Clone Wars, which feels a bit weird because it was terrifyingly powerful. And even now that they know how to defeat it, it still requires you to actually defeat it and launch a dangerous bombing run on it. There was a lot of guns on that ship, and they took out the fighters quite effectively. Just having a few of those on the separatist side would, especially if it was actually guarded by proper ships, and not trying to sneak through the shadows and sneak it for sneak attacks, which really doesn't feel like the purpose of the Malevolence. It's a big scary thing with a massive gun that can just turn off your entire enemy fleet in a single shot. I guess if it's just moving around, they can set up an ambush for it, where you've got first fleet sitting there, which then Malevolence comes in, and then you've got a second fleet that hyperdrives in as soon as the Malevolence shoots, and it's just shot at one shot. It takes a while to reload that thing. But yeah, anyways, I'm completely moving off track and barely done about any of my notes. Yeah, so we see Wolf, Commander Wolf, which is Plo Koon's commander here, and he has two eyes for is up the only time we don't see him. I looked up when he loses his eyes, and just on some random planet in some side story. I wonder why they don't just do it like that. But hey, that's something that Dave Filoni actually kept for continuity because Wolf, when he appears later, does only have one eye. That's something Dave's famous for doing, keeping track of other people's continuity. Yeah, but he did, and it does make Wolf look a hell of a lot cooler once he loses the eye. Yeah, and then yeah, so when Anakin and Ahsoka are obviously searching, and you can see Anakin's kind of pass off how he functions under her with, as he said, it's not that you defy the council, it's how you defy the council. She's still more brash and open and well childish in a way at this point, and trying to be direct and obvious. Whereas Anakin's going like, no, no, no. You can't just tell people you're going to disobey their orders. You just disobey their orders in a careful and precise way, and then they can't do anything about it because you already disobeyed them. And it's but of course he realizes eventually if you can't if your mission's a failure, you need to abandon it and return to the proper way of properly doing. Although of course they didn't find Plo. And then when they picked up Plo, they needed to hide from the malevolence, which God, this story would be so long. um yes, the when hide they need to hide from the malevolence by so they turn off all their stuff. And then R2, they noticed that R2 was still on, so they turned him off, which because all electronics needed to be powered off to hide from all the scanners. Weird that they wouldn't be scanning for life forms, but um, mechanical signals. It's definitely possible to scan an area for life forms. That's what Anakin and Ahsoka were doing just before. So don't know why the droids weren't doing that in Malevolence. But anyways, they turned off the mechanics, or they turned off R2. They turned off the entire ship, but they forgot to turn off the medical droid. So of course, when because of course droids can't do it, that's why you turn off R2. But they forgot about the medical droid, and then they did a nice daring escape. And Dooku blamed the entire failure on Grievous, despite the fact Dooku was also there on the Malevolent, supervising, and he did nothing to stop it either, because that's how the dark side works. You don't trust, you don't accept the blame yourself. You always dump it on your inferior. As Vader murdered as all the Imperial officers Vader murdered. No, well, I guess they don't know. Well, 'cause they're dead. Yeah. Then we move on to episode 2 of the arc. By the way, whenever I talk about arcs, I'm going to be referring to like episode 2. That's not talking about episode 2 of the season. Let's talk about episode 2 of the arc. So episode 2 in this case would be episode season 1, episode 3. But yeah, so we move on to there, and we can see that and why would clones trust Anakin so much? Because he leads from the front. If there's danger, he's going to be head in on it. He doesn't delegate danger to everyone else. To everyone else, he's the one who will take it head on. He'll take it head on, and if shit hits the fan, he's right there in the middle of it. And the clones know that he'll be able to help them get out of it. Which, of course, comes up later in the Umbara arc, but it's also just there's a point to continuously honed in, at least throughout the first season. I don't quite remember if it comes back more and more in the later seasons. That the clones trust Anakin because he leads from the front, which obviously we also see Anakin is always leading from the front, except when he sent out Ahsoka to lead from the front for the Ryloth arc or a few other times. He's always leading at front. He's always the one who putting himself. He's always putting himself in the most danger, which is why the clones trust him and they follow his orders because they know. Well, if yeah, I've already said it, shit hits the fan, he's right up there, and also so he needs to mitigate the danger, and or else he'll be in shit. And if he doesn't mitigate the danger, he's there to help get them out of it. And then in episode 3 of the season, I just said I was referring to it by arc. But anyways, this will make sense why I refer to it as episode 3. Episode 3 of the show, we see the first death of an actual named hero, or well, yeah, hero. Yeah, hero. Let's call Matt Dick a hero. He was one of the clones who died when the Malevolent started shooting down the bombing run. Three episodes in, and we've already lost a named hero character. And yeah, that's just a sign of things to come, because a lot more characters die throughout this show in increasingly tragic ways. Yeah. We also see once Anakin's got back onto the medical station post the bombing run, that he took to heart really that he lost all those men because of his reckless maneuvers, and he doesn't like that he lost men because he made a stupid decision and he didn't even pull off. his original goal of taking out the bridge with Grievous. I forget quite what he says, but he says something along the line. Actually, I don't even think he says anything about it. He's just all dark and brooding about it, which is the first real hint in the arc or in the series of what I think is Anakin's most the most important thing the show does about Anakin is it repeatedly hammers in how Anakin has a massive fear of loss, and that fear of loss, of course, will eventually bring about his fall to Darth Vader as he cannot bear to lose Padme, so he falls to the dark side to do what he must to save her. Then we enter the third episode of the arc, which was mainly about the internal attack on the, which was mainly about the internal attack on the Malevolence. Which starts off with the Padme talks saying something about how the banking Chancellor Palpatine was given coordinates by the supreme executive of the banking clan, and that was of course a trap. And oh no, there's a trap set up by the supreme executive of the banking clan. No, definitely not Palpatine. No one look at the Palpatine about that. Yeah. Because the reason Padme was there, but it's not really touched on, is she was trying. It was only touched on like one line. Is she was trying to negotiate with the banking clan to try and get them out of the Separatist alliance and into the Republic. As she said, if they're not, if we could get them out of this war, it would take a long way to shorten it, or something along those lines. Of course, they don't actually manage to get the banking clan out of Separatist alliance properly until season 6, when Palpatine takes complete control over it in Clovis arc of that season. I think it was season 6. Yeah, definitely season 6. Yeah. And then everyone. Yeah. Then there's just a bunch of. Then they go onto the ship where there's nice, cool train sequence where everyone's jumping around and it's very cool. Like that sequence. And then Padme and Anakin almost manage to kiss before they get interrupted. Poor guys, they never get to actually be a proper husband and wife, which is sad. But well, I guess that's what happens when you have two jobs that aren't really supposed to intermingle maritally with each other. Senator can, of course, marry Jedi, not so much usually. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and then we set up Grievous as this is the episode that really sets up who Grievous is and what Grievous does. We see that he's an important set. We see he's important in separate alliances. Dooku's obviously commanding him to rule entrusting him to control the Malevolence even after his original mistake in the first episode of the arc. And we see that Grievous is and Anakin wants to try and bomb him to get rid of him because he thinks that would be really important to the war effort. And then when Kenobi actually goes to fight him, we see that, or not to fight him, to fix up or destroy the hyperdrive. And then Grievous shows up. We see that Obi-Wan's actually scared of Grievous, which sets him up as someone who's supposed to actually be feared in combat. As Obi-Wan just straight runs away as soon as he's pushed out some droids. Yes. And then they obviously manage to escape. Anakin does some hot wiring on the Malevolence, and it goes boom into the planet, and Grievous runs away. Because Grievous is not one who will fight a fight that he does not know he can win. And at that point, he had very much determined this was not a winning fight. Then we move on to Rookies, episode 5 of season 1, which introduces us to Domino Squad, although obviously we don't learn they're called Domino Squad until season 3, but they are Domino Squad, I'll just referring to them as such. Yeah. So, the first thing, we get some basic introduction to their characters, but Echo's orders, or the reg manual in this first episode, beginning of this first episode. Heavy is bored and wants to actually be on the front lines. Fives is somewhere in the middle. Not exactly not exactly a rule follower, but also not exactly someone who just wants to go out there, whatever. But he also I don't know what I'm saying here. Fives is between Echo and Heavy. That's the important thing. And we also meet commando droids, who are very cool. They have the ability to modulate their voice to sound like clones and other stuff, as we see later in the series and even the season. So they can blend in and act as secret agents and hide within the Republic lines. Because most of the Republic units obviously just wear full body armor, which is very handy if you're a droid trying to hide as a person. Um, and then yeah, so then the droids launch their big old assault, which had some very poor timing, given that Rex and Cody were about to show up right then. And as they come in, apparently Droidbait, who's one of the members of Domino Squad, is one of the two people who runs up to the door and gets shot immediately because they didn't bring guns when their guy died. Thought they would survive much longer. Even if they did have guns, then but yeah, Droidbait, he just randomly died. All the other members of Domino Squad got named in this episode, even if Cut Up only gets named. Like, oh no, poor Cut Up, he died to eel. Yeah. But Vorbit doesn't even get named. I don't know why they bothered including him in the Clone Cadets episode, because he's like not really all that important. I guess they just wanted 5-man teams, which feel like they could have easily been 4-man teams or 3-man teams, given Cut Up was such a non-character in this. I don't even know if he had his line, but yeah. Yeah, so Caleb died to the Eels because, and then Rex, not Rex, Heavy Echo of Fives to try and shoot the eel and just completely failed to do anything to it. And then later, when Rex and Cody come down and hide it down with them, and another eel attacks, Rex just pulls out his pistol and one shots it through the eye, which very much shows, as Rex said, experience outranks everything. If you don't have experience, it does not matter what you might technically have as your rank. You need to know what you're doing. And then Heavy, oh poor Heavy. Well, I guess technically first we take the base, but then Heavy, poor Heavy, he dies, blowing up the base that he hated so much because he does not take prisoners. Such a badass final line. Do we take prisoners? From the droids who are coming in to retake the base, and then Heavy goes, I don't. Boom! I love that ending for Heavy. It's great. Yeah. Um. Yeah, this episode set up Ventress as being on Camino, which obviously, as we find out in the is that called Arc Troopers? I think whatever the second part of the Domino Squad arc in season 3. She's on Camino there, and it feels like that was meant to be set up this, but I looked at the chronological order on the line, and it's not. It's not because she appears later. It might just be what was it called? The Cloak of Darkness episode. We'll talk about later. But she appears canonically, but out not on Camino between this episode and the one in the Camino Assault episode, which just feels wrong. I the chronological order of chart for the Clone Wars just has so many weird things. It's partly why I don't use it. It barely changes the order. Where it does, it doesn't quite add up even. Which feels like it should be its main purpose. And also, there's no chronological order option in the Disney Plus or any other place I've watched the Clone Wars. There's just more hassle for basically no gain. Um, yeah. Yeah, but the main point of the episode of Rookies was to basically set up that the clones are all individual characters. Because we see mainly Heavy, Echo, and Fives, but also a bit of Rex and Cody and how Rex and Cody have had their personalities be rubbed off of their commanders or their generals, rather, Anakin and Obi-Wan. Cody's more by the book, Rex is more brash and figuring things out on the fly. But also we see Heavy Echo and Fives, they all have their own distinct personality, which I feel is of large value why this episode's so good and why the Domino Squad, because this is remembered so fondly, because this is, of course, where the Domino Squad is introduced. And it's all just sets it's all the personalization for clones, as I mentioned in the ambush section of this review. Oh, I thought, yeah, I forgot to mention. At the Malevolence first episode of the Malevolence arc also sets up, also just repeats a bit, although less effectively, in my opinion, the scene with Yoda in the cave with the three clones from Ambush, where he goes, "You're all individuals." Platoon has a very similar scene with Wolf and the two other clones with him there. While they're in this escape pod and about to go boot that and about to be attacked by or I think it was before they were attacked by the pod hunter. But anyways, back to rookies. What was I saying about rookies? Yeah, personalization for clones, like I mentioned in my ambush review, my ambush ramble, is sets up why the chips had to exist by making the clones characters, which this episode shows why making them characters is so important to actually making the show function. But by making them characters, we had to retcon Order 66 to have the chips. And yeah, on top of Rookie just be a really good episode, it's part of building up the massive impact on the how Order 66 all went down. That the early seasons of Clone Wars, I think, just had Dave Filoni and George Lucas and the rest of the team go, we need to actually think about how this is going to work because them just obeying orders is not true at all. Anyways, on to episode 6 and 7, which is archived name titled in here, R2 Captured, which is the two episode, which I could have also probably. No, that's the next one. I don't know. I think which is the episode, which is the arc where R2 gets captured by Goldie, not captured by Goldie, captured by the Trandoshan, who I did not remember to write down the name of, and then gets sent off to the Separatist listening post, which Anakin then destroys while saving R2. Yeah. And Anakin, and it shows that the start of this episode is Grievous launching his attack on Anakin's fleet, and it shows that Anakin has an understanding of how Grievous' strategies function as he plans to. Because if Grievous didn't try and sneak in through the asteroid field, Anakin's whole ambush would not have worked. Although I guess you could also say that planting a bunch of ATTs on the asteroid is not really any cost to him. It it's still an important thing that Anakin foresaw that this could have be an idea that worked, and that Grievous was likely to attack through the asteroid field. I believe he even said something like he's falling right into our trap because Anakin, of course, knew that Grievous would be coming in that way. And then Anakin counterattacked basically by planting the ATTs behind him and then blasted the shit out of Grievous's entire fleet. And of course, once Grievous saw that he was losing, he ran away because you can't win, you don't fight. It's not actually a bad tactic at all. But Grievous should probably remember that he bring his soldiers with him when he runs away like that. Otherwise, you're just losing your army. His team in general round's not bad. But then, obviously, R2 gets lost, and Obi-Wan says something along the lines of R2 units are a dime a dozen, to which we see not Angron, why am I thinking 40k? Anakin grips his hand and says something about wanting to keep R2 around, because, of course, to Anakin, R2 is not a dime a dozen. It was a gift from Padme when they got married, and he just does not want to lose R2. Partially because of that connection, partially because, of course, Anakin doesn't like losing things. Then, of course, Anakin got the new R3/Goldie, and Ahsoka was doing her best to make Anakin actually appreciate R3. Poor little guy. I know R3 was evil, but poor little guy. Anyways, Anakin just hated him from the moment he saw him, even before R3 actually did anything to try and get them trapped. Trying to get him to get killed through both on the Trandoshan ship and then later in space. Then Anakin down tracks down R2 on the listening post. The Trandoshan smuggler really shouldn't have tried to push Grievous that much. He just pushed and pushed Grievous's buttons till eventually Grievous pushed his own button and ignited his lightsaber in the Trandoshan's back. which was really the only expected thing after he kept demanding raises and more and specific forms of payment. Then Ahsoka runs away from Grievous and uses her agility to try and just basically dodge and weave around him until eventually she manages to escape as the entire ship starts falling down. Listening post starts falling down around them. Then R2 gets his revenge on R3 by burning him alive and cutting off the suction cut cable thing that R3 had stuck to R2. Yeah. Mm, damn it. And now on to, well, I mean, technically this is an arc, but I didn't mark it down as an arc because the three episodes of Bombad Jedi, Cloak of Darkness, and Lair of Grievous, well, they're all technically linked by we find Newt Gunray, then we lose Newt Gunray, then we track Newt Gunray, and actually end up fighting Grievous. They're three completely different arcs, real in reality. So, or three completely different episodes. So that's how I'm treating them here. Yeah. Yeah, so the first part is Bombad Jedi, which I'm kind of surprised that isn't really used that much when talking about the Darth Jar Jar theory, because it's definitely around when Darth Jar Jar theory first started sprouting, or maybe not when it first started sprouting, but when it got super popular, because and Jar Jar does do some things that you could definitely construe as force sensitive, as being force related, and as he tries to jump around, he does Jar Jar things basically, which often do appear to be slightly force related. Maybe he does actually have a little bit of force power, just doesn't know it. Um, yeah, but Jar Jar, we can see he's really trying to help. He doesn't really quite know how to do so properly. He's sneaking around. He's trying to climb up the Padme. He's using the Jedi disguise he accidentally stumbled into to try and stay over droids and Newt Gunray in particular. And he's just trying to get his way. He's just trying to help everyone. He just doesn't quite work until the very end when he summons is the wrong word, but summons the big beastie thing from beneath Rhodia to try and which then smashes up what's left of the battle droids right before the clones come in. Thank you, C3PO. But yeah, also we can see Newt Gunray. He really hates Padme after Phantom Menace, where she just kind of humiliated him on his home planet. Oh, not on his home planet, on her home planet during his invasion, which, yeah, just kind of went poorly all around for him. Um, and John Ray just feels quite a slime ball. Like he promised Rhodia help, and then he even said, "I will bring the supplies with me." And then when he got there, he went, "Oh no, the supplies aren't here. Oh, what a shame! What a poor shame. I'll make sure they show up soon, because I'm definitely a man of my word, and I'm definitely going to help you. I'm definitely not going to just completely ignore you after today and wait until you fall back into control of the Republic, which would have almost certainly happened rather quickly, given how little Newt cared about them, and separate slimes would probably have followed suit. Yeah. Yeah, and this episode also just has Padme being quite a badass. She was a bit of a badass in the Malevolence arc, that she, at least for the episode that she appeared in. But most of that, she was trying to do sneaking around. There was a lot more stuff just getting in her way. And she also quite quickly found Anakin, where they would just kind of work together because there was a Jedi there, they kind of didn't counter that many problems. Whereas in this one, she's on her own. She manages to trick the droids to letting her escape, and she just beats up a bunch of droids and sneaks her own way around and almost actually manages to escape Rhodia entirely. It would have helped, of course, if her ship was still there, but it works. And she was badass. She beat up a bunch of droids. She did her job well. And this episode also introduced us to Anakon Tafar, who will he'll become a much more important character. The events of this episode will become much more important later in this series. I wonder if the chronological order puts his existence after his death. It probably doesn't, but who knows? I'm not going to look it up. Then after this, we reach the Cloak of Darkness, where Ventress and some others are trying to break Gunray out. Because, of course, Gunray is a slimeball who will immediately tell every single secret he's ever learned if you threaten him with even a bit modicum of violence. So, and the Separatists, especially Dooku, do not want that. Actually, doubly especially Palpatine, because John Ray, of course, knows who Darth Sidious is. He's seen him, and he might be able to give the Jedi enough information to piece together that that's Palpatine, and he cannot have that. So Palpatine sends Palpatine tasks Dooku with sending who sends Ventress to go free him. And we've got Luminara and Dooley and Ahsoka here. And I'm kind of curious as to where Barriss is for this episode. Because she already existed before the Clone Wars show, that is. We see her first in the episode 2 in the battle arena. She drops in with Luminara and Dooley for a glamour shot, and then probably appears again very briefly at other points in the arena battle. And in the original 2D Clone Wars, she's explicitly called out as Luminara's apprentice. And I forget what happens there. They're on Ilum, though, I remember that. Yeah, been too long since I watched the 2D Clone Wars, I don't care to watch it again. So yeah, Varys was already a part of the universe and something that she would logically have been there. I'm fairly certain this episode takes place before the Geonosis arc. It definitely should. I'm pretty certain that the first few episodes of season one will just appear one after the other. And yeah, but then she's just not here. And you could, while I briefly thought it might be a Padawan exchange with Anakin, nope, she's not in the hologram when they're contacting Anakin. So yeah, I'm not quite sure where that thing is, where Varys is during all this episode. She, yeah, I don't know. That's just all I'm able to say. I don't know what's going on here. Something probably is, but I'm not smart enough to figure out what. Um, or really, there's probably just not enough information to actually determine where Barris is, and there's most likely that she's just not present. Yeah. Then we see Ahsoka is very much learning from Anakin and his aggressive negotiations as she threatens to run away with a lightsaber during the interrogation. I don't think that's quite how negotiations and interrogations are supposed to go, Ahsoka, as Luminara says. Because of course we know that, of course, that's not exactly the Jedi way to threaten people, as I believe Luminara points that out. Then later on, when Ventress actually breaks into the prison cell and frees Gunray, she gives Gunray a look of such disdain, like, why am I having to free this stupid slime ball? As she's freeing, which was a nice touch because, of course, Gunray is quite annoying to basically everyone around him, especially as people on his side, and she's just there. She's only freeing him because they don't want him to say anything, not because they actually care about him. Yeah. And then later, when as Luminara is fighting Ventress, she says something like, "I recognize Dooku's fighting style. I thought I recognized Dooku's fighting style, or something like that in you." And which Ventress smiles like, "Yes, I'm like my master. I'm being recognized for my worth, and that and as someone of value and someone who actually learning properly from Dooku." To which then Luminara says something along the lines of, "Your version is sloppy and unrefined." To which Ventress grimaces and launches a more furious attack against Luminara because she doesn't like being called bad at her job, basically. It was a nice little touch. And then, of course, Ventress manages to escape, kills off the traitorous Senate Guard captain, and then they die. And then we move on to the Lair Grievous, where Kit Fisto and Nadar Veb, I think that was his name, go up and try to chase down Nuke Gunray's tracking beacon on the ship they stole. And then they find out that, oh no, he's not actually here. This is a strange place with some strange statues towards some strange warrior. Oh no, the warrior is Grievous! And it does a great job of saying it Grievous as a proper horror villain, we as he just we slowly reveal who he is. And then once he actually appears in the episode, he arrives down on the planet and just starts cutting down the clones, fighting back. Even once they cut off his legs, he still keeps fighting. Grievous never stops fighting throughout the entire episode. Well, he never stops fighting no matter how harmed he gets. But the episode also strangely humanizes him. It we see that we see who he was before a great warrior, as Kip Fisto says, and that he was many things. He was great, and now he's just become a robot, a cyborg, a more machine than man, and who's just doesn't who lost a lot of who he was, but and he refuses to accept that he was forced to become a cyborg. As his attendant robot said, "I don't know why you let them let them force these changes onto you." To which Grievous goes, "No, I was not forced to do this. These are improvements. I chose them." Because he cannot accept that he was manipulated into becoming a cyborg. He chose to become a cyborg. He chose to fight against the Jedi with all these enhancements. It wasn't Dooku's idea or whoever. He chose to become who he is, which as Droid implies, isn't true at all. He was forced into becoming a cyborg. He was forced into being the terrifying monstrosity that he is today. But he so genuinely cares for things, as we see with Gror, his big monster thing in the episode, that he's when he first arrives, he's calling out to Gror, Gror. That's sad. Like, where are you? I want to be with you. I want to talk to you. And then when Roar dies, he's shows genuine anguish in his voice that they killed his pet, the thing that he loved. And then then we see Grievous kill the Darveb, a full blown Jedi Knight, even if it was just a bit newly minted one who might have been fast tracked to becoming a knight thanks to the Clone Wars. He was still a Jedi Knight. He still passed some sort of trials to become one, and yet Grievous just kind of kills him down immediately. And then we see then he puts up a solid fight against Kit Fisto. Sure, he had help for that fight, but he was able to best Kit Fisto for the most part. He was able to force Fisto to retreat. Fisto, who was, I believe, a Jedi Master, was forced to retreat from Grievous. He could not defeat Grievous alone because Grievous is terrifying. He is a monstrosity that you cannot fight alone. And as yeah, we also see a bit of how Grievous's MO works in this episode. He doesn't fight a fair fight. He punches. He will punch you until you're broken, and he will only actually get involved when he believes he can undoubtedly win. Grievous is not an idiot. He is a bit cowardly is the wrong word because he's intelligent. He knows when a fight is won and when a fight is lost, and when a fight is not able to be fought. And he will only fight when he believes he can win. So he cut down the clones one by one. He used his traps to whittle them down, tire out the Jedi, and then he came in for the kill. Because that's how Grievous works. He is not someone who you fight lightly. But then we are on to episode 11 and 12, which I have simply entitled Hondo! Exclamation mark in my notes. Because this is, of course, the episode that introduces us to Hondo. One of the best characters in all of Star Wars, in my opinion, and one who can just fill any role the story demands of him, it seems. Be it a villain, an anti hero, a full blown hero, just something in between. Across all his various appearances, from through the Clone Wars and Rebels, he just does whatever he does. He does. He's many different roles, and he does it all without breaking the character of Hondo. Because Hondo will do whatever's best for Hondo, and what it's best for Hondo, it can be almost anything that makes him money, pretty much. He is one of the greatest characters. It's not this episode, but one of my favorite lines of the entirety of the Clone Wars is, "This venture is no longer profitable," he says, as he's just been beaten back by a bunch of farmers fight who just beat up his entire um his pirate gang, and he's need to escape into his flying saucer. Because yes, of course, Hondo, you were the one who chose to retreat. You chose to leave this battle because it was no longer worth it for you to be here. Not because you were losing. No, no, no. Hondo just has such like charisma that he can pull off lines like that completely perfectly, amongst other more serious lines. And he's such a great character. I love him. Yeah, one of his other lines in this episode is, "You refused my hospitality and refused to wait to myself, and now you insult me." He's just such a great character all around. I he he's both a hero and a villain. He has a code that he lives by, but it's not one that any normal person would understand and follow. It's bizarre. I love Hondo as a character. He is one of the best shit characters in the entire show. He, yeah, I'd say he might have to be the best character introduced in the Clone Wars show, because of course that's not counting Ahsoka because she was introduced in the movie. Loopholes. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's any other characters introduced in Clone Wars show that I prefer over Hondo. I'm not sure if there are. There are characters who gained a lot more from the show than their previous appearances, like Maul, and Ventress, who are Ventress is the better character, but Maul, yeah, Maul and Ahsoka. Well, Ahsoka really first experience was the show, but shush, keep it down and down low to make my point. Yeah. Anyways, talk about the actual episode. We see. So first off, when Obi Wan's launching not her, his. Why did I call Obi Wan her? I don't know. Yeah, when Obi Wan's launching his assault, not assault, when he's launching his little sneak into the Separatist ship to free Anakin, the first he opens two prison cells. The first prison cell has two weak-weight pirates. Well, we don't technically know they're pirates, but still called weak-weight pirates in it, which is a little bit of a setup for the Hondo and his entire weak-weight crew that we see later in the episode. And of course, Hondo's crew uses the very cool classic sci-fi alien flying saucer ships, and they're just cool and iconic for a reason. Yeah, and Hondo knows to look out for himself. Of course, you do not make deals with the Separatists; they will just launch an entire droid army down on him, which they do eventually do. But out in, I want to say season 5 is when that arc happens. Yeah, it's definitely season 5 because it's sandwiched between Maul between the split part of Maul's arc across season 5. Which, yeah, I don't know why they chose to release that for film part of Maul's arc at the beginning of season 5 instead of where it naturally belongs with the rest of um Maul arc of season 5. I guess they I think that Maul's encounter with Obi was the final part of season 4. I guess they just wanted to make sure we had a bit of a better wrap on that plot before they moved on to other stuff, which hasn't been something they worried about before. So I don't know. Anyways, I'm getting very off topic now. Yeah. And then again, the episode transition just always confuses me because so at the end of the first episode of the arc, Hondo has his chef or waiter poison the drinks that he then gives to Anakin and Obi Wan. But then Anakin and Obi Wan do they push their glasses up with the Force through some the weak weight pirates and basically steal their glasses away from the pirates. And then they drink the glasses the pirates have, and then those two pirates fall unconscious, which doesn't quite. So then, for them, at the start of the second part, they wake up. Anakin and Obi Wan wake up having been drugged. They say that they were obviously drugged because, um, yeah. But then, when were they drugged? Because they avoided the first drugging. Did Hunter just drug from poison of the pirates before him? Next to Anakin and Obi Wan, knowing that they would do that, which I guess that might make sense. I assume the original poison wasn't meant to, kill Anakin and Obi-Wan because Hondo wants to be friendly terms with the Republic. But then I guess Obi-Wan said something like they didn't count on Hondo's cunning, but the oh no, so not Obi-Wan. It's the intro says they didn't count on Hondo's cunning, but the as they're doing that, they're showing the waiter poisoning the drink that Anakin and Obi-Wan then drink. But those drink, or rather, don't drink because those are the two drinks that Anakin and Obi-Wan push out of their hands, push out of the hands of the pirate into the hands of the pirates, who then fall over drunk. It's just such a weird transition. Most of the two-part arcs, like they make sense as a transition. There's this one event, the first arc of season two, the between the hall, not the set between episode 2 and 3. It just always, I've always felt that a bit weird, but because it just doesn't quite feel like they left it properly. But anyways, that's something I'll talk about when that pops up. Yeah. Yeah, this arc also was the first proper introduction to Dooku. Of course, we've seen Dooku in most of the arcs already. Yeah, he appeared in Ambush as a holocron talking to Ventress. He was in the Malevolence arc. He was just standing on the ship, and then a hologram on the ship for the rest of the episodes. And then Rookies, he might have appeared in Rookies, not sure. Again, he might have appeared in Arctic Capture, but I don't think he was. He briefly appeared in Valerian Grievous episode. So yeah, like, anyways, Dooku has repeatedly appeared within the arc within Clone Wars, but this is the first time we actually meet Dooku as an actual character, opposed to just the force behind the evils. And we see that we get an actual sense of what Dooku is like in the show, and we see that he's cold and calculating, and as well as obviously being evil, he knows that he won't. He knows what he is. He knows that Anakin and Obi-Wan are there, and he knows that he does not want them to escape, to bring him into the Republic, because obviously he doesn't want that. They'd probably try him and execute him. But but he also needs their help to escape, and they want his help to escape because, of course, they don't want Jar Jar to, or whoever, to find out um, that they are that they are captured, because that would be embarrassing and require even more money being spent on freeing the Jedi. As Hondo says, if one hostage is good, two is better, and three, well, now that's just good business. I love Hondo. Um, Cad Bane, he might be up there as one of the best. Anyways, I'm getting back off topic again. I do that. In case you couldn't tell. Yeah, this is going to take a while. 20, I'm almost an hour, about 40 minutes into like, to to the season one, and I'm only halfway done. Ah, yes, joys. Um, this is going to be longer than I was thinking. Yeah. Yeah. So we see Dooku as a cool and calculating villain, and then as he's escaping, he runs into the two traitorous Weequay, and he first chokes I think he choked the leader of the traitorous Weequay, and then has him just shoot the pilot Weequay before finishing off the leader, and then he does that all in dead silence without breaking his stride, as he just walks onto their flying saucer and escapes. Which, yeah, badass exit for Dooku. Then we move on to episode 13 and 14, which is the Lerman slash Defoliator arc. And the first episode of the arc has it. All the episodes are quotes. I'm not mentioning most of them because most of their quotes aren't very relevant to anything. But this first one's quote is: "Greed and fear of loss are the roots that lead to the tree of evil," which admittedly is actually not very relevant to this episode, but it does basically perfectly describe Anakin's, well, the fear of loss, but not so much greed, but fear of loss perfectly describes how and why Anakin fell to the dark side during Revenge of the Sith, and as we see it across his journey throughout Clone Wars, most of the time Anakin is angry or against something, it's because he's afraid of losing something, be it R2, Ahsoka, or Padme, or anything else, really. But then the meat of the episode is, of course, about the Lurmen and or arc, right? Yeah, the first episode mainly, but also the second one is about the Lurmen and their philosophy of war. And like as they say, some the leader says something like, um, "Is peace really worth? Is it? Are you really? Can you really fight for peace? Because if you're fighting, that's not peace." I forget the exact line that he says, but he's talking about stuff like that. It's all about is this whole arc is about is war worth is it worth fighting for peace, or is it better just roll over and accept whatever evil's coming? And the art, I think, very much clearly comes to the conclusion of no, if you do not fight to defend yourself, or if you do, yeah, if you do not fight to defend yourself, then you might as well just die because the enemy will just do horrible things to you. Which I guess it kind of makes the point that you should not make the attack, but you must defend yourself against the enemy. And but there's a lot of questions about this. Um, and also the leader of the Nerman says, "We came here to escape your wretched war," which poses an interesting point that the Lurman actually didn't live on. I don't know the planet called, but they didn't live on the planet for ever. Like they're only there within the last year, which is quite interesting given how there's no signs of space travel at all on their planet, and their pod civilization seems to be something that was more set up for a long time. I'm not quite sure if that adds up, or maybe they were talking. No, because they must know that there's a that must have been the Clone Wars because he also says but he also specifically calls a Bly a clone, which he wouldn't know to do with Bly if he didn't know what clones were and what clones were. And also, it also brings up interesting things, given how the younger generation of the Lurman is pretty much immediately ready to fight as soon as they were threatened. It it brings up the question of is it right for the Lurman elders to go, no, our way of life is peace and not fighting? And is it right for the elder Lurman to force their peaceful ways onto the younger Lerman? And again, as the episode says, it's no, don't. You need to not. You need to be able to defend yourself. You need to defend yourself, even if you do not launch the fight. But do not choose. But true pacifism is not the way to go about things. Which I I feel is a good point. I don't know. I'm not exactly that much of a political savvy person who knows that much about wars, but I do think that people should defend themselves. So yeah, and the as the second episode quote says, "When surrounded by war, one must eventually choose a side." I feel like they should have added to that, or side will be chosen for you, or something like that, because of course that's what happens to the Lurmen. The elders choose to not choose a side, and then eventually the separatists come in and go, and start fighting against them because they must eventually choose the side, or I guess have the side chosen for them. And then we see the most terrifying weapon in the entire Clone Wars, probably the defoliator. It just completely eradicates all life. The Republic is very lucky that those were not mass produced at all, because also, because the separatists could have easily made thousands of votes, just drop them onto any single battlefield where they were losing, because they don't need to worry about. They won't suffer any casualties, but the Republic will, and then that would have forced the Republic to do a hell of a lot of maneuvering, probably try and take out the defoliator plant. I believe some defoliators do appear later in the war. Now, think there's some in the Bad Batch of the episode Bad Batch arc of the Clone Wars, not the Bad Batch show. Yeah, I believe there's some defoliations in that, but that's pretty much the only time they appear again in the entire Clone Wars. They probably appear in some Legends material or something, but I don't remember. I don't know that. I don't really pay much attention to Legends. And then a and then we move on to Trespass, episode 15. What's the one with just have that spelling tries? Tries, yes, I. Um, yeah. So I thought that it was a nice dichotomy between the Republic base, which was basically just built into the cliff face for to stay out of sight, out of mind, versus the Separatist base, which is just a massive bunker that had been dropped down onto the planet, basically. And I thought that was a nice dichotomy of like how the Republic and Separatists treat things. The Republic at least pretends to be not present, not in the way of things, where separatists are there, we are here, you know we're here, and we're going to make it obvious that we're here. Then the main thrust of the episode is about Chairman Cho versus Vitals and how and him versus Senator Chu Chi on the how to deal with these how to deal with these fake characters or this species that's strange and alien we didn't even know was here to begin with until very recently. And Chairman Cho has his view where he needs to have control. He needs to be the one in charge. He needs to have the power to win. He needs to have the power to just basically control what he wants. He's the supreme chairman for a reason. He knows what he wants and he will fight to get it, which isn't always a good thing to be, especially when there's more nuanced events going on, such as in this episode. Versus Senator Chuchi, who's more of an idealist who wants to try and make the galaxy a better place. She wants to try and make an agreement between Vitals and the Pantorans to just basically let the Tals have Otto Plutonium, I believe is the name of the planet, uh, and then they will just leave them be, which just let try and. But she thinks that any agreement, she feels like anything to just be negotiated, which isn't entirely true. Like, or at least not in all situations. This situation worked out quite well, of course. But there's others like the whole civil republic, the whole separatist fight, where no peaceful agreement can really be reached. And if she tried to apply the same sort of logic to that, she would almost certainly come up short. She also becomes a much more interesting character at once we reach the Bad Batch and a bit of later seasons, but mainly the Bad Batch second season, where she's working with the Bad Batch to try and do fix up the clone rights bill, or whatever that was exactly they were trying to set up there. Which or was she just trying to reveal Admiral Rampart and save? I forget quite what she was trying to work on there, but something along the lines of saving clones and getting back Admiral Rampart to blow up Camino, which, yeah, and we see how she's working with the clones. She's one of the few senators left in the Republic who are actually trying to do good by the clones and respect the soldiers that they lost. But and we can see the core of that here as she's trying to make an agreement of peace, make the galaxy a better place, which it doesn't end so well in the Bad Batch because, of course, Palpatine's behind everything. And this episode also continues the theme of the last arc, where is pacifism versus aggressivism versus fighting and where you should stand. And it and as Chuchi says, we it's a great sacrifice to die for your beliefs, but it's a greater sacrifice to live for them. Which I'm not quite sure where you're sacrificing by living for your beliefs, but the point is that you should try and live and to do what you must. But and obviously this whole episode is kind of the inverse of the last one, where last arc was about the separatists coming in and attacking an innocent civilization. This episode is about the Republic coming in and attacking an innocent civilization. And both times it basically comes down on the side of the innocent civilization, while they might fighting back to defend themselves. they aren't. And that's right. You might being peaceful the is not the end goal. It's maintaining who you are, defending yourself. That's more important. And of course, this entire episode reeks of the theme of colonization being bad. I don't really care to go into that because it's just kind of blatantly obvious. And the entire point of the art, if you know anything about colonial history. And then we move on into the episode 16, known as the Hidden Enemy, which is a prequel to the movie, and which got me thinking, like, how was this originally set up? Because I know that the movie was originally intended to be or was originally designed as several different episodes. With this episode just lining up so directly into the part of the movie, first section of the movie on Chrysosis, of course. It sets up things like why the Republic war effort has so few big heavy weapons left. Slick blows them up, and and also and also just setting up the whole conflict on Chrysosis. It's it's quite strange because that's not how the where was I going with this? Because then like how's this really going to work? Because like Adventurous just leaves at the end of the first episode of the arc for to further the plans of her master, and then later pops up with pops up in the having stolen Rota for that arc. Then would Ahsoka have just come down and been like, "Hey, I'm your new apprentice" at the start of the second episode, midway through the second arc, the second episode of the arc, like she did in the movie, and then they move on and do whatever they do. There, it just doesn't quite line up, and, but like it just so smoothly moves into the film, but it's setting up both um the Christosis part with the general what's his face, can't remember his name, but with the general of the separatists at the beginning of the film, and also Ventress even moves towards the weird four-legged squid looking ship thing that she uses to pick up Rota at the beginning of the movie. That it just feels like it was almost meant to be one big long, I don't know how long it's been, like 5-part arc with where basically just the same setup, but with as the basically same plot as the movie, but with the hidden enemy episode slapped onto the beginning, which would have I guess maybe been the plan, but strange given how there's only one other arc in the actual finished show that's 5 episodes long, and there's one of for episode arc that was planned to be 8 episodes for which was about Ventress of Quinlan Voss, which got cancelled because Disney. I fucking know when first I mentioned Disney in this. Yeah, they're going to be talked about a lot more once we reach the lost years in season 6 because they messed with things. I'm upset. Um, yeah. This episode also shows that also when would this episode have appeared? Because presumably you would have wanted the introduction of Ahsoka to be at the beginning of the arc, at the beginning of the show, because otherwise Anakin just randomly has an apprentice who then gets added to him, which we then see him meet up with later on. But yeah, I don't know. I'm confused about how this was originally planned to work. I could probably have looked it up, but I didn't because I didn't think about doing that until just now, and I'm too lazy to do it right now. Um, yeah. Um, yeah. Oh, yeah. And the main other thing that this does is, well, there's the hidden enemy, who is of course Slick, who's of course a clone, because the clones aren't perfectly loyal. And one more tick in the box down where, oh no, we need the chips to make Order 66 make sense. Because, of course, we need the chips to make Order 66 make sense. And you can see the writers were going, we're trying to figure out, we're trying to probably realizing that as they wrote the first couple seasons. But yeah. And then we move on to episodes 17 and 18, the Blue Shadow Virus, which the entirety of the introduction was brand new footage, which is like strange because most episodes have their footage, their brand new footage that they're going up that they're showing while the narrator talk could be either stuff that's already happened or stuff from a few future episodes, especially in the first couple seasons where they don't have as much back footage to show off as they talk about, let's say, talk. Then but this one was entirely brand new footage, showing some several events. Like it felt much more like it was a. There was originally a third episode at the beginning of the arc, which we then scrapped probably because it wouldn't have been that interesting to see some random Nabooians capturing a droid or two as they look into some weird droid stuff. But and they just decided to cut to the chase and go straight into the Blue Shadow virus part of the arc. But and maybe they also just trying to run out of time. Who knows? But yeah, just something I noticed. This is the first time I noticed that. Maybe who knows? And then yes, of course. And then of course this arc introduces us to Vindy, Neuro Vindy, who is a perfect mad scientist in my opinion. He's just the right level of complete under batshit. He's got a great accent for a mad scientist, and he knows what he's doing. He's great. He, I was designed to create a virus, not the cure. Why would I want a cure to the virus I've created? That has the potential to wipe out the entire galaxy if I'm not careful. What's the cure to that? No, no, no. I'm just here to create a virus. Which, yeah, that's a kind of terrifying. That he would just think about what he could do to make the virus. He also says he's creating life by creating the black blue shadow virus, which is a strange way to look at things. Especially given how what virus is technically alive. I'm going to look that up. Um, are viruses living? Most biologists say no, they're not made out of cells. They can't keep themselves in a stable state. They don't grow, and they can't make their own energy, even though they definitely replicate and adapt to their environment. Viruses are more like androids than real living organisms. Interesting. Yeah, that's basically what I thought. Viruses aren't alive, so by saying when you say he's creating life by creating the blue shadow virus, and yet viruses aren't really alive, yeah, that's just another level of batshitting on um Nero of Indy's character, and it's great. I'm creating life by creating something that kills, and it's only arguably alive in the most strange of definitions. And yes, of course, I'm making life. Who cares? I'm going to be killing people. Making, I love Indy. He's a great one-off character, or I guess potentially two-off character. Um, yes. And as Obi-Wan says before I launch their assault into the bunker, that it's better to have one planet infected than the entire galaxy. Which Anakin, of course, disagrees with, as he does not want anything to be to be any planet to be taken over by the blue child virus. Because but showing Obi-Wan's pragmatism versus Anakin's idealism, Anakin wants everything to be good. He wants the galaxy to be a perfect place, which is partially again why he falls to the dark side. As well as, of course, he does not want to lose Padme. But again, why does he fall to the dark side? He does not want to lose Padme. Yeah, Anakin. Just a great little quick line showing Obi-Wan being far more pragmatic and Jedi-like than Anakin's more idealistic. We must save everyone. Proper Jedi know that you cannot save everyone. It is not necessarily going to happen. Anakin cannot accept that. And then what am I talking about? Droidiness. Oh yeah, there. Yeah. Anyways, yes. So this episode also takes or the second part of second episode of this arc takes us to from Iego and the Thousand Moons, where we meet the Angel. Sadly, the Angels are horrendously underutilized. Just one person appearing for a brief cameo, just looked like a bright woman with some wings on her back. I so wish we saw more of the Angel and they did something opposed to just being pretty women or a pretty woman, because there was only one even who just appeared, said something about, hey, we lost my moon, the big one up there, which of course set up how Anakin and Obi would defeat Droll in the end. Yeah. Thousand Suns again. 40K. My brain. It's falling apart right now. The Thousand Moons of Diego and the Angels thereupon were mentioned back in episode one. Phantom Menace, that is not ambush. As Anakin says, "Are you an angel?" to Padme when he first meets her. Which it's just a nice little thing to make it like, yeah, angels are real. Apparently, they are like biblical angels by any stretch of the imagination. They're just another species in the galaxy. Yeah, and then later, then back on the planet, we see Ahsoka. When as she's destroying one of the droidicas, she moves slowly, plants a lightsaber inside the droidica, and then ignites it. And this is I think it's the first time we see it in the show, but it's majority shields aren't designed to work with slow moving objects, as we find out later explicitly within the Onderon arc, where they're teaching the rebels there how to fight back against Droidicas. And then yeah, they just but it's set up back here. It's also there's several other times throughout this show where it's done. The next one I can remember is when in the second part of the Geonosis arc, where Rex is on the wall, he slowly moves up behind the Droidica and blasts it in the head, making it fall down. And there's other moments I'm sure that I can't quite think of off my head. But like they thought about that and they thought about how Droidica's shields work long before they ever actually made it explicitly clear in the Onderon arc. Yes. And then Padme said after they'd taken out the droids, promise me that no one will ever open this bunker. Yeah, Padme, you know Anakin. He's not going to let that happen. He will not let you die. He will not let Ahsoka die. He will not let the clones die, especially not if he thinks there's a cure around there somewhere. Yeah. I do kind of wish we ever went back to Iago and saw the Angels. Maybe even do it in the Bad Batch, because they could go there for some reason. I don't know. Maybe potentially like the first season, you could replace one of their random fetch quests with a fetch quest to Aego and seeing J-Bug Kid, not J-Bug Kid, J-Bug Hud, and the Angels again. Just do something a bit more with them. Yeah, similarly, I would have liked the Blue Shadow Virus return at some point in the Clone Wars in Bad Batch because it feels like something that Palpatine should want to use, and we don't know what happened with all the vials that the clones took. And it's airborne, so it's probably not all that easy to just dispose of securely. Maybe you just take a planet, quarantine it for the rest of eternity, as you dump pile of virus on it. But yeah, we never find out what's happened to the viruses in the arc or ever again. I think there's some expanded universe and legends material that covers it, but also the proper animated shows that we could see. Then we move on to episode 19 through 21, the Ryloth arc, the first proper war arc of the Clone Wars. The war arcs are what I call the arcs. They are entirely focused around an actual war for a planet. There's several of them throughout the show. We've got Ryloth in season one. We've got Geonosis in season two. I don't think there were any in season three, from what I can recall. Then season four had a couple. We had the Water War on Mon Cala. We had arguably Umbara, although that 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 turns more into a civil war than a proper war where they're fighting to take control of the planet, and we just quietly resolve the planet being taken over off screen. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. Or, well, not yet, at least. I'll have a lot to say on Mabara later. Um, anyways, this is the first proper war arc of the show, and it opens with Ahsoka's first proper failure as well, as she just loses her entire squadron, and her reckless pushing forwards results in one of the Star Destroyers being destroyed, and the second one being severely damaged. And this shakes Ahsoka. You can see it throughout the episode, and by the end of it, she's trying to be more resolute, more pragmatic, trying to figure out how she can get around the make up for her failures, not really make up, but not suffer the failures again. And Anakin, consoling her, says something along the lines of, "You need to not worry about the clones, the lives you lost. They're lost. We need to move on. Think about the future. Think about how we're going to save Ryloth." Which isn't really advice Anakin himself follows, but he knows that it will help us help Ahsoka with her own feelings of failure, and it does to some extent. She feels better, not so much better, but yeah, yeah. As I said, Anakin doesn't really follow that advice. Back in the Malevolence arc, when he lost, forget how many ships he lost, like 3 or 4 ships. No, he lost a lot more ships. He lost probably about as many ships as Ahsoka did, and he was completely bit up about it because his mistake resulted in the deaths of both clones, much like Ahsoka's mistake resulted in the death of these clones. Well, technically, he lost way less lives. He didn't lose a full destroyer, but you could argue that would have been lost anyways, but just because the droid ambush happened and no one identified that as happening. And then later, as Ahsoka's coming up with her plan, she says, after she's done her plan, one of them says something like, "It's a risky plan, um, or it's a dangerous plan," or something like that. And to which Ahsoka says, "Aren't all our plans risky and dangerous?" To which one of the clones, probably Rex, I don't quite remember, but says, "But usually we have General Skywalker to lead us." Because again, the clones on the 501st know that Anakin trust Anakin because Anakin always puts himself in harm's way ahead of everyone else. As even though, as he says in the episode, they often put a lot of people in danger. He's also always in that danger as well. Yeah. Also, I quite like the Southern fans. It actually revolves around the world not just being flat. Like she twists her Star Destroyer onto its side and actually makes proper use of space and blocking and like hey, we're not just on a flat plane where everyone just sits flatly like boats. No, we're actually going to move around. I'm going to twist onto my side. It's not something you normally see, and I wish we saw more of that throughout the arc. Then then Ahsoka's plan dispatches of Anakin dispatches of the commander, and then Ahsoka dispatches of all the droid frigates, and everything's good as Kenobi and Windu arrive to take the planet. And then they launch their assaults, that's led by Kenobi, having already lost one of their assault landers as they were landing on the planet, before they could even land on the planet. And then Kenobi's assault works rather well at first. They break down the wall with some droid poppers. It's not used to force. And then we get introduced to Waxer and Boyle, who are kind of like the 212 counterpart to fives and Echo and Fives, although not quite because they don't appear nearly as often, I think. And they certainly never play as major roles in the missions as Fives and Echo do. But they're just almost always there when when the 212 is doing something and they need to mention a clone other than Cody. It's always Wax or Boyle who are doing it. And of course, which one is it? Waxer who dies in Umbara? Poor guy. Yeah. Whichever one it is, one of them dies off in Umbara, but they also appear a couple other times in the middle. They're on Geonosis. They're in a few other places as well. were they on not Zygeria, but the planet before they were on Zygeria? Not sure. Feel like they were. Anyways, they're neat, interesting characters. They're a bit like counterparts of fives and Echo and Fives, but with one of them being a bit more uptight than the other. But and then of course they're then what's her name? I wrote it down. I know that Numa. Their relationship with Numa is the heart of this episode, and they figure out how everything's gonna work, and they off she Numa's also she doesn't she can't speak English. She just most of the clones can't even understand her, and but she's just communicating quietly with but she's communicating with them anyways. It's just I quite like Numa's just a character who is there, and then in the end, as all the clown and as all the Ryloth um Twi'leks, not Ryloth, Twi'leks are pulling apart the tactical droid at the end, who did not compute that they would ever do that because tactical droids are not exactly great tacticians, or like they're way too confident in what they think people will do when people aren't that predictable. But anyways, as they're tearing apart tactical droid, um, she Obi-Wan covers her eyes with his hand, and then she pushes up above it, pushes his hand up and peeks down underneath. It was just a nice, neat little moment I quite liked. Yes. Yeah, but speaking about tactical droid, Kenobi, or it doesn't, not Kenobi, that droid, when he learns that Kenobi is attacking him, says that Kenobi is known for his deceptive maneuvers. So I'm trying to think, what on earth do they mean by it? What does he mean by that? Because Kenobi um, doesn't really do much deception at all. Like, the only time I can even think of him doing some sort of deception is when he fake surrenders at the start of the movie to the general there. Like, that's about it. Like, he's not exactly the most deceptive of Republic generals. Well, I don't know. Um, yeah. And then we move on to the third episode of the arc, where we see we it starts off by giving a nice little plot, a nice little summary of what Anakin, Ahsoka, and Shinobi are all doing during the whole war. Obi-Wan's out liberating other minor settlements. Anakin and Ahsoka are dealing with any of the fighters that are being launched by the Separatists. It just gives a nice set of what all the Jedi are doing. They don't just vanish off the planet once they're part of the war, once the part of the arc is done, and we move on to the next lead. We're actually still doing something. Of course, Anakin and Ahsoka actually appear later in the episode, hunting down the fighters. But Kenobi doesn't. He's never mentioned again, really. Yeah, and we get the cool deployment of Walker at the back of the AT-ATs. I quite like that. And then we get on to the history of Ryloth, the history of the war on Ryloth, which it's quite it sets up a good history as like a bit of a mystery of it. The Twi'leks. Why do I keep wanting to call them Rylothians? It doesn't even flow well. The Twi'leks. Um, they fought for they got massacred having not been received help from the Republic, and it just adds a bit of mystery to how the whole thing gets set up and what everyone's doing here. What how does that set up? Why Cham Syndulla's there and in hiding with such a small force, and why the Twi'leks are just completely gone, and it just shows a bunch of devastation on the planet. And we see that Ryloth is not yeah, Ryloth is just yeah. So we see the devastation. We get that Ryloth has actually been devastated by the war, and it shows and it's just something that we don't ever really see again. That Ryloth is a broken world. Like, it's not a functioning planet anymore. It is just a separatist occupied planet. We see a bit more of the history of it in season three, the double prequel episode, um, which doesn't quite line up with what Cham says in this episode. He says something like the Republic didn't send help, but that whole episode is about the Republic fighting and dying so that the Republic generals through Jedi fighting and dying to help Cham get away, and the Republic sending blockade runners to save him. But I guess you could say that, like, after that, the Republic never helped. That's what Cham's referring to. It doesn't quite line up with that earlier episode, but still works, I think. Yep, and then Cham is, of course, the father of Hera Syndulla from Rebels, but which is a bit, which feels like a bit of a retcon given how there's kids running around Cham's little bunker thing, but none of them are green, which yeah, none of them are green, which is just weird. Like, if there's a bunch of kids running around, so why not just make one of Power just be a different skin color like, that matches up with one of those, so that like even though she's never directly mentioned, we could just like point at her, one of the Twilights and go, yeah, that was her probably. But no, like what they had to do with Chana was just wreck on it. It just so yeah, Cham just told her to run away and hide. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, don't think about it too hard. But like they could just easily made her a different skin color and had her, exist in the bunker just hiding around there. Yeah, I don't know, it's just a bit weird. Yeah. Then we've got then Cham Sadula and Onfrey Tab make their deal to make Ryloth free, and Cham won't try and be in charge anymore. But he wasn't really trying to be in charge before. And then and as long as Republic goes away, once everything's good and done, yeah, that doesn't happen, as we find out later. The Republic never leaves Ryloth because there's always a few droids lying around, and then it becomes the Empire. Yay! Everyone loves it. Loves the Empire, don't they? Yeah, but yeah, then there's the Hollow Bridge thing that's guarding the capital city of Ryloth is very cool in my opinion. It's just such a neat way to represent how a drawbridge would work in Star Wars. It's just something that you can snap on and off to just like if there's an enemy army approaching, you can even just drop it while they're on the bridge, and then you just drop pile them to their death. Which it's such a cool way to represent drawbridges, in my opinion. And then, of course, in the end, Ryloth really came out of the war very, very poorly. Not like even just before this whole arc happened, there's already massive amounts of devastation across both the planet and the cities. And then the tactical droid and what's his face? Tactical droid ordered the bombing of what time tactical droid what time more ordered the bombings of every single city on the planet, basically. We don't know quite how many of them were hit. They were called back to the capital early, we know that, because of the invasion. So we don't know how many were taken out. But there was multiple cities taken out. And the city we saw at the beginning of our arc wasn't even in a good spot, and it hadn't even been bombed yet. Um so yeah, like Ryloth really came out of it very poorly. Came out of the war very poorly. Worse off than any other planet we see in the entirety of Clone Wars. Poor guys. And then we get into the final episode, episode 22, Hostage Crisis, which opens up by introducing us to Cad Bane, one of the greatest characters in the show, as I mentioned about when I was talking about Hondo. This episode doesn't do much to introduce him that well, but we do see that he has a very well executed plan that goes off almost without any sort of hitch. Even when a hitch does appear with Anakin just randomly being in the Senate building, he's still able to quickly and effectively capture Anakin with his team and just make sure that everything goes well. Nobody knew they were there until they wanted everyone to know they were there. At which point they'd already got their prisoners set up, and well, they don't want to blow up all the Republicans don't want to blow up all those prisoners. Well, I technically they wouldn't be blowing up, but you know what I mean. Yeah, and then yeah, one thing that I really wish the visual timeline was a bit different order. I don't know if it wouldn't make sense with something else later on, but I wish that this episode happened before the Holocron heist episode at the start of season two, because chronologically, because in it we see Palpatine looking at Bane and going, yes, you are a good bounty hunter. You do know what you're doing. that's I might want to hire you in the future, which would have been quite good if that happened before he'd ever hired Bane, and that was like what made Bane put Bane onto Palpatine's radar and caused Palpatine to actually hire him to do a holocron heist for the start of season two. Yeah, but I'll probably talk more about Bane later, but just we don't really see much about who Bane is and how skilled he is. But there's just you can see he got all of his gadgets laid out around him. He's got the breathing tubes on his neck, which just help resist the force, which to help resist force chokes. And he's got little, you can see the little jetpacks on his boots, which he will then use later. He's got his guns, which he barely even uses in the arc because he doesn't need to. He's he's already done everything without needing to pull the trigger, basically. But he does pull the trigger. We also meet Aura Singh in this arc, in this episode for the first time. She doesn't really do much here. She just takes a, she proves she's one of the best snipers, and then takes a shot, and then kills a clone. Oh, a clone, a Senate guard. After Bane, I think it was Bane, threw a bomb into the Senate guard built room. Which, yeah, if everyone was in that one room, they probably made a bit of a mistake. But yeah, then the then they take out the power, and everyone so that they can capture the Senate congregation and force Palpatine to sit put and pretty, and then deliver the pardon to Zira the Hutt. Although, of course, that pardon does not go very well for Zira because, well, the Jerry immediately try to recapture him, and he ends up dead within a week. Actually, potentially, I don't know how quick it was, but dies pretty quickly, let's just say. Yeah. Then we see, yeah, Zero just such a drama queen. And, oh no! What? There's light! Why could you have saved me at night? It's so bright out here! Oh no! And I was just so painfully kept inside that prison. Oh no! Yeah. Zero's a great, terrible character. It's great. I love him. And we see the bill that gets all the attention to that room is, what was it? It was, oh yeah, the privacy invasion bill, which, well, but I think was mainly just done to have the ironic thing about Organa invading Padme's privacy at the beginning, but also it hit Organa, Padme, and Senator Chuchi as well are all fighting against increased power of Chancellor, which, while not a major part of this episode, is something that, well, Bail, Organa, and Padme do quite significantly in the rest of the Clone Wars, and Chuchi is doing it at the start, or not start, at the halfway point of Bad Batch Season 2, as I mentioned earlier. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the poor Kinyan, which is the planet that Senator Kalos from the Gungan General and Senator Philo here, losing two senators within a single season. Planet. Those guys just died. Poor guys. Yeah, so that's all the episodes of season one. Just a few other things I kind of wanted to mention that I couldn't quite think of a better place to put. So we've got throughout the entire season, whenever Anakin and Obi-Wan interact, it's just great. They've got some great chemistry with two characters and the actors together. Just all they just float off, bounce off each other so well. So many great lines between them, and we see why they work so well together, and also why they're at odds. Yeah, but and then it's also cool seeing how Ahsoka interacts with Luminara and Aayla Secura. Luminara and Julian Aayla Secura. She gets a bit of additional perspectives that are much less brash and aggressive as Anakin's trying to teach her. As both Jedi try and teach her more about balance and calm, and trying to maintain a more try and make her more like traditional Jedi, which Anakin is not trying to do with her because that's not who Anakin is. Yeah. Ventress is season one outfit. It's also very strange. I don't quite know how to put it, but it just doesn't quite work so well. She gets much better outfits later on in the show. It gets improved for the first season three appearances, for her original season three appearance. But then once you join the Night Sisters, it gets much better. Also, not it's not great then. It's still a bit weird then, but it's much more feels like an actual outfit. Whereas this one just almost doesn't. For some reason, I'm not quite sure how to put it. But yeah, yeah. In all, I don't know why people want like often say to skip the first season. It's not bad. Like but there's like more than half of it is I would call great episodes. Where we got Ambushed, Malevolence arc, Rookies, Lair of Grievous, we introduced Hondo in the enemy with in the Duke Captain Gungan General, Hidden Enemy, just it set up how set up sets traitor clones, Ryloth, the whole Ryloth arc, and Hostage Crisis are all great episodes. I think that totals up to about 12, but Ambush, Malevolence, Rookies, Grievous, Hondo, Hidden Enemy, Ryloth, and no, that's 13 episodes. Yeah, 13 episodes there out of the 22. So that's more than half are episodes I would call really damn good. And then that's not. And I also left some out. They aren't like super relevant to the future. Like the Blue Shadow Virus doesn't really add all that much, but it's still a good set of episodes. Yeah. Oh, and so like the Flubber episodes, Trespass is good. I I quite like Cloak of Darkness, and I'm not that bad much a Jar Jar hater. So like Bombad Jedi wasn't that bad. Like the only one I think that's really that bad is probably the R2 Captured arc, episode 6 and 7. Like everything else is still is pretty good. Like I don't know why it's often said that why people often say, yeah, season 1 and 2, especially season 2, but that's for later. Season 1 though is one you want to skip if you're new to the show. Like, I guess you might want to like bounce through it a bit faster, just to like because it does have lower animation quality. The episodes aren't as good as the rest of the show, but like they're still good. Like, there's a reason the Clone Wars has stuck in the minds of so many over the years, and it's not because it started out poorly. It started out great and just got better. Like, yeah, I don't know what else to say about season 1, so I guess I'll be back after watching season 2. And now season 2. So yeah, I've just finished watching season 2, and now it's time to ramble. Season 2 starts with the arc I've named the Force Children arc, which is where we really get our introduction to Cad Bane. First season was more just the previous episode at the end of season 1 was more just an introduction to Cad Bane, and it set him up for who he will be in this episode. It almost feels like a bit of a teaser for this arc, for this little arc that we have at the beginning. Let us know who Cad Bane is and why we should fear him. And yes, we most certainly should fear him. But this arc does not start with Cad Bane. This arc starts with Ahsoka and her utterly failing to realize the situation she's in on, I believe it was Felucia. Yeah, very sure it was Felucia. As the droids close in and come this close to wiping out her entire detachment thing, and they do take out the tanks of them. The tanks shouldn't have been saved anyways. It's only because Anakin and Obi-Wan came in there and forced her to get out that she survived it all, which of course required Ahsoka to be punished. And in this case, the punishment was sitting in and guarding the not the holocrons, but the Jedi Library, which turned out to be a very important job right around now. Unfortunate for Bane. But yes, then we get our introduction to Cad Bane properly. And he's been hired by Darth Sidious and to do an unknown job but which we will shortly find out is stealing a holocron from the Jedi Vault. To which Bane demands an insanely big fee. I think it was triple his normal rate and a starfighter, top class starfighter, which presumably is the I don't know what it's actually called. But I call it the Magna Guard starfighter that he flies around in for this arc before he gets captured. I guess he only really flies around for a bit of a second episode. Or third episode? Yeah, third episode. Yeah. Yeah. Third episode. The second episode is entirely on the ship above wherever Bolo Pal is. And then so Bane gets his orders, and then shortly later we see that he just casually has a Jedi corpse lying around. Which, yeah, those are not easy to come by, I imagine. You typically have to kill a Jedi, and you don't kill Jedi easily. And then, yeah, so then, so then he starts his infiltration, and Lord Innocence or Innocence, something along those lines, with well, it's not actually Lord Innocence. It is I don't even remember if the changeling had a name, but there's a changeling just tries to Lord Innocence, and later Jocasta. After Jocasta goes down like a complete wimp, or Jocasta, I feel like she should have put up more of a fight than being punched twice or however few times it was. But alas, no. So then Jocasta gets taken out and gets replaced. Bane keeps his slow infiltration, and the Jedi have absolutely no idea what Bane is planning for the entire event. But he does, of course, eventually break in, and but they do, of course, eventually figure it out after he's already broken in. They've been told what he's doing by the Changeling. Good job, you got there just after time. Yeah. So Bane breaks into a Jedi boat, steals a holocron, all rather easy, as all the Jedi have no idea what he's up to and constantly think he's on other projects. And then, to add insult to injury, Bane blows up Toto in an attempt to take out some Jedi and just cause a bit of a distraction for his escape, which he does right under the nose of all the Jedi. We even see him doing a little sneak out out the front door. Yeah. Then we moved on to the second episode of the arc where Bane's now got his little holocron friend. What do I call a friend? I don't know, but it's his little holocron friend. But he and then we just start off with Master Opal being captured off screen because, well, I don't know. I feel like that would have been a neat little part of the arc, though. But probably would have been a bit of a weird flow, given that Anakin and Obi-Wan wouldn't have been doing much during that, and or like Jed wouldn't have been doing anything, just trying to stop it. It's probably best that just happened like vaguely off screen, and Bane just like picked him up after the Separatists had already been doing that. Anyways, they pick up Master Opal off screen, and then Bane tries to get Rapal to work for him, but Rapal is resilient to his own death. Then Bane starts to figure out how. Then realizes that he can trick Anakin into opening the holocron for him if he just gets Ahsoka kidnapped. Well, he might not have figured out the exactness of the plan. He probably didn't realize just how much Anakin cared about her, but he figured it was worth a shot. Though he doesn't exactly that. He lets Anakin and Ahsoka get on the ship, then leads them to an ambush where he turns off the gravity, and we have a very cool fight there as everyone's floating around, and there's a guy walking on the ceiling who Bane after gravity gets turned back on shoots the floor or roof underneath, and he falls to the actual ground. And then they run off. Then Anakin and Ahsoka run off after Bane. Ahsoka gets there first and gets captured by Bane, who fairly handily beats her. Sure, he's knocked to the ground, but that's kind of exactly where he wanted to be, so he could just electrocute her with his gauntlet. And then, so he locks Ahsoka up in some anti-Jedi binders, which are very cool. They stop. If you try and resist, they shock you, and they presumably do something about her using the Force. But because Bane specifically tries to use anti-Jedi, and then Anakin pops up, and of course, just as Bane wanted, um he chooses to say to fix a hol or activate the holocron and let Bane put in the list of Jedi children in exchange for trying to save Ahsoka, because of course he does. Anakin does not like losing things. And then he escaped. Bane manages to escape, and he shoots. I think the guy's name, the clown's name was Dak, off the balcony thing, having dressed Dak up as himself. Dak had actually appeared in season one. He was on the listening post episode. He's one of the like two survivors of the actual assault there, along with Rex. Clone survivors that was. Yes. Then we ended Cargo of Doom, I think it was called. And this episode transitions has always just felt a bit weird to me. It doesn't quite line up where all the characters are moving between the two episodes, especially given how it's also especially weird how we see the ship come in at the start of the episode, and then we start of the second episode before, and then we have the characters on the ship. I think it does add up, but it's a bit weird. It feels like they could have done something a bit better there. But it feels like Bane's character just moves off in a completely different direction than he did in the original. But then Anakin tries to chase him down and completely fails because, well, we need Bane to escape with his list of Force children. And then Bane tries to steal four future younglings. He's told to steal four, and there's I think four beds later on Mustafar, but Jedi only sends three of them, which is a bit strange to me because why? Like, and Obi-Wan just repeats just confirms what Yoda saw in Yoda's vision, which it feels like they could have just mentioned four younglings, or had Duke or not Dooku Sidious to say, "Hey, go get three younglings for me." Like, why mention four younglings and then never, and especially then have four Jedi in the room searching for the younglings, then only mention three of them. It's just weird, but yeah, it is what it is. And then, as Bane is stealing the Rodian kid, he says, Jedi imposters have been roaming the galaxy stealing younglings. Yep, Bane, I'm sure they have. Yep, definitely Jedi imposters, which you definitely are not. But then he steals the Rodian kid and then makes his way Gunga to the Gungan kid, who was actually in an above water Gungan city, which is unusual and bit and cool. Same sort of general style, but it's on land. Yeah. Then Bane's trying to steal the kid, who's obviously not there, and he cleanly beats Ahsoka for the second time in this arc. Before Anakin manages to, I think Anakin just jumped on him and that um, brought down his jet boots. At which point he was then surrounded with lightsabers pointing at him. He clearly couldn't get out of that, and didn't really need to just yet, because he didn't have any. He knew he'd be able to find his own way out later. Yeah. Then we see that Vader's clearly capable of resisting the Jedi's mind trick, but when a strong mind is attacked by multiple powerful Jedi trying to force mind trick them, they don't capitulate necessarily, but it does hurt their mind. It's painful to be affected by so much mind tricks at once that Bane just says, "No, you know what? Screw it. I don't care. I'm just going to tell you everything you need to know." But he's of course sneaky about that. He says he'll take them for the holocron, not the Jedi, not the younglings, because he knows that Sidious cares far more about the younglings than he does about the holocron. Because then, then Anakin and Ahsoka go figure out where the younglings were by analyzing the fueling routes and noticing some ash on the um, Magna Starfighter thing. And then they go there and save the younglings. What's interesting is that the younglings were um, Palpatine said something along the lines of he wanted to enhance the younglings' abilities so that they could spy across the entire galaxy or something. Which would be a very powerful thing for him to have, especially once the Empire takes control. I kind of think he never actually tries to do that, at least as far as we're aware, because the test didn't fail. Vijay just got there and stopped him doing it. He still presumably would have all the knowledge and know how to set it up again in the future, and he now has access to the holocron list, presumably. I assume Vijay didn't destroy it, and then once the temple got taken over, he'd have access to it, and he'd probably want to make his own little uh, youngling super spies. But yeah, never mentioned again, as far as I'm aware. Or the whole crystal, or the whole crystal with all the force sensitive children in the galaxy, which you'd think someone would have bothered mentioning. Like, feels like it's a fairly important crystal. And I assume Sith can open Jedi holocrons to be able to read it. Oh, maybe they can't. I don't know. Feels like they should be able to. But then we move on to the Geonosis arc, which is the only five or more than 4 part arc that appeared in the entire final edition of the show. There was, of course, the planned 8 part arc for that became a Dark Disciple novel, but that never actually got published. And I don't know if if it was actually going to be an 8 part arc or two separate 4 part arcs across 2 seasons. But yeah, it probably was going to be an 8 part arc. I haven't actually read the Dark Disciple novel, but yeah. So then, but anyways, we start with Geonosis, with Geonosis War arc. Although it doesn't start off as a war arc, it starts off as a spy arc, the spy episode, where Padme gets convinced by Anakin trying to not trying to but blah blah blah, where Padme gets convinced by Anakin trying to convince her not to or to do the job to do. She gets convinced to do the job. I hope that sentence made sense to someone because I don't think it made sense to me. But anyways, Padme ends up doing the job. Anakin doesn't want her to, and to the she sneaks in along with Rush Lopez on Cato Nemoidia, where the Trade Federation runs its operations. And we see Anakin is such a jealous man about literally every time Clovis gets anywhere near Padme. He's just so upset that she's letting him do anything, even though it's obviously it's entirely part of the plot, and she has or no, yes, part of the plot. She has no feelings for him romantically anymore, or at all, really, because she's realized he's a traitor to the Republic, or thinks he is which of course he is. So I guess realize is not the right word. I don't know. Yeah. And then when Padme finds the battle plan thing after being poisoned by the Nemoidian senator Lot Dodd or something, I think his name is. Or she gets poisoned by him and then steals the plans and of course the password to Rush Clovis's super secret military base is Padme, the name of the girl who he dated probably 5 years ago, and she kind of hasn't really thought about him since. he, because, she didn't really care about him, it appeared, and of course, she loved Anakin. But no, that one little period of dating, that brief period of dating was enough for Rush Clovis to be completely and utterly obsessed with her. Yes, but then they get the antidote from Lockdodd, save Padme, and figure out where the Geonosian bat, plant is. Well, it's on Geonosia, but know what I mean. The plant. If you find out the George factory is on Geonosis, and leave Rush Clovis to his fate. Though he does appear later in season 6, and he's just fine. Don't quite know what was up with that. Just feels like he should have. Because I'm pretty sure he's even working for the Republic still at that point. He was still at the Senate, or was he just a high up member of the banking clan? I don't remember quite what happened there. But he did something. Feels like he shouldn't be working with the Republic or the banking clan at that point, given how colossally he screwed up, but he is. Yeah. Then we do landing at Point Rain, or is that what it's called? Yeah, landing at Point Rain. where we get a massive assault with the largest fleet of Republic warships we've seen in the series, I think at all. Certainly the largest that's actually doing an attack. Might even be the largest that we ever see. Maybe the Umbaran fleet we see is larger. Can't quite remember. But anyways, it's one of the largest, if not the largest in the entire show. And then they launch a three-pronged assault at the primary shield generator for the primary factory, while other Jedi are of course launching their own separate assaults against minor factories and temples, including the one that we go to later. Because while I've originally thought the temple in the um uh, fourth part of the Geonosis arc was the same as the one in the first episode. I don't think it is because Poggle goes too far to get to it. But anyway, so they launch their assault, and almost immediately everything falls apart because Anakin gets brought down with absolutely no tanks. Mundi gets taken down and gets injured, though not severely injured. He still has to he's still holding his body the entire episode because he can't go on with properly. So he gets injured and he gets only a few of his tanks, a few of his men down, and then he eventually even has to abandon his tanks before they reach the landing zone. The only team who actually reaches the landing zone is Cody, who is Cody and Kenobi's team, and Kenobi doesn't actually land there. He gets shot down and gets severely injured, so badly that he can only stand up at the very end when he's no longer needed. Yep, that's good job, Kenobi. You really helped this time. But we did see Watson and Boyle show up briefly as they helped save. There were two clones who went to save Kenobi. Didn't do much for this episode, but felt like I wanted to mention them because they are characters, or a bit who are slightly recurring. And also the whole ring that 212 set up with where it went gunship, ATT, gunship, ATT, gunship, ATT in a big old circle. That was a very cool idea. And you had the ATTs launching their cannons from gunships to form walls or have guns inside them to prepare military assaults. Always liked that how that ring of death worked to just hold up and bunker around at a central position when they're under attack from all angles like they were in this episode. Yeah. And then yeah, then the episode, of course, finishes with Anakin and Ahsoka comparing their kill counts, and then which was nice. I think it's a nod to Lord of the Rings with Legolas and Gimli comparing their own kill counts and trying to see who was the better killer of the Howard or in their case, or in Legolas and Gimli's case, orcs. But of course, then Jaddy says, "What do I win?" because he had the most kills, which Anakin didn't like because even because when Ahsoka had the most kills, Anakin had to go. But I called in the starships. They help. I deserve points for that. Yeah, that's not really how it works, is it, Anakin? But anyways, that it's just a game for fun. And so when Yadi went, "What do I win?" Anakin was like, "Wait, what? Win? This isn't for that." But so he just said, "You win my everlasting gratitude," which it's just a nice touching moment, really, between two characters, and one of which we barely even see. But this episode characterized Mundi quite well, I found, because at the beginning he's very stoic and proper, and he even says to Yularen, "There's no such thing as luck," or yeah, I think that's what he says. Not, I don't believe in luck. But anyways, he's so stoic and proper. He doesn't believe in luck. And then, but at the end we see that which is all, that he's keeping count of his score. He has a bit of a fun side to him. It's quite nice and I like it. Yeah, I don't really know where I was going with that. Then we get on to the droid factory part of the episode arc, which is mainly actually not about the assault on the main assault on the droid factory performed by Anakin and Luminara, but about the little sneaky stealth mission that Ahsoka and Barriss are doing underneath. Anakin and Luminara are, of course, just the big flashy distraction, both both in the episode sense and within the actual context of the universe. Just drag all the droids out so that nobody notices the two going in underneath. And then the super tanks are frankly terrifying. Much like the defoliator cannon from season one, they're horribly underutilized throughout the war because, well, they quite frankly, they're not impossible to kill and they have a really strong damage output. Seems like their only potential downside is they're slow and hard to turn, but when you're that hard to kill, you don't really need that. Those but they were definitely helped by just the nature of the battlefield that they were on, being a straight line. But yeah, still quite useful. Quite useful tanks that Receptors should probably have deployed more of, but they were quite terrifying. Yes. And then as Ahsoka and Barris are doing their little sneaky sneak through the catacombs, and we see briefly once Barris loses track of what directions are, she thinks she needs to go left, and of course she needs to go up under the catacombs. She starts to lose it because no, I'm sure about this. I know I'm right because she works off pre-thought plans and strategies, and she needs to know what she's doing, or else she doesn't quite understand what she's supposed to do, what she needs to do. She doesn't have a pre-thought plan, a pre-thought strategy. Whereas Ahsoka is much better at improvisation, trying to figure out what we need to do on the fly, which isn't so much showed off in this episode, but more off in the entire series. And we can see that how Ahsoka is clashing with that. And then once they reach the factory core, whatever that place is that they need to plant all the explosives, they get attacked by a super tank, and the tactical droid stands next to it and goes, the super tank is impervious to all weapons, you fool. And then, of course, she's standing right next to the super tank, he gets blown up by the bomb that was planted on it. A nice little bit of irony. Then the episode comes to a conclusion as Ahsoka and Barrish bury themselves underneath the factory, having blown it up with a super tank. But then Anakin cannot bear to lose Ahsoka because, of course, he cannot. He's not ready to lose his Padawan when the time comes, like Luminara says. Because Anakin cannot lose anything. Because that's not who Anakin is. Then we move into the fourth part of the episode as we go chasing after Pogo the Lesser, and then they chase after Pogo the Lesser, which takes them to the Temple of Corina the Great. Oh, that's not what the temple's called. I forget what the temple's called, but they go to the temple after Luminara unduly chases Poggle. Luminara chases Poggle and gets captured by, well, we don't see who immediately because this is a bit of a horror episode. And that so she gets captured by something in there, and then the Anakin and Obi-Wan come down and try and rescue her, and they encounter. And then, as they move deeper into the temple, they encounter the zombie Geonosians, which is a very cool concept. A hive mind that's just able to reanimate dead corpses. And there's not a hive mind that affects the entirety of all the Geonosians, because it only affects the ones with the worm thing, because Karina controls them via the worm. The other Geonosians are still independent creatures, which is a very interesting thing. You don't normally see that with hive mind species, where there's both ones that are part of the hive mind and ones that are not. Speaking of the worm, before we get the proper reveal of what the worm is at the as the Geonosian trying to insert into Luminara, we see um, the worm still pretty much always slitting in and out of the noses of the zombie Geonosians. So like there's something off about those worms, and might be able to piece together that they're in there and they're what's controlling the zombies. And then we reach the Queen herself, who's quite a strange character because she's a Geonosian who actually speaks English. Most of the Geonosians don't speak English. Even from Poggle the Lesser doesn't speak English. He speaks Geonosian with his uh, he speaks Geonosian, and he yeah, but she speaks English. But she's the one who's down underground, never encounters anyone. She's thought of as a myth, but yet she still speaks English. Or well, technically it's not English, of course. It's whatever the common tongue is called in Star Wars. Might just be called common, but yeah. And she's doesn't like the invaders being there, obviously, and she thinks that Geonosis should be independently controlled. But also interestingly, she calls it Geonosia, not Geonosis, like everyone else calls it, which yeah, it's a bit strange. I guess it's like the local dialect, like in English, Greece is talked about Greece, but I forget quite the exact name for it, but something like Hellas in Greece in the Greek language, because which of course originates from Helen of Troy. But anyways, that's getting very off topic. Very talk about Greece, and it's just something I found interesting. Karina's whole deal is interesting. She's the Geonosian queen who births all the Geonosians. She's just thought of as a myth. So, like, telling that all the other Geonosians that we've encountered are male, and then he's trying to thought that they reproduce asexually or something. When in fact, there's of course the queen who lives and is big and fat underneath Geonosis, and she has her massive power over the Geonosians, but no one else even really knows she exists. And they just think that Poggle's the one who's in charge of all of Geonosis. I don't know, just she's a very interesting character as a whole. Then the Jedi free Luminara and then drop some rocks on Karina, who probably dies, although the initial rock drops doesn't kill her, because we still see her screaming after that. But it is implied, of course, that she dies by the end of the episode. But that's a bit strange because, as sort of the next episode, of course, we get some clones being mind controlled by her, which is quite strange given that she's dead and the way she was tried to mind control was something along the lines of um something along the lines of I can see your thoughts become my thoughts, as in she could takes control over them. So it's not like there's just a hive mind hub that she's a greater attunement to. It's like she actually has control over him. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a bit strange that word. So might even imply that she's still around. Maybe there's other Geonosian queens because there's of course one that appears later on in Rebels. Although that one's just a larva, but it must have come from somewhere. And it seems like it was younger than it would have been from Karina because that would be what 15, 20 years later. And the in this episode of Clone Wars, and it was still a tiny baby at that point. So presumably there was another queen that birthed that. But maybe the other queens are what's controlling the mind of clones in this episode. But then we get then they board the ship. The mind control worms go into pretty much all the clones, and we get one of the most important lines in the history of the Clone Wars that I suspect most people have just completely forgotten about. Ahsoka says, mind control. That explains a lot. Trap was my friend. He would never have tried to kill us. And so this is, she's talking about the clone captain who was, or sergeant, who was on the medical ship that her and Barris were on as they were running away from, well, not running away, they were going off to get supplies to go help help, who was it? Was it Plo? Might have been Plo, but they were going off to help someone. And then they were on the ship, and then there was Captain Trap, who Barris had killed him and the worm came out. And so then Ahsoka said that line, which is about mind control taking him over because he was Ahsoka's friend. He would never try to kill us. And I think that this is the point, or as they were writing it, that the writers realized, oh yeah, Order 66 cannot work as presented because the clones are their friends. They cannot they They would not just betray the Jedi at all. Like they actually are friends with the Jedi. They value their friendship. As Ahsoka says, he would never have tried to kill them. There needs to be a reason. There needs to be mind control behind it, which is exactly what the Order 66 chips are. And this innocuous line, innocuous, that doesn't sound right. This innocent little line in at the tail end of a 5-part arc is probably one of the most important lines in the Clone Wars development, like at the or the what it represented as the people that thought of it went, oh wait, we need to actually come up with reasons. So yeah, it's an important line, and it's one that I don't think I even really thought of much until season 6 came out, and probably even after that until I rewatched season 2 because well, it's not exactly the most memorable line if you don't know to look for it or things like it. Yeah. Also, throughout this entire episode, whenever the clones are giving orders, they're just silent because they're hive mind. They don't need to specifically call out to each other what they're going to do. They all just instinctively know what they're going to do. They also all have their helmets off when they're infected by the worms, which is quite interesting because clones almost always have their helmets on throughout the entire show. At least the ones that have helmets, even when they're just sort of off duty, it probably makes it easier to animate if you don't need to worry about all the faces of all the clowns. But then they've got their helmets on throughout this entire helmets off forever, which I feel is probably just sort of the worms room to move around their nose, their face, and just give them room, give the worms room to breathe, and the worms don't like being claustrophobic. And the helmets, because genosis don't wear helmets, because well, I guess they just don't. And I believe this episode is also the first time that we have the Imperial March appear within Clone Wars, as Anakin moves to interrogate Poggle the Lesser. And because he, of course, cannot deal with Ahsoka's dying, as we covered back two episodes ago under the Droid Factory. So he uses the Force choke, the dark side power, which might have to be the first time he used an actual dark side power, because of course in episode 2 he didn't use the dark side; he just force choke or not force choke. He just chopped up a bunch of Tuskens, which you could argue was a worse act than force choking Poggle, but it's not using the dark side, and using the dark side corrupts you. Then Anakin finds out the information, which is of course very cagey about how he got. He even sent the clones that were guarding Poggle away for this, and I suspect he probably also did a little bit of rewiring on the droid, so the droid didn't realize exactly what Anakin did to convince Poggle to talk. But so, anyways, he finds out that he's told. So then, Kit Fisto gets the information as to Ahsoka, and they just shut down all the heat, and then do a barely fitting landing on the medical station, and everything ends out well. But yeah, this 5 episode arc was quite interesting because all 5 of the episodes are really different sorts of stories. Because you start off with Senate Spy, which is a spy thriller, before moving into Landing at Point Rain, which is a full blown battle story as they're fighting for their lives to just reach the objective and then blow up the big shield generator. Then we go to Weapons Factory, which while there's a battle on the surface, the battle is just a distraction. The main meat of it is the stealth mission underneath. So it's a story about stealth and infiltration and trying to sneak into the base. Then we get into Legacy of Terror, which is of course a zombie story, and then Brain Invaders is a hidden enemy or secret invasion type story where you don't know who's against you and we figure out how to get around them without actually hurting the people because they're people that we care about, not just the enemy. Then we get into the next two, which is a little two-part arc, though almost everybody just remembers the second part of this arc, which is the Grievous Intrigue arc, which is a bit of a strange title for the episodes, but that's what they're called. Yeah, so it starts off with the first episode where Koth, who is not the same species Jedi Master who's not the Jedi Master of the exact same species who confronts Palpatine at the end. Yeah, that's confusing. I don't know why they decided to make them different Jedi Masters of the same species, who I believe even use the same color lightsaber. It's just strange. Like, why not just make him the guy in episode 3 who dies? Give that guy a bit of characterization. I don't think he even appears at all in the Clone Wars. Like, just so bizarre. Anyways, he goes here, he gets beaten up by Grievous a little bit, but he does manage to tell Kenobi and everyone else where Grievous is. And then we get introduced to Adigalia, who's who well, she's just a slightly reoccurring Jedi who appears in this episode and in a few others before eventually dying in season 5. Yeah, poor girl, but she's a neat Jedi. She's a bit brash. She's a bit more toned, or not toned. She's a bit more. Why can't I think of words right now? My brain is failing me. Um, she's a bit more calm and cool and collected than Anakin is, but she still wants to fight and figure and get Grievous and do fight the good fight, really. But then they launch their assault. Grievous has figured out their plot to sneak in, because of course, wherever Kenobi is, Anakin will shortly follow. And the tactical droid has a very ironic line. Grievous's plans to be 100% accurate, which is impressive even by my standards. Yeah, you're a tactical droid, mister. Your standards for success are about 0% across the show. Like, how often is a tactical droid actually correct about what they predict the enemy's going to do? Basically, never. It's just a funny little line that I don't even think is meant to be ironic, but it is. The tactical droids are severely underpowered. Like they feel like they should definitely be much better than they are. But no, they're just kind of a sack casualty of the never tell me the odds type thing. Yeah, whenever someone says the odds are minuscule, it's gonna happen because that's how storytelling goes. But yeah, when Grievous attacks Obi-Wan on the ship on Obi-Wan's ship, Kenobi starts insulting him and what he has become, just a cyborg who's just a pawn in Dooku's game. And Grievous really doesn't like that. As I covered back in Layer of Grievous, Grievous hates thinking that he's not in charge of who he is, what he's become. He hates the idea that everything that he does is not for him. As he said, as in this episode, he has become become the leader of the most powerful droid army the galaxy has ever seen. He needs to think that what he does is for himself. He is the one who chose to do it. He is the one behind his actions. And as people start pointing out that it's not, it infuriates him. Which it's a very strong characterization of who Grievous is throughout the show. And then he eventually manages to Toby eventually manages to beat him back, but not after the ship's control panels are destroyed. But then Grievous manages to escape and just orders a bombardment of his ship, of the Republic ship, because well, he can't do anything about it. Might as well try and bring down Obi-Wan and the clones on board, which of course is a plan that fails. And then the clones land. Then everyone lands on Seleucami. Grievous in a crashing drop pod or shape pod, and the clones and Jedi in actual ships. Anakin's left to control the space. I don't actually know. Galia, she's presumably also in space because we don't see her on the land. And Kenobi goes out looking for Grievous. And we actually had a mention of Hardcase here, which I completely had forgotten about before this. I thought his first appearance was in Barra, but nope. He first appears here. He doesn't do much. He's just one of the people who Rex takes on his mission. Jesse and Kix actually get proper roles because Jesse's the one who takes control once Rex gets injured and Kix is the medic. But Hardcase is also there because there's 4 of them, not just the 3. Yeah, so Hardcase is there. He becomes an actual important character later on Barra, which I might talk about then, although of a lot sailor environment doesn't include hard case, so I don't know if I will get around. But then, yeah, I don't want to circle around to that whole adventure later because I just want to do a bit quick cover of what happens with the rest of the mission. So Grievous is annoyed that his droids are complaining about not getting to power and just needing to recharge all the time, not functioning as he wants them to. And then, so he's as he's riding his little monster, so because he's not even working at all, he's just sitting on a big rhino thing as they move towards the nearest drop pod, where he gets annoyed that the droids are having to try to communicate for help. But then he gets his help, and as Kenobi's trying to shoot down the drone ship, a gun overheats. The only time in the entire show, I believe, that a gun overheats. And it's right now as Grievous is trying to escape. Just a bit strange, really. Like, weapons overheat is just not really a thing in Clone Wars. I know it's a thing in Legends and presumably canon as well. But yeah, if this gun overheats, only time that will ever happen in the entire show, and it's at the worst possible moment. Yeah. But then manages to escape, and Kenobi gets all exasperated about blah blah blah. He gets all exasperated that Grievous managed to escape and voted won the battle and taking out all the droids there. And he says, and let them and tell them to send a ship to pick us up. Then there's the meet and beat episode, and probably the only part of the two-part arc that most people remember. I feel, just based on what I feel I've heard people talk about this arc. It's which is of course the Deserter, the title of the second episode. Who's of course Cutler Quain. Cutler Quain's quite an interesting character because he's very likely to be the first clone that pretty much direct disobedience of orders by just abandoning the Republic very shortly after the Battle of Geonosis. He didn't. He just he looked at all the casualties around him and saw just saw all the clones, the separatists were coming through and wiping them out. Saw that no one was coming to help them, and he ran away. And he from that he figured that the Republic doesn't care about us; they just see us as numbers. Because, as he said, as he implied when he left the clone army, they didn't have names; they only had numbers back then. And that's what he thought all the Jedi saw them as. And well, the Jedi just see them as numbers. Why would he bother fighting their war? So he just left because clones have autonomy and they can do that. And he presumably at some point in the interim found I can't remember her name, but Miss LaQuain, and then joined up with her family and she had two children, I don't know where they came from, and then they just made a nice little life on Slukamai out of the way, not being bothered by anyone, until Rex gets shot by a commando droid and needs to heal up. There. So then Rex, which is, and Cut thinks that Rex wants out of the war because, well, that's his experience. Like, surely you don't want to just fight this war for people that you don't know or care about and don't care about you. But that's not who Rex is. Rex lives to fight the good fight. He believes in the values of the Republic. He wants to fight the good fight. He wants to fight. And he will keep fighting till the day he dies. He fought for the Republic. He fought in the early stages of the Empire. He took a break when once he realized that there was nothing he could presently do. But as soon as he was given a spark of hope during Rebels, he started fighting the good fight again. He fought the good fight on Endor, and then, well, hopefully, he's going to fight the good fight against Thrawn in the Ahsoka series or a movie. Well, equally, I kind of just wanted to live a happy little life out on his own. But if Rex hears that Thrawn's out, I can be sure that he will immediately stand up and say, "Hey, Ahsoka, I'm already ready to fight." The moment he gets asked to help, he will help because that's who Rex is. He will fight the good fight. He will fight for the values he believes in. which is a direct opposite to Cut, who wants to live. He wants to live a normal life. He does not want to be a warrior. He doesn't want the evil to come across, of course, but he much prefers living on his own. He much prefers being a person who has a life than he does fighting for the right, fighting for what he believes to be right. And so, yeah, that's Cut and Rex dichotomy. Yeah. Then we move into the trip. Then we move into the one-off episode, episode 11, Lightsaber Lost, where Ahsoka, of course, loses her lightsaber at the beginning to a fish dude, who then eventually sells it off to some other people. Uh, I think the fish dude sells off the dead guy, who then gets killed and has his lightsaber stolen by two women. I don't remember one. I don't remember one of their names. I wrote it down. I want to say the other one's name was like Kez or something, but I'm probably completely wrong there. And so, anyways, they Ahsoka's lightsaber gets stolen, and she does not want Anakin to find out because Anakin drilled into her that her weapon is her life, and you don't want to lose your life whatever weapon, even though Anakin's lost his lightsaber a couple times throughout the show, and he just he did obviously trying to get it back. Just, but he loses it. He doesn't make a mess about it. Ahsoka probably would have been fine, but she doesn't want to disappoint him, and that's entirely reasonable thing for her to do. But so then she ends up talking with, I believe his name is Terras Nube, who's an elderly Jedi who Ahsoka's quick brashness, needing to get the answer fast now. We need to find it. We need to find it. We will fight. We will punch our way through any problems we encounter on our way, and we will get to the end. Really doesn't mesh well with Zanube, who's very calm and calculated and slow, and much and thinks everything through to the end. And then they go off. They eventually find the lightsaber. They eventually find two thieves, and then Ione, who says when she first sees the two Jedi, there says something along the lines of, "Are they gone? The ones who did this to my boyfriend?" Who's that guy? But then later she says that she came back to the room and found him dead, which doesn't quite line up because of course she's lying. She was part of the. She was working with the killer, who had only just killed him and was hiding in the upper room where Ahsoka was. And of course, she said that there was a group of men when the killer was a woman. And then they managed to escape. We had a nice little chase across the field, and Terrace Nube uses his slowness and slow plodding to figure out where they're going, and goes to where they need to be. And then they eventually managed to capture both people, and Ahsoka regains her lightsaber, and yeah, has a nice little lesson about don't don't be brash. You need to move slowly and think things through. And then we move on to the next three-part arc, which is of course the Mandalore arc of season one. And then it starts off with Obi-Wan going in there and being told by Prime Minister Almec that Jango Fett was just a common bounty hunter. How he acquired the Mandalorian armor was beyond Almec, because Jango Fett is not a Mandalorian. Please stop trying to make him a Mandalorian, people. He was not one. He was a bounty hunter. He killed a Mandalorian and stole their armor. Why do people keep trying to make him a Mandalorian? And the Legends version is even worse. Because of that, he was a super important Mandalorian. And the Jedi would surely have known that. Because obviously they're keeping an eye on the Mandalorians. Why is there such an obsession with making Fett an actual Mandalorian? No, he killed one and stole their armor. It it's so much nicer and simpler of an explanation that doesn't involve leaping through hoops or looking for hoops to make Vijay not know him, or just make him some random dude Mandalorian who abandoned his people, which is one is just completely nonsensical, and the other is just sad. Like, why is there an obsession with making Jango Fett a Mandalorian? I will never know. Like, he doesn't need to be one. He is Jango Fett. That's who he is. Not a Mandalorian. Anyways, that I I get. I do not like the idea that Fett's a Mandalorian. He's not. um. Then we. Then they do the bombing. Then they go and investigate what's going on Mandalore. We see Kenobi and Satine meet up. I'll talk more about them in a little bit. And then we see the bombing happens, and then they return the body to Corellia, the moon where Death Watch is currently residing, and all the warriors used to be. It's a bit weird they just exiled all the warriors there. They just within Satine just thought, you know what? All those warriors they probably just died off within like 20 years or however long, because the Mandalorian Civil War wasn't that long ago. Like it's at most one generation back. So like, yeah, of course the warrior class is still around. But why would you think that they've died out? Like it almost feels like it's like no, because Satine is supposed to be part of the Mandalorian Civil Wars where the warriors are still around. In even in this first set of episodes, so yeah, I don't know. It's just a bit weird that she just went. Yeah, I'm sure they died. They probably just didn't think about eating because they're idiots or something. I don't know. But yeah. Anyways, Dooku's plan. Then they get there, and we hear about Dooku's plan to liberate Mandalore well, not to liberate, but to occupy Mandalore with the Death Watch, which is basically have a an external force take over Mandalore, and then have Death Watch come in and shoot them up and take over with the will of the people, which is almost exactly what Darth Maul ends up doing with them. And as Dooku says, the Death Watch will never be able to take over Mandalore without the will of the people. And Darth Maul's plan is effectively get the will of the people by shoving a bunch of criminals onto Mandalore and having the criminals take over Mandalore. And then come in with Death Watch and take over yourselves. But I'll talk more about Maul and that whole Mandalorian arc later. For now, we as we progress through the arc, Obi-Wan runs off to go investigate one of the mines where they're mining Beskar, which doesn't seem to be quite as effective in this episode as it does in the future. But anyways, um, Satine has a nice little double conversation with Obi-Wan and Pre Vizsla where she's trying to say words to both of them, but won't sound suspicious to Pre, while still communicating to Obi-Wan that she understands what she's being asked to do and whether or not she's going to be able to do it. And it's just a nice little thing, in my opinion. I don't think she particularly succeeded because, of course, Pre already knew that Obi-Wan was captured and is not an idiot. But yeah, it Pre wasn't a member of Death Watch, he might have been tricked by it. And then Satine goes off. She frees Kenobi from the mining equipment, and then they go up the elevator, which they later realize is not the one they got on, which is strange. Like I think you'd know which elevator you got on before you got on it. Would make sense to me. But anyways, they get on the elevator, and then once they reach the top, they encounter Pre Vizsla, who, after sending some Mandalorians at Kenobi, tells him, "This lightsaber was stolen from your Jedi temple by my ancestors during the fall of the Old Republic. Since then, many Jedi have fallen by its blade." And that is about the entirety of the backstory we get from Darksaber in the Clone Wars. Which, it technically doesn't contradict anything that is later established within Rebels and The Mandalorian about its history of being the super important weapon. But it's definitely implied that it's just a family heirloom of the Clan Vizsla that they just pass down from leader to leader until eventually they become until eventually it reached Pre Vizsla. And it's just a random lightsaber that they stole from the Jedi Temple, and not the lightsaber of I think it was Tar Vizsla, the first Mandalorian Jedi, Rar, rar, it's saying super important. It means that we're destined to rule. Like, it's not this at all. But yeah, it's just a bit strange that it has become such an important thing. Probably did so because it is admittedly a very cool lightsaber. It's much more like an actual proper sword shape than any other lightsaber, which are all cylindrical with a little point at the end, more like a stabbing weapon if they were actually made of material meant to attack with, not magical space plasma. But then of course they do eventually manage to escape the clutches of Pre Vizsla by jumping down the elevator after Obi-Wan beat him in a duel, but which we do see Pre Vizsla shows off how the Mandalorians fight Jedi, and he holds his own, which most people can't do, even with a lightsaber. It's Jedi as powerful as Obi-Wan. And then we move on to the second part of the arc, where um, we get some little assassin spider droid things, which then spawn little tiny assassin spider droids. I think that's a very cool concept. We've got big droids and can spit out small droids even after they've died. So so you need to actually make sure that every part of them has been taken out, and because even small ones can pose a threat. And then Obi-Wan, of course, used his little trick to figure out who the traitor was and Merrick because Merrick wouldn't planned in the contingency to not have the spider droids attack him, only attack everyone else, but not him. Then Merrick took control of the ship. He ordered the attack by the battle droids onto the ship, and they failed miserably. But Merrick still managed to bring the ship to blow and almost managed to kill everyone. But he did not count on Anakin being a cold-blooded killer, unlike Kenobi and Satine, who, of course, both did not want to kill him. Then Sabine says she doesn't like the beard to hide Obi-Wan's face, but no, the beard's great. Come on, Satine, you don't know what you're talking about. Then, then we had the art. Then we had the whole episode where Satine's trying to convince the Republic not to send help, which of course not helped by the Death Watch and Separatist manipulative transmission that they receive. But anyways, she eventually managed to succeed, having done some sneaky sneakies around to get information in, including handing herself over to the Senate guard so that Obi-Wan could sneak in and give the message to Padme. Yeah, Padme. Must have been Padme. And then, yep. And then Dooku's parting line to the Death Watch is, or to the episode is, I have other ways to accomplish our goal. But we never see those other ways because the next time that Dooku and Deathwatch are together, or next time we meet Deathwatch, Dooku's already betrayed them and given Pre Vizsla a nice little scar, which would have been a very cool thing to see and would have been a much better Mandalorian arc than the one we got for season 3. But I'll get onto that one when we get onto that one. Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah, also the Mandalorians they've also got their warships, which are very iconic and cool, and they've got their twisty bat things that with their engines. But also the pacifist Mandalorians have their transport shuttles, so a very similar design. I think it's very neat. They're clearly the same basic design, but they're built for different things. I just thought that was cool. So now, then, as I alluded to earlier, Satine and Kenobi. Like they aren't. I don't know why everyone just assumes that Corky is their son. Like it's very clear throughout this entire episode and the rest of their interactions that Satine and Kenobi were never together properly. Like that's kind of the point of their relationship is that they did not connect. They both chose duty over each other from the beginning. They never actually chose to be together, even though they both wanted to be together and they both probably would have abandoned their lives if the other had asked. They both knew that the other's job was too important to give up on. And so they never actually connected properly in a way that they could, produce a child because, like, that's kind of the point of their art. their story. So why does everybody just want them to have actually produced a kid? Like they've done a great rapport together. Don't get me wrong. They bounce off each other incredibly well. They have amazing chemistry, but like all that kind of the point that they aren't together, despite that they would be great together. So yeah, I don't know. It's just a bit strange to me. And the other thing I wanted to touch on is pacifist Mandalore. Now, I know that pacifist Mandalore is not very well liked, but like, why? It's not. It makes sense that like after decades or if not centuries of civil wars, that the people would just be tired of civil wars. Like people get tired of civil wars in real life after like one battle. Like civil wars are nasty and like as friend turns on friend, brother turns on brother. Like you don't want to be in civil wars. And if you've got civil wars going on for decades or centuries even, like you're eventually the people who, because most people, even in highly warrior cultures like Mandalore was, would not be warriors because like that's just not how civilizations function. And it's not like Mandalore is supposed to be a raider civilization. They're supposed to be a warrior civilization. They they're honorable warriors. They aren't so like they need to have a bunch of people dedicated to farming and agriculture and building things. So like those people are going to eventually get tired of the war, tired of being constantly restricted into battles to fight for ideologies that they don't even probably fully care about. So so then after centuries or decades even of that, if a pacifist faction started rising up and gets power, especially given how they got their power with the help of the Jedi, that's how they took control. Once they've got their control, they're probably going to have a fairly solid chance of keeping it because the people don't want war. As Dooku said, the Death Watch cannot take over Mandalore without the will of the people because taking over a country without the will of its people is insanely difficult. So yeah, like Pacifist Mandalore isn't that. It's not like the show's completely retconning out that Mandalore was a warrior culture. Like that's the point. Like they used to be a warrior culture, but they've recently become pacifist, and then there's the Death Watch and who are fighting against it, who are fighting against their pacifist ways, but they can't really do that because well, the pacifist Mandalore has too many powerful allies, and the people don't want to be at war. So it's just impossible for them to actually create a pacifist world. So it's impossible for them to take over the pacifist world because, well, it's what the people want. Then, after Mandalore, we move into episode 15, Senate Murders, which is the first proper political episode. It's or politics episode. It's not as politicsy as the later politics episode, but it's first one that takes place fully within the Senate about Senate politics and Lolo is doing her thing over Senate over the political actions of Anna Far, and everyone's thinking that all the murders don't take place are because of the political beliefs of the well, because of the ongoing vote, and there is the vote going on in the background of the entire thing. So I think it counts as the first proper politics episode of the show. And it's a decent start. It's not great. It's, as I said, it's entirely about an assassination, where she's done and murder mystery, which is decent-ish. Like I feel like there's not quite enough information to figure out that is Lolo if you're not paying close attention at the very beginning and see that Lolo never actually drinks, which I for some reason wrote down as drains in my notes because I'm a good at this. But yeah, she never drinks. If you're paying, you can see that she's never drinking. But yeah, but then like you never see um there's no indication that I don't think there's any indication that she's near Senator Dici or on the docks. Like the first time we get a real hint that she's actually behind anything is pretty much right at the end when she leaves the room and then comes back going, "Oh no, I didn't write down her name, but oh no, but Camille has attacked me. Oh no, help, help, help!" Which was of course not true, but like that's the first hint of anything that she's actually the one who's behind anything. Which I feel like they could have done a bit of a better job with that, but it's still decent all around. We see on kind of far suffering consequences for basically doing a little bit of a flippy flop in back in season one. Well, this episode doesn't take place during the meat of season three narratively because we decided to retcon far to be alive for some later episodes. Bit strange. But it's also the first time that we see Mon Mothma in the show. Though I believe she didn't actually speak until a couple episodes later. Or wait, or did we see her in the? Yeah, we saw her in the Mandalore episode, and then this is the first time she speaks, I believe. I don't quite remember, but yeah, this we saw her early. She doesn't appear in that. She doesn't speak in that. Yeah, yeah. This is probably when she first speaks, and we saw her in the Mandalore episode. I can't remember, but yes. Yeah, and Inspector Devo or Sergeant Devo or whatever his name was and rank was. He's a great character. He's a very uptight inspector person who you can understand why Padme wasn't just go around him. But he's also great. It goes, ah, yeah. So once you found out that this information about the docs, you immediately came to me. Oh wait, no, of course you didn't. And yes, poison, the weapon of the senator, or the weapon of the politician. Oh, look around. Don't you all agree? Oh, wait, you're all politicians. Yeah, he's great. I love him. He doesn't appear very often, but he is great. Yeah, and Senator Dichi, who's the second senator who dies in this episode, he's actually an Umbaran, which isn't quite obvious and isn't really mentioned, but he is, which of course leads, and his death leads to their eventual exodus from the Republic and the whole Big Umbara arc. There's a lot of actual things that set up what's happening in the Umbara arc, or as I apparently wrote it here, I don't know, Umbara. Yeah, that's how you spell Umbara. That's how I spell Umbara. And in the end, all this effort was for a failed bill to reduce military spending. And thought, or I guess it wasn't really about that, but they thought it was about that. Yeah. And then we move on to episode 16, Cat and Mouse. Or, as I like to call it, Trench's introduction. Trench is a great villain. He's cool and calculating, has an awesome design, and he gets hoisted by his own petard in the end, and well, somehow survive. But that was how he does that. The ship is very cool. Um, uh, Bail Organa says, help us, General Kenobi. You're our only hope," which is so close to what Leia says at the start of A New Hope. It's a nice little callback to that, while making more sense and adapting the line to actually fit the character here. Um, yes, yeah, Trent somehow survives his command bunker, his command post, and then all the and going to boom, and then several places behind the bunker going behind the command post going boom. Yeah, somehow he survives that. I'm not entirely sure how, but I'm happy. Fred was a cool character. I'm glad we got to see him again in season 6 and 7. But yeah, I and he does have robot arms, so half his body got hurt by that. I guess that half got blown up by the explosion, and then the rest got sealed in. Makes enough sense, I guess. And it's not kind of it's a nice little story to show how rash and effective Anakin is at figuring out what he needs to do to win. And we see that this is probably the first time that him and Yularen have been together because at the end, Yularen's clearly new to how Anakin works, and as well as a few other points, and he's still trying to figure out Anakin why Anakin's so brash and like that, and yeah, it's effective. And as we see throughout the rest of Clone Wars, Yularen has gained a great deal of respect for Anakin.
and his tactics and knows that they will work, and he trusts Anakin to do what Anakin does.
Then we move on to episode 17, Bounty Hunters, or as I call it, Hondo number 2. Because, sure, there's a lot of cool other stuff, but we got Hondo with most of his iconic lines, I feel, are in this episode of both. Or at least, yeah, he definitely has his most iconic line. This effort is no longer acceptable! I love Hondo.
Speak softly and drive a big tank.
Yes, that is how you work.
Yeah, the Jedi shuttle having those bouncy ball escape pods was very cool. To as just a way to make sure you actually survive and you bounce around instead of having a parachute that might cause on something or and leaves you open and exposed to being shot down. This episode also introduces us to Embo, who's another cool character who is a man of few words, and the words he does say we don't understand. But he's very cool. He's got his awesome hat, which is bulletproof. And well, he doesn't have it now, but later he has a scary dog, which is a dog, which is nice and cool as well. And he, Edward's just all around a bit one of the coolest characters. This episode also very much goes into the teach a man to fish, he will have food for a day. Or, no, give a man a fish, he'll have food for a day. Teach a man to fish, and he'll have food for the rest of his life. With the whole idea of we need to train um, these villagers to defend themselves, opposed to just coming in and defending them for them. But yeah, it's a cool little episode. What nice little one-off episode. We meet Hondo, so it can't be a bad episode because Hondo's the best. And this is by far his most villainous that he ever gets. Because he is the straight up antagonist of this episode. And it still works because Hondo is Hondo is Hondo no matter what role he's playing. He is the best. Then we get into a two-part Zillo Beast arc with episode 18 and 19, which starts off with the Republic dropping a big EMP bomb, basically, which is effectively the Republic's version of the Foliator cannon from season one. But unlike with the Foliator, this gun has a massive explosion that will also do severe damage to the Republic forces if they get caught in raid, as well as disabling all the Republic guns. Not quite as effective as being a Republic weapon as the Foliator is being a separatist weapon. But so I can understand why this one's not used as often. It's also actually deployed as a bomb, which I feel would have been a much better way to deploy the foliator weapon, but rather than shoving it onto a tank. But yeah. And then we meet the Zillo Beast, which is massive and scary and impossible to kill and just all round terrifying. And the dogs, well, it wrecks their shit up. They might think that they've got the everything covered with their nice little toxic gas, which will kill it, but nope, they do not. And it breaks out, and it's only thanks to the Republic shooting it with lasers, which are designed to which are basically strafing it up and down, try and get between the plates in its armor, where you can't normally just hit something, but a prolonged beam that's just constantly panning will be able to cut through and then hit the fleshy stuff underneath and knock it unconscious. Then they knock unconscious and bring it back to Coruscant to study. Like, I get not wanting to release it straight into wild, but why Coruscant? You don't want to put the big scary monster kaiju on your home planet and then piss it off. And when it comes out as really intelligent, that's turns out to be a really bad idea as it comes right for you, Palpatine, because it knows you, and it will come and get you. It is not a beast; it is intelligent. Yeah, and it knows who ordered its execution, even though Palpatine wasn't even there when it was done. Yes, and then we had a very nice little line between Obi-Wan and Mace, where Obi-Wan says, "Ah, yes, this is one of Anakin's improvised plans." Which Mace responds, "How can it be a plan if it's improvised?" Well, I mean, how can it be a plan if it's improvised? It's a plan if you come up with it as you're doing it. Just ask Jack Sparrow. He is the master of improvised plans. But yes, improvised planning. It's great. And then the Zillow Beast had its tragic demise at the hand because it was killed because Palpatine was greedy and wanted to take it out. And then, well, the clone the cloning operation by the Doctor, it must have worked because in the Bad Batch we encounter another Zillow Beast. It's a little baby thing that's presumably the clone of this Zillow Beast. I'm so happy we finally got to see the return of the Zillow Beast. It was such a cool monster, and having it return to wreak havoc in the Bad Batch was very cool. Please, for season 3 of Bad Batch, actually show us the Zillow Beast again. Don't just have it appear for one episode and then lock it up into containment, which I believe was even locked in containment at Mount Tantus, where everything else is going down for season 3, Bad Batch, and then just have it not appear. Please have it return. Please, I'm begging you. Yeah. Also, it's a bit sad. There's no signs that it tries to feed on electricity in this to make it grow bigger and greater, like it did in Bad Batch. Because that was a whole big thing in Bad Batch that it fed on electricity. That how it went from a little baby Zillow Beast to a massive Zillow Beast in no time flat. And like it would have just been so much cooler if that had been something they'd set up here. Though they probably hadn't thought of it yet. But oh well. It it was still cool to have it come back in Bad Batch, and the Zilbeast is still a cool and terrifying creature, even without the ability to just grow exponentially. And then we move into the final arc of the season 2, which is the Boba Fett arc, and in which Daniel Logan, who's the actor who played Boba Fett in episode 2, he's also the person who voiced all the cadets and Boba in the this season. Which is quite nice and nice touch. Actually, getting the proper voice actor or proper actor from the films to play the character in the Clone Wars. They don't usually do that. They usually get people who can sound quite like him. Although I believe Ian McDermott did voice Palpatine, so not everyone's sound alike. Then yeah, we also meet and for the only time meet Admiral Killian, and he's a great admiral. He's a good one of character. He's very brash and uptight about the rules and his ship, and you must follow him because otherwise everything could go to shit. And well, everything does go to shit anyway. So maybe you should have been a bit more kind to people, Gillian. Because stuff can go wrong even when you're being harsh. And then we see Boba Fett is having a struggle of conscience in this arc because he keeps needing to kill clones. And while he might say that the clones aren't his brothers, he still definitely cares about them and sees them as his brothers and does not want them to die. Yeah. And then the first episode ends as Boba Fett having failed twice to blow up Mace Windu, once by blowing up his quarters in a very near miss, and once by blowing up his entire Star Destroyer. It's not Star Destroyer, right? But it's a Venator class. It's a Venator class Star Destroyer, I think, right? Star Destroyer is not Empire exclusive, is it? I don't think it is. Anyway, it's not really that relevant. But after blowing up the Star Destroyer and trying to blow up just Mace's room, that he's failing twice. He then moves down to the planet. He then moves down to the planet and shoots up a bunch of clones down there. Well, presumably, or saying Bob Bosk and what's his name, Castus do most of the shooting of clones. As we saw, Boba Fett does not like shooting clones. But anyways, Boba plants his father's helmet, which is really strange because you'd think that Boba would care about that a lot and not just use it to blow up Mace Windu. Although I guess if Mace thought that, or Boba thought that killing Mace with his father's helmet would be a nice, ironic revenge, give his father a bit of revenge against Mace. But yeah, I don't know. Just always bit weird to me that they went with that, but not too strange. Then, but yeah, I don't know. I just would have liked it if like Boba Fett kept his father's helmet, and, like kept his father's armor. Like it just feels so wrong that Boba abandoned his father's helmet. Well, speaking of Boba, also Boba has no care about Mandalorians, like in this or in any other episode of the Clone Wars, because he's not a Mandalorian. Why do you keep wanting to make the Fets Mandalorians? They aren't. They're just the Fets. Leave them at that, please. Yeah, I'm not going to stop ranting about that because it's just such a stupid thing that everyone just wants to make them Mandalorians when they aren't at all. Mandalorians, please stop it. Yeah, R2, and then but after the Mandalorian, after Jango's helmet blows up the ship and traps Anakin Obi-Wan up there, R2 goes to try and investigate what's going on, and after he does that, he realizes that the bounty hunters are all coming to get to Mace and Anakin. So he starts dropping stuff down there, just basically making their life hell, trying to get to Mace and until they manage to escape. Because R2's a good little droid, and he dissuaded the evil bounty hunters from coming to get him. Then R2 runs away back to the Jedi Temple, where he bashes through a bunch of droids to to plant his message into the terminal and show them that Mace is there. And then Plo and Soka go and save Mace and Anakin, and everything ends up well. All's well that ends well. I do find it kind of funny that the Bounty Hunter Gang has three of the best bounty hunters in the galaxy. Well, Boba's not yet, but he will be. And then some random guy named Castus. Yes, we've got Boss, we've got our Singh, we've got Boba Fett, and we've got Castus. Who's Castus? I don't know. He doesn't live through the next episode anyway, so who cares about him? Speaking of the next episode, it's a quote that's actually fairly relevant to the point of the episode. Revenge is a confession of pain. Which, yes, Boba Fett's in pain over his father's death, and the way he's trying to work through that pain is by killing Mace Windu. He doesn't want to kill anyone else really because Mace is his target. Mace is the one who put him in pain. Mace is the one. Mace is the one he needs to kill. Mace is his revenge. He's in pain and he needs to get Mace. No one else really matters to him. But then the episode starts with Aura Singh ordering the execution of pawns, but of course she eventually has to do it herself because Boba Fett will not execute one of the clones because he doesn't want to execute clones. Then, and she tries to get Plo or to get Mace Windu to come help her, but he does not because he's a bit injured and they don't want to feed into Boba's obsessions. So they sent so Plo and Ahsoka go instead. Plo and Ahsoka have such a good relationship with each other as well. Which, yeah, and as I don't think I've mentioned it, but Plo rescued us, or rescued the wrong word, but Plo picked up Ahsoka back when she was back when she was just a random villager, and brought her to the Jedi Temple, and you can see in their interactions that they have a long and storied history, even though we've barely seen them together. They understand each other because Plo's been keeping tabs on her throughout her training because well he has a bit of an attachment to her, but not a serious one because Jedi have attachments. They just aren't supposed to have serious attachments. And then Plo and Ahsoka has her goes in. I'm going out of order here a bit, but Ahsoka learns from Plo that she sometimes be more mindful and pay attention and be subtle as she sees how to see through the force that the people are talking about or seeing having just killed Castus on the forum, and then she needs and she figures out that's how they need to get to where Boba is. So they go there. But speaking of Castus dying on Florham is of course the home of Hondo. And Hondo is yet again the best character of the arc because he's Hondo, and I love Hondo. He's the best. He had even more great lines. Like, hey, someone scraped that guy off the floor. He sprung a leak. After Aura just shoots Castus in the back for trying to betray them. I love Hondo. He's great. Yeah, and as he's talking to Castus, he says, don't worry about leaving. You're not the first man to bail out from under her command." To which Aura responds, "He's speaking from experience." Which Hondo's like, "Yeah, I am." Because Hondo, of course, used to have a fling with Aura, and I think it was a joke, but he said, said about Boba, "He's not one of mine, is he?" And yeah, because Hondo and Aura had a quite good relationship, and they also quite good chemistry in this. But in fairness, so does everyone else with Hondo, because Hondo's the best. This this video is our Hondo appreciation vid. I love Hondo. I will always talk about him excessively in any episode he appears, no matter how small his role is. Then Ahsoka and Plo show up on Florum, and Hondo just basically divulges everything to them because he does not want the Jedi to think that he's part of a trap and to send down the Republic army on him because he lives by his code and he does not want the people to come and try and take him out because that would put him in danger. And Hondo does not like to be in danger, and he also doesn't like dishonesty. I mean, he's a pirate, of course, and he doesn't like he's not straight up honest with everyone, but he doesn't like to be straight up deceptive because he wants people to like him. Oh, there's such an interesting character. I love him. And then after Plo and Ahsoka capture Boba Fett, and as Aura's running away, she one of Hondo's men holds up a gun to shoot Ahsoka as she jumps onto a speeder, and Hondo puts a hand on the gun and pushes it down because this isn't their fight. Hondo does not want to beef with the Jedi, of course, and he doesn't care too much about Aura Singh because, well, she's not one of his crew, so she doesn't get full honors, but he does, of course, still like her, and she doesn't. Even though he still likes her, and he still wants her to be around. And then they escape off into the Florum. They aren't caverns, even though that's what I wrote in here. Crevices, canyons. I don't know quite what to call them. There's no tunnels which are almost covered up on top. They're they're cool things here. We don't see much of them, but they do reappear in season 4 as every where's the season 5? Yeah, yeah, it's supposed to be season 5. Something else I was thinking about season 5. Billion points. Yeah, no, that's pretty unrelated. Yeah. Yeah. So they go into the Florum caverns, which appear later in season 5, as Grievous eventually gets around to burning down Hondo's base. They all escape through those same little crevices in on Florum, and those are cool crevices, and it's nice that they get reused for later. And the poor old slave one goes boom as a Orsing goes down with her ship, although not, though she doesn't because she must use an escape pod or escape latch or something. She does survive, as we find out later in season 2, or not season 2. This is season 2, and later in season 3. And that is the final arc of season 3 or season 2. It's getting late. I'm getting tired. It's been a long day of watching Clone Wars, and I wouldn't have had it any other way because I love Clone Wars. So yeah, in review for the whole season, interesting that we don't see Ventress at all. It's the only season until they started cutting them short for season 6 and 7, which were both shortened seasons that does not include Ventress. And then it takes a lot of what season 1 did well and expands it on it a lot. Like we get more of Hondo, we get more of the clones being proper clones, being independent characters, and more of them having their own different ways of life. Like we had Slick in season 1 be a traitor. In season 2 we get Cut being independent, and
it also just expands on the characters, it expands on the world, especially. Like we see a bunch of new planets, like we see Mandalore, we see Boba Fett, we see the Zillo Beast and all that stuff. We get some consequences out of season one with Senate murders, and Ahsoka learns more in Lightsaber Lost. Grievous, we get more of Grievous and how he functions within the Grievous Intrigue arc. And the Geonosis arc gives us one of the better war arcs of the entire show, in my opinion, and certainly one of the certainly the longest arc, and gives us the Imperial March. Season two is, oh yeah, and of course back in the beginning we had Cad Bane's little jaunt um with Cad Bane's little jaunt with the Force children, which is very cool and interesting. And just all around, season two is a great season, even better than the first. And yeah, that is that. Season three is next, and season three starts off with a banger, the Domino Squad arc. Oh, that's a good arc. Season three also had some of the better arcs with the it's got the Citadel arc, it's got Maul's, it doesn't have Maul's return, but it's got Ventress's betrayal of Ventress's betrayal by Dooku, and then try to turn on him and create Team Savage, and the teaser of Maul. Oh, Maul. Oh, and it's also, and season three also of course has the Mortis arc. Yeah, season three has some very good highs. Although I think it also has some of the more lows. But yeah, season three is one of the better ones, I feel. Anyways, that is for later. Well, but it's for you, it's right now. But for me, I need to spend another day watching Clone Wars. What a hardship. And now for season three, which it has its ups and it has its downs, but it does certainly have its ups. And it starts with the Domino Squad arc. Clone Cadets and ARC Troopers. The most loosely connected arc because because it narratively spans about, I don't know, probably about a year for war. But they're right next to each other, they're both built the same type of character, so so it counts as an arc to me. But yes, it's a return of Domino Squad, or well, narratively their first appearance, but yeah, they're still there. And so this episode, we see how the clones are getting trained, which is quite neat. And we see that they're being trained by bounty hunters as all the Jedi and clones are busy fighting the wars. And the cheapest option the Republic has is to just job some bounty hunters up down there and hope they do a good job, pretty much. Which, well, seems to be working out. Their clones are coming out of training doing well effectively, so can't really blame their efforts. Domino Squad is, of course, failing at every turn in the training because, well, they aren't coordinated. They aren't a proper squad, really. They just keep bickering and arguing, and eventually they fail miserably. Well, actually, I guess eventually they don't fail miserably. But, in the immediate eventually they fail miserably. Then we see, then after they fail their training, they encounter the ARC Troopers, who, in my opinion, have some of the coolest armor out there. I love ARC Trooper armor. It's great. And but the ARC Troopers don't really do much other than Echo and Fives. I think Jesse technically becomes an ARC Trooper by the end of the show, so he does stuff as well. But anyways, the ARC Troopers in the first episode don't do anything, and in the second episode of this arc, they just kind of get killed off, except for one who does absolutely nothing but order someone else to shoot a rocket. So yeah, the ARC Troopers feel like they're just underutilized, but they do have cool armor. We see Bravo Squad, who just basically are, well, they're intended to be just the smooth sailing, everything goes right squad to contrast against Domino Squad. Yeah. Then once the what are they called? The Domino Squad fails their mission. I think Heavy calls them nothing but a bad. Says we're nothing but a bad batch, which of course gets all reworked to form the squad, the Bad Batch, Clone Force 99. Later on, speaking of 99,
because Clone Force 99 is, of course, named after the Clone 99, who's
Only in 2 episodes, but he's a great character. I love 99. He's so pivotal to the art to these two arcs. He's the emotional heart of the story. These two of this story. It's quite interesting given how he's not even a major character in it, really, especially not the first episode. But yeah, but he's just a supporting character. He's the guy who made Heavy who he was. He helped direct Heavy into being the team player that he needed to be, but one who would sacrifice himself for the greater good in Rookies. The Heavy sort of clone cadets would not have done that. He would have been out for himself. He was about to leave the whole Republic. Not Republic, but at least I probably would have left Republic, but he was going to leave Clone Army because he just thought the squad was a failure. He was on his own. That Heavy would not have sacrificed himself to save the Republic, to save his squad, to save everyone there. And it's the conversations he had with 99 that turned him into who he was, the man who would fight for the Republic. But also, like, and then, which is why, of course, Heavy gave Echo his met. Heavy gave not Echo. Heavy gave 99 his medal so that to honor what 99 had done for Heavy. But I mean, but also this whole episode kind of leaves me wondering why is Droid Bait here? Like, why? He wasn't mentioned in Rookies, as I said back when back in that episode. He's just there to be there. Like he's not mentioned by name. He's been retroactively determined to be one of the two clones who runs forward and dies. Like Cut Up doesn't do much in that episode at all, but he does get called out by name when he dies at least. And in Clone Cadets, Cut Up actually has a bit of a story. He's talking. He has a conversation with Biff Brick, whatever the mean bounty hunter's name is. He Troy Bate, not Troy Bate, Caleb has a conversation with him which is where he gets his name and where he gets beaten up and we get a whole special scene there. Heavy gets his special scene with 99. Echo and Five get a special scene with Jack T where so they'll have a special scene where they get their motivation. They as they find out they're going to be fighting again against the test to have a second chance. Well, it's technically I don't think anybody finds out then, but you know what I mean. I don't get the all three, five, four of those ones just get their resolve strengthened with a special scene, but Boybait, nope, he doesn't get anything. He gets absolutely no characterization. It's just so strange that he's even here. Feels like the only reason he's here is so that Five can have the number 5 on his suit, which was honestly probably the most impactful thing he does to this entire arc. I think he's also the clone that they leave behind, which results in him failing the first test. But yeah, I don't know. Like he's just pointless to the entire plot. Yeah. Then we move on to the second half of the arc, the Arc Troopers episode, where we Echo still has his handprint from the eel paint from the eel, and he keeps that for the entirety of his first life. But for some reason, once he comes back in the Bad Batch, he doesn't have it, which just feels almost a bit disrespectful to me. Just like it's a sign of him becoming the clone he is. That handprint is what when he basically became not shiny anymore. So like obviously it would just be painted onto his future armors, but it feels really sad that he doesn't have that in the Bad Batch. Oh well. Anyways, it's nice that they kept it for this episode and the later Citadel episodes, though where he eventually dies. I'm doing air quotes. You can't see that, but they are here. um, yeah, and then obviously the Separatists are attacking Camino, which feels like it should be shortly after the Rookies episode, but it's now but it's according to chronological order, it's not. I mentioned this back then, like it sets up Ventress being undersea on Camino in Rookies, and then you have her be, or at least on Camino in Rookies,
Then you have her undersea on Camino at the start of this episode. So but she narratively has also appeared somewhere else in between those. So what did she leave? But um, she left. So she went on to Camino, left Camino, then went back to Camino for this episode. It just feels like it should have been much more streamlined than it was. But what do I know? Yeah. But the separatist plan attack is quite neat because, well, you're not if there's a possible blockade, well, use that to your advantage, I guess. Have them shoot down your ship so that you can build up your fleet below. And if you can set that up, it's quite a good idea. And they were probably also just letting their bits fall rather than them being shot down by the Republic starfighters to actively prepare for the attack. I think it's quite a clever strategy. And then underwater, rather, we get our first glimpse of the aqua droids, who are quite cool, as they're quite cool design. They're kind of reminiscent of the Super Battle droids, but they're also their own unique thing. I like them. Then we see Obi-Wan also makes a friend of the Manta Ray like thing while he's down there. Nice little guy. He'll come in handy later once Obi-Wan gets tossed in the water again, because Obi-Wan apparently likes spending his time in the water on Camino. Pretty sure he gets tossed in the water and meets one of those friends during episode 2, as well, the actual episode 2, like Attack of the Clones, as well as in, well, this twice in this episode. Yeah. Then, as Ventress launches her attack, she's quite horrible to the Heart Trooper that she first encounters. She forces him onto her lightsaber and gives him a nice little kiss, which is terrifying because Ventress is horrible and it's great. Then we see Shakti as the droids attack her. She cuts one of them in half, but the other like three or four she just uses the force to push around and destroy each other. And when then Echo and Five go back to the barracks with the clone cadets, and where they meet Cody and Rex, and then Rex, Cody, and 99 all run off to get some ammo, and we see as they leave the ammo base, the camera pans down onto the second box of grenades that 99 will eventually sacrifice his life trying to get. But that's for a bit later. And then they go back to there. They do their nice little attack. They get attacked by droids. Obi-Wan lures Grievous away while Anakin's dealing with Ventress, who's trying to steal clone DNA. And then the clone cadets are all secretly hiding out in the beds, and then they open up the beds and start shooting down on the droids, which is quite a neat idea. I would have loved that. Use the beds to your advantage, and it was that's how the beds work in the previous episode. So yeah, it makes sense. I like it. And then 99 sacrifices himself trying to get to the extra grenades. Wasn't needed, but he was a great guy. He was great. And he tried to do what was right. He tried to do what he thought was needed, even if it turned out to not be necessary. And he went down heroically, doing what he could to save the Republic, to save Camino. It, even if it wasn't necessary in the end, RIP 99. You were great. And to cap off the arc, what's left of Dominus Squad become ARC troopers. Then we move into episode 3, Supply Lines, which is a double prequel episode. That is a prequel to both Ambush and the Ryloth arc from season 1, which is nice. It's nice that they're trying to tie those two episodes together, even a little way. But and then this episode intro, again, it's implies that Cham doesn't have a green daughter, because in the introduction we see Cham and he's got a little kid who's the same color as him, and his wife is blue, and yet Hera's green for some reason. Where did that come from? Why not just use one of the people that actually looks more like Cham, or one of the kids who was lying around his base, or that kid there? Like, Hera just didn't exist during the Clone Wars, which So, but like there were kids around Cham, so why not just use one of them? I don't get it, and it just bugs the hell out of me that they just retroactively gave Cham a green daughter when there were kids that they could have used as his, that, but just none of them were green. Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird, and it bugs me. Yeah, and we also get introduced to General I'm a Gundai, I believe is his name, because subtlety is not the very strong suit at times. Yep, I'm a Gundai or General Die, which yep, that didn't go well. He died because well, it's kind of in his name. And then or when Organa just pushes his way past the Targaryen guards to go talk to the king, and they're apparently just fine with that, which is strange. Feels like he could have like gotten diplomatic clearance or something to go through there instead of just pushing past them. But oh well. Then eventually General dies like a badass, having cut down 100 Baldroids after his after making way for Cham and his team to escape over the mountains, leaving no clones alive as the entire Republic force gets wiped out there, having fought their desperate defense. But he sacrificed himself to save the Cham's freedom fighters, even if Cham will never mention them again, which is sad because, yeah, it's retconning backstory to characters when you need to think about what the characters would have thought. And like, sure, you could say that Cham's just talk about after General Die in this first shipment arrival, or empty Republic never sends more help. But like, the Republic did send help, and then they sent a massive invasion. Like the war at sort of Ryloth is less than a year old at that point, so like how long were you really left abandoned in the grand scheme of things? And when it's a galactic war, you kind of need to make priorities, and they did try and prioritize you. They had an entire clone battalion there, including a general, and they diverted extra funds to and with blockade runners to try and get you your protection. So like, Jam, they didn't really abandon you at all. But oh well. Then we have episode 4, Sphere of Influence, which features Chairman Papanoida, who is modeled after George because in episode 3, George Lucas says, because in episode 3 George Lucas played him. They just stood outside the theater that Anakin walked into to get his chat about Darth Plagueis the Wise from Palpatine. He was just standing there. He didn't do much, but he was there. And now he gets to be an actual character in this arc. Yeah, and although obviously he's not voiced by George in this episode. I don't remember who voiced him, but it's not George. Then we see that Padme is obviously very much against this whole blockade because, well, it reminds her too much about her when the Trade Federation blockaded her planet, although this one had a much more peaceful solution than that blockade ever did. But but she said a very funny line, something along the lines of, should you really proceed without the council's approval to Anakin, her husband, who does about half of what he does without the council's approval? Yeah, I feel like she should know that. He doesn't particularly care about the council's approval when he does stuff. She also says, I still can't believe that you teach. When, Padme dear, they forced him to teach. He didn't want to originally, which I just found funny. Then they figure Ahsoka and Senator Chuchi uh, find one of the daughters on the Trade Federation blockade, and Chairman Papanoida and his son find the other daughter under control of Greedo on Tatooine. After Papanoida made a heartfelt speech to Jabba about taking care of your child, appealing to Jabba's care for his son Rota. I'm not sure where is Miss Jabba, because putts do reproduce sexually, so I don't know. Bit strange.
But there's apparently Miss Java somewhere, but we don't find out about her. Yeah. Anyways, Greedo. He's here. He doesn't really do much like in the original trilogy, because he's hardly a character. So yeah, he's here. He does stuff. He's gets beaten up by the chairman and then escape and then runs away once he realizes it's a lost fight. But he's here. And the Trade Federation are of course very slimy, as they once again trying to slime their way out of taking any actual credit for the bad parts within them and denying all knowledge of anything wrong, despite the fact they all know what's going on. Yeah, good job, Trade Federation. Well, I guess it's actually a good job because you managed to get away with it for most of the war. Just going, yeah, it's all just Gunray and Gunray Associates. Completely don't worry about us. We're not working with Dooku. We're just a neutral party who's trying to do what we can to make money. Yeah, sure you are, Trade Federation. Sure you are. So episode also has a return Shuchi from season one. She's good. She's a good character still. She does her stuff. She's again fighting for what's right and does and adamantly against the separatists and for the Republic, much like she later becomes what later shows with her proper characterization in the Bad Batch season two. So she was a good character to choose from that. Then we get into the Mandalore corruption arcs, episode 5 and 6, which is definitely the weakest of the Mandalorian arcs, but I still like it. But yeah, it does. It also has a very simplified view on how to handle corruption and what corruption is, and like how to get through it. Because like they pretty much just arrest Almec and then like the five people around him. And yeah, we're done with all the corruption here. No more corruption to be found on Mandalore, and it's never addressed again. Although I guess in fairness, the next time we actually visit Mandalore, Maul is launching his full coup with the help of the Death Watch, so not much time to actually delve into that. But still, it's a bit of an overly simplified view on corruption, especially given how they showed that corruption goes to like the core of is is inherent through every stage of the um Mandalorian government with in the first episode. As first we as it goes the doc guy is corrupt. He's just accepting bribes. Then the middleman is corrupt as well. He's again accepting. He's just there to dealing with whatever comes his way. And then the school director is corrupt as he's accepting bribes to keep the to use the tea. Then then the second episode shows that Almec is corrupt and trying to use the black market to the advantage of Mandalore. But then I guess they probably take down. Sure, most people get arrested, but they weren't the only ones out there. There would have been others. It's just, but all's fine and dandy on Mandalore. No corruption left here. Felt right. Yeah, I don't know. Just strange how simplified the solution to the corruption is. Also, the uh, Satine said to the school director, "Your school has received sufficient government funding." Yes, as I'm sure every government has always said, and every school has always disagreed with. Yeah, I've been through enough teacher strikes in my time to just be schools don't receive proper funding, or at least the schools never think they receive proper funding, even if no matter what the government says, the government always thinks they do, and the schools always think they don't. Where the actual answer is, it's probably somewhere in the middle between what the two want, but that's just how life always is when you got two sides to an argument. Yeah, Satine and Padme, not, I should say Palpatine there, but no, Satine and Padme work quite well with each other. They're quite similar, but also just distinct. Satine is much more pacifist to her core, where Padme will fight to defend what she believes in. Satine mostly wants to just stay out of it and not fight. It's a nice little dichotomy between the two characters, but they still both ultimately want peace and an end to war and suffering. And it's quite a nice dichotomy, like I said. Then Satine orders the warehouse burnt down at the end of the first episode, which is just um strange. Like, why did she order the warehouse burnt down? Like, they didn't. Don't you want to investigate the warehouse? Sure, you capture the people there. It almost feels like they wanted her to be a bit corrupt at some part of the arc, but then they decided against it because they wanted her to be a more solid love interest for or not really love interest, but a kind of love interest for Kenobi, and not taint her with the corruption angle as she would as they wanted to keep her around for later episodes, such as the one where Maul kills her in front of Obi-Wan. Yeah. Yeah. And the hologram IDing thing from just a single an image, just yeah, take this black thing and make it put an entire face on it. It's just such bullshit. I love it. It's just so silly. It's like zoom and enhance. Yeah, that's not how things work, really. You got your footage at a certain quality. Can't zoom and enhance it. That's not how things work, really. Much like this. Yeah, and we see it. Corky forced Amex's coup of the government by telling him that Satine knew to look in that Satine was looking into who was behind it. So she needed to deal with. So she was trying to deal with presumably trying to deal with Almec, and then he tried to arrest the Corky and the gang. Yeah, and then it all ended with Ahsoka telling Anakin that nothing would have happened, that she did nothing that Anakin wouldn't have done. Which, Anakin does a lot of risky stuff. That's not exactly encouraging to say. Then we have episode 7, Assassin, which starts with Ahsoka getting briefed, presumably from the Mandalore mission that she was just on, given how most of about half of the intro what scene was about that, and then they specifically wanted her debrief, not Anakin's, which would make sense. Only make sense that they were on separate missions, such as they were. Then Ahsoka gets her first vision, which is just completely divorced from reality, whereas all of the other visions are based on what Aura Singh is doing or planning to do. But the first one had Aura Singh on a forest and was talking directly to Ahsoka about admittedly she was talking to Ahsoka in most of them, but like she was actually there. She I think grabbed Ahsoka. I wonder if they had plans to change around what was going on because they never go anywhere near a forest in the final arc. Like you just have sitting in a building next to a forest is near a forest, which I don't. And oh, then we see that Ahsoka, much like Anakin, is very much obsessed with stopping her visions of Padme. What about Anakin's death? Of Padme's death. Padme's death. Although, unlike Anakin, Ahsoka's stopping is, well, much more effective than Anakin was at stopping Padme's death. And she also didn't have to destroy the entire Jedi Order to stop it. She just, um, she didn't really destroy anything. She just got Orson captured and pissed off Zero a bit. But, he's Zero. Who cares about Zero? Yep, Hondo fetched Ore out of Slave One, which is sadly the only time Hondo's mentioned in this entire season, I believe. Just sad. I love Hondo. Yeah, that's all I've got to say. I just wanted to mention Hondo. Then we see Zero is in prison still, which means this takes place before the season one arc. Yeah, season one arc or episode where Zero gets broken out. And we also get our first look at the interior of the Republic prisons. But speaking of Zero being in prison, the next couple episodes, 8 and 9, are the Zero arc, which is another sandwich arc, much like the first arc of the season. Although this arc is much more directly a sandwich, whereas the first arc had padding between the bread and the meat of the original episode, padding of other episodes, whereas this one goes straight episode 8 of this season, episode 22 of season 1, episode 9 of season 3, directly one after the other in narrative order, as they certainly do. Yeah. C3PO says something about never getting swindled. Yeah, good job, C3PO. You definitely didn't get upselled 8 times the original value you were being charged for. Not getting swindled at all. Then R2, then they cut off, then they go off. R2 goes and gets pampered, while C3PO gets tortured. And they do several cutbacks and forth between the two of them, at, which is quite a neat touch. I liked it. Then R2 gets captured as well by Bane and gang. And for the first and last time in, I believe, the entirety of Star Wars, R2 has his memory erased. It might only be for like 2 days worth, but he gets his memory erased. Yep, you can't say his memory was never erased. There's one episode of season 3 where his memory gets erased of like the 2 hours at most that he was captured by Bane. Then, speaking of Bane, he got his new Toto, which really makes me feel that this episode was originally supposed to take place before the episode in before the season um 1 episode, which don't know why they didn't do that. Or not season 1 episode, season 2 episode. I'm thinking, did they give Anakin um his clothing redesign for episode 8? I think no, I think they still have their original designs for this episode. It's like that's the only logical reason I can think of behind this episode needed to take place after the season 2 Holocron Heist episodes, where Toto gets destroyed. It's just a very messy timeline around when these two events happen, and it would just felt so much better if they were flipped, pretty much. Yeah. And then in these episodes, we meet the Hut Council, who, well, they're a very cool idea. There's a massive criminal world of the Huts who've done a ton of horrible deeds, and then all of their deeds got collated onto a single data pad, which eventually ends up in Jabba's hands. And it's the reason why Zero was so valuable to the Huts. Not because they actually care about Zero, but because he has the information that can just doom them all. Yeah. The episode also introduces us to Quinlan Voss, who goes horribly underutilized, never appearing again, at least not as a proper speaking line, in the entirety of the Clone Wars. Although there was, of course, the planned 8-part arc, which for him and Ventress, which got turned into a book, which I would have liked to have seen that. But yeah, this is all we see of Voss, and I quite like him. He's fun. He's powerful. He's his special ability to sense what's going on, telepathy or something. I think it's called. And yeah, he's a powerful Jedi. He does good. And we also meet Mama the Hutt in this episode, who has basically nothing of note about her. And I wouldn't be surprised if you completely forgot she existed, because she appears in one episode in 2 scenes and does basically nothing but tell people to go to death. And yet that's apparently enough for her to be put into Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga as the only Clone Wars exclusive character, and one of the 2 characters introduced in the Clone Wars, the other being KT R2KT, who later appeared in Force Awakens and was made in as a I think R2KT was made as a Make a Wish project. She appeared in the movie. I think she also appeared in a couple episodes just as a background droid. Anyways, her and Mama the Hutt, the 2 characters from Star Wars to make from Clone Wars to make it into the base game of Lego Star Wars Saga. I'm not annoyed, especially that they showed up Mama the Hut in one of the early trailers, which got me hyped thinking, they're put Mama the Hut in. Surely they put other popular, actual popular characters from the Clone Wars like Ahsoka, Bane, Hondo. Hondo's still not even in it. Yeah, I'm annoyed that they put Mama that thing. But yeah, anyways, that's neither here nor there, really. Then they go to Teth, which is actually, I think, the planet that um Mama the Hut was on. Not Mama the Hut. The movie took place on where they rescued Rotha, and we see Papa the Hut. Well, I don't know if he's called the Hut, but Papa, who's so much smaller than Mama was. He looked about normal Hut sized, whereas Mama was massive enough that everyone had to look straight up at her, and she filled an entire room. And then we see Bane with his Magna Guard starfighter, which I guess could mean that it takes place before the Holocron heist episodes, but because that's the same starfighter that he used for those episodes, but for the third part of that arc, but or was it second part? It was the second part of that arc. But then like it's also a different um but also then like what's the that he demanded from Palpatine supposed to have been? Just a bit strange, really. But there more timeline messiness around Bane and what order everything takes place in. But also in this episode, we see Bane show off his true scale by taking on and individually incapacitating both Kenobi and Voss. And if it wasn't both of them, he would have managed to kill off both Jedi. But he would have been able to kill off either one of the Jedi on their own. But just because there were two of them, he got double teamed and taken out. Well, not taken out even. He managed to escape. So yeah, Bane's badass. Never discount Bane. Which then brings us to the heroes on both sides arc, which the first episode's quite good and interesting. We see the Separatist Senate, we get some cool action with the cleaner bomb droids, and then the second episode just rather stepped down, as it's just entirely about the politics within the Republic. But I mean, it's still a good arc, I feel. And we get to see Ahsoka's redesign here for the first time. I wonder if it's because they wanted to have her have a minor love interest with Lux Bonteri and didn't want her to look so childish with the tube top, and wanted her to have a more interesting design, a more adult design for this episode. I don't know. It's a bit weird that they did redesigns for the Jedi halfway through the season, especially given how Jedi didn't even really appear all that much in the first half, and when they did, it was about half the episode about half the episodes that Jared appeared in were prequel episodes. So yeah, I don't know. Actually, not really. I don't know. I feel like they could have just done the redesign for the start of the season and then just rather than doing it halfway through episode 10 of 22. Hmm. Well, anyways, that's when they chose to do it, and I yeah, it works. Ahsoka's new design is much better than the old one, even if it does have a bit of a boob window for some random reason. If you just covered it up, it would be much better, make more sense as an actual outfit someone would wear. But yeah. Anyways, then this arc around the first episode, it shows that the separatists have a bit of a point. The war isn't all black and white, that the Republic isn't just the pure good side. The separatists, while the higher ups in Grievous Dooku and the Newt Gunray and the other top dogs in the Fifth Generation are evil, even the senators who turned on the Republic, like Mina Monteri, they are not truly evil. Like Mina Monteri believes in the ideals of separatist alliance, which are that the republic is corrupt, which it is, and that it needs to, and it's basically just getting too stuck up and slow and grindy, and not helping the outer worlds, outer worlds as much as the inner worlds, and that's all rolls into why the separatists were created in the first place because they aren't just a military force, they are a solid chunk of the systems of the Republic. And more systems leave to join the Separatists all the time because of just of their own free will. Because Separatists have a point, and this episode actually goes about showing that. And then there's the voice, the Separatist Council having everyone just go say aye or nay at the same time is quite strange. Like, how are you supposed to count how many people said what when there's like 50 people all saying the same word? Like, how are you going to get an exact number from that? Like, sure, if it's blindingly obvious, like just 5 people versus 100, you're going to be able to tell the difference. But if it's just like 50 versus 49, then it's going to be pretty close and you won't be able to tell reasonably by just everyone saying what they think at once. Yeah. And then Dooku bombed his own people because he did not want Mina Monteri to succeed in her war or to succeed in her peace talks on trying to get the Republic to have peace. And by killing the sponsor of the peace bill, that put the separatists on hold. That put the separatist council to to call into question whether or not the Republic would be honest in accepting it. So Dooku just bombs his own senator because she was in his way, and Dooku is evil. The separatists might have a point, but higher ups are indeed just Sith Lords, or well, Dooku at least is trying to play a double side. Not that John Ray and other higher ups often aren't trying to do a double sided war, but they're being forced into one anyways. Yeah. This episode also had a very funny thing to me, which probably wasn't really meant to be that funny, but Padme, her hair thing that she was putting it in for this episode, and she's used for quite a few others, had just like the look of her hair pre-placed in it. It's like she just bundles her hair up all within the um doodad thing, and then just that well looks like the hair is just fake. I guess it's much easier to put on than a proper I don't know what to call that kind of thing, but a hair net. That's probably not the right word. Hair mesh. I don't know. Hair holder. But yeah, I just found that funny. Yeah. And this is the first time we have an episode actually dedicated to working on a bill and having and a political situation. Where it worked. I quite like the political sides of of the Clone Wars and Star Wars. It shows that the galaxy has its wheels turning and what needs to be done to get everything into what being, and how Padme and her small team are working on holding back the reins of power that the Chancellor has before he eventually takes complete control over the Republic in episode 3. That's been very specific, not episode 3 of any particular season. It's a bit confusing what to call episodes, not movies, but oh well. Um, yes. What else? Yes, and um, Tekla Mina, who she's introduced in this episode. She appears in the background of I think a few episodes before this and a couple episodes after this, and I believe she's the aide who eventually dies in the Clovis arc, trying to what she was trying to do about in there, but she was getting some sort of evidence of the banking clan's misdeeds. And she makes Padme realize what are they fighting for if not the people who are at home, the people who need to be the people who are there and people who are at home, the people who they supposedly represent. And then Palpatine had a great line at the end, one of his best in the Clone Wars. Isn't it remarkable that one can have all the power in the galaxy, and yet the words of a single senator can sway the thoughts of millions? Then we reach the 9 episodes that I think are the strongest, the longest set of great episodes in the entire show. While all the show is all around great, and there's no episode I would call bad. There's usually a few that there's a few usually a few just good episodes sprinkled in throughout. Like if we hadn't had the say part of Heroes of Both Sides arc, about probably been stretched out to a 10 episode string. But yeah, it would have been stretched out to 10 episode string. But no, as it stands, it's just a 9 episode string, which is still quite impressive. Not many shows can pull off 9 consecutive great episodes. But then the first of these, which is the 9 episodes, are of course split up into 3 separate arcs. The first of which being episode 12 through 14, the Night Sisters arc, which starts off with Dooku under the order of Sidious having to betray Ventress to pretend so Dooku can pretend to be loyal, but because well he wasn't exactly trying to hide, he was trying to overthrow Dooku. He didn't even try and keep Ventress secret. She was out in the open. They blatantly someone who would betray him betray Sidious in the future. And then we see Ventress is still very powerful. She was able to hold back both Anakin and Obi-Wan at the same time before ships started blowing up and they forced her away and had to run away themselves. But then she goes down to Dathomir, which is a very cool and spooky ass planet where we're full of the witches, and it's one of the better planets in the show. It's one of the better just planets that just create a spooky atmosphere and being strange and bizarre, and just slightly out of place, like all things the Night Sisters do are, especially in the later seasons. This season, the Night Sisters are much more straightforward and to the point than they are. Well, I mean, they aren't really straightforward to the point, but their magic's much more normal and something to be understood than they are in the later episodes. Like this episode's basically all they do is make Ventress invisible, and then which is impressive in its own right. There's nothing else we've seen be able to do anything like that, and then make Savage just bigger and more powerful, which are both relatively tame when it comes to magic in a lot of settings. But anyways, Dathomir is a great spooky planet, and the Motherthausen and the whole witch coven they're great. I love them. Then, but first off, we get to see Ventress's pilot outfit, which is I think her best outfit, at least for me personally. That she's sad because her season 1 outfit, which she also wore in the Camino arc, while it looks a lot better in the Camino arc, it's still just a bit off. And then there's just her Night Sister outfit where she basically just got thigh high socks and then a very short skirt thing. It just doesn't quite work for me. It's just weird about that point. It's also a bit too tight around her neck and with the hood. It just doesn't quite feel like it would make sense as a real outfit. Whereas her pilot one does actually seem to actually work. Then we see Dooku, even with his dull senses, and against the invisible opponents of the Night Sisters and Mentors. Because you have Dooku is still able to just easily uh, body all 3 of them and just force them out without really breaking a sweat. And it's more the poison that they initially shot into him that actually caused him any sort of pain and trouble. Then the second episode has a quote I actually think is very relevant to the episode. Evil is not born, it is taught. Because, well, Savage was born good, but he loved his brothers, he loved his family, he loved his clan. But then the Night Sisters and Dooku taught evil into him. He beat it into him. And that's what these next couple episodes are really about. As Margaret Helson also has a bit of a strange echo whenever she talks, and it just adds to the ambiance that is her whole weird aesthetic. It's great. And they name drop Maul as they uh, talk about getting Dooku a new apprentice. And yes, he's approaching. Maul is approaching soon. Only one season to go until we reach Maul. And then we see that the Night Sisters really have such a massive iron grip on the Zabrak that they just immediately form up and let Ventress beat them up, kill them, and then just drive away with what one that's left. And then they must capture another one. We don't know that by force or because the Zabraks just let them. But regardless, the Zab they just take two of the Zabraks, kill at least two others, if not more, as well as just let Ventress beat them up. And they think that in the end, Ventress is just there to um, get get a boyfriend, basically, someone to reproduce with, a mate, as the leader calls him. But yes, yeah, it's just kind of terrifying how much the Zabraks, who are not an insignificant warrior force, just immediately keel over to Ventress and the Night Sisters. And then we meet Savage Opress, who, while he might have the most silly name, Evil McEvil Face, would be only slightly more serious. He's still he's still a great character. I feel he's a especially once he we see initially that he loves his brothers, as I said, and then they turn it, then they advocate some mind control on him and turn him against his brother, force him to kill the man who he'd not a day earlier had just put his life on the line to save. And now he just kills him without remorse. But yes, but then once he gets freed from the mind control in the battle against Dooku later, then once he joins up with Maul, who treats him somewhat as an equal, or at least not as a complete pleb to be pushed around with, we see that Savage is a much more. He still has those original tendencies that he has. He still doesn't he still, while he might be vicious and brutish, he still wants to be nice. He still wants to be loved, and he's quite a decent, interesting character. I feel, he, even though he barely appears and then dies, and his main purpose was his main reason to exist was to bring back Maul. They still didn't just half-ass it and just make him a nothing character. They gave him the characterization and made him actually have his own little character arc before he eventually died at the hands of Sidious in season 5. Season 5. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. So I'm thinking about when everything occurs. Yes. What's next? Oh yeah, and then Savage, while he's a brute, while we think of him as a brute, he very much is a brute. He's also very agile. Both when Ventress is claiming him, and then later as he's fighting the two Jedi on Dakar, was it? Whatever planet it was that the two Jedi were on that he beat up brutally. He's able to dodge and dive around it, not as much as um, Jedi are able to dive and dodge around him. He is, but more than you'd expect from someone who's so often seen as just a brute who just smashes his way through any problem he encounters. And including his own allies in that fight, as he just smacks them down and just does not care what happens with them. He's still just he still just beats them up and then carries on his way. He just smashed the droids, even though they weren't really in his way. They might have cost like half a second to go around. He also didn't really care about the blaster bolts because the Night Sister magic is quite powerful and makes them very resilient. Yes. Then, after he beats up the two Jedi, they get returned by Delta Squad from the Republic Commando games. They exist. They will never be mentioned again. Then Obi-Wan says, Darth Maul, alive? It can't be. I killed him myself. And well, this is not Darth Maul, Kenobi. He is still very much alive, as he will eventually be returned in the next season and make your life a living hell for a little while. Yes, Maul. Oh, Maul. I love Maul. He's such a good character when he finally returns. Yeah. We also see some Sith training and how it's just entirely brutal and based around beating up each other, beating up your apprentice and until they submit and learn through being through until learn because they don't get pain when they do what they need to, when they do what they're told. It's rather brutal and quite unlike the Jedi training is. Then we move on to the battle in the Todarian Senate, where which is a bit reminiscent of the battle between Yoda and Sidious in the actual Senate in episode Revenge of the Sith, when of but of course it ends with King Kajunko of the Todarians being killed by a force choke as he tries to flee. But then Anakin and Obi-Wan chase after Savage, having been dumped out of there, and they go up onto a ship where Ventress and Savage are trying to beat up Dooku and fail miserably, even especially once Savage gets turned, has his mind control broken a bit, and he needs to um not just and he's not just helping Ventress and Ventress and Dooku both jump down the hole and they're on their own. Dooku just schools Ventress because she's no match for him. Even yeah. But then we just see Savage be an absolute beast as he just smashes into Anakin and Obi-Wan and just knocks them both out of the room. And then goes up against a host of Baldroid and cuts them down, just uses a massive blast of the Force and knock down a bunch of Baldroids. And then he flees out of the Star Destroyer and runs away back to Dathomir, where we get a little glimpse of Darth Maul. We see his head. Maul approaches. But yes, for all that, I don't think Anakin and Obi-Wan knew how close they were to Dooku at all. Yes, they were very close to him, and if they both gone there while still fighting Ventress, they might actually be able to get him. And they probably would have much preferred that to dealing with to just trying to get Savage. But that's the end of the Nexus arc. Then there's what's probably the weirdest arc of the entire show, the Mortis arc, episode 15, 16, and 17. Which, yes, there's a lot to dissect in this arc. So much that I might actually end up making an entirely separate video on it at some point, where they're trying to dissect what they're trying to talk about and what it all means for the force as a whole. And yes, like the daughter says, I think it was daughter, might have been the son, says that, oh, not the son, the father, might have said, one of them said, I think it was the daughter when they first met her. She said that we are the ones who guard the power, which is a very strange description of them, given how they aren't guarding anything throughout the arc. Like, what are they guarding? Like, what do you mean by guard the power? It seems like they're meant to like guard means she means that they're trying that they guard the force, keep it in check in a way. It's very it's a strange way to describe them. Given how they aren't guards, they seem to almost the father's kind of a guard, but he's guarding the son and the daughter, keeping them both
in checking on Mortis. They can't go to the wider galaxy and cause havoc.
Then we also see that they're incredibly powerful, so they're able to just force lightsabers back into their help, and just block lightsabers at will.
Powers that no one else we've seen has ever been able to do at all. And then when Anakin first meets the father, and this is not the time that we've seen him at this place, but he's at a he's sitting at his little throne thing, and he's got a statue of the daughter on one side, a statue of the father on the father of the son on the other side. But they're both in their beast forms, with the son as a giant bat, and the daughters are hippogriff basically. It, yes. Then we meet Qui Gon Jinn's Force Ghost, who was actually voiced by Liam Neeson, and he describes Mortis as a conduit through which the entire force of the universe flows, both an amplifier and a magnet. And a very dangerous place for powerful force users to be, which is quite an interesting description of it, and explains why he's able to actually manifest here, because here when he's not normally. Yes, I know he manifests in the Kenobi show, but he's not supposed to be able to do that, as season six will explain, and is implied by him not manifesting at all in the movies. But yes, he's not able to properly manifest in the regular world, but he is here because Mortis is just so heavily entrenched in the Force. As Obi-Wan says later, this planet is the Force to some degree. So, and as Qui-Gon is able to maintain a bit of himself, which after his death, within the Force, he's able to maintain that bit of himself here. Or Mortis actually manifests it more solidly than he normally is. And then we see Anakin have a conversation with his mother. Well, it's not really his mother, but it's the son that's pretending to be his mother. And we see that the loss of his mother is the first time that he truly was haunted by the fear of loss, and what drove him to be the terrified, be man he is, terrified of losing anyone, to the extent that he will do almost anything to stop him being able to lose and those he loves, and being unable to let go of those he loved. And then there's also future Ahsoka, which is strange. Because what is she meant to be? She describes herself as a potential path if Ahsoka leaves Anakin. She's still wearing her season 3 redesign outfit, but just a bigger version of it, and she's got much bigger Leku. But then, and it's definitely implied that she's a Jedi, but it's very much not the person who she becomes in the Rebels and the Ahsoka show. But but she is still herself. But I mean, but she's a future version of herself, which is she meant to be a Force Ghost version, but she didn't look like a Force Ghost. Like Qui-Gon still looked like Force Ghost. He had the blue sheen to him, whereas future Ahsoka just looked like Ahsoka but old. It, I don't know what she's meant to be, because the other two visions that were well, not actually visions. We had Obi-Wan see Qui-Gon, who was actually Force Ghost Qui-Gon, and we had Anakin see Shmi, who was actually the son. But then Ahsoka saw herself, but all in an alternate reality, which it's weird. I don't know quite what they were trying to have her be. um yes. The father then says that he had to take his children away from the temporal world, which means that Mortis is a world out of time. And it's not a which just adds to the weirdness of Mortis altogether. But then again, they were going for a blip in reality, but
days on Mortis, and it seems to be that it's almost inverted in for of a son and a daughter and a father because they were still there. They were there for so long, and they're meant to be just completely ancient because they were there for a couple of days, just a few seconds, whereas the son and the daughter have been there for 2,000. Son, father, and daughter have been there for presumably about 2,000 years. So that same time conversions there, they've been alive for millennia, for billions of years, probably. They'd be effectively immortal at that point, which just adds to the weirdness that is Mortis. And Anakin says at some point that he would never join the dark side willingly. Which, yeah, Anakin, sure. Are you sure about that? What if someone said it would help you not lose your wife? Then I think you would join them in an instant. Because that's exactly what happens. He will do what he must to save those he loves, even if that means doing what he does not think is necessarily right. He's shown it before, and he will show it in the future. And I don't see Anakin actually believing that line as he said it. He might think he believes it, but I don't think deep down, I think he knows that it's false. He knows that if push comes to shove, he will choose his loved ones over the light side every single time. And then the sun. Well, the sun. Then we go to the third episode where the sun starts off. The sun kidnapping Ahsoka, and he says to her, well, he's still disguised as the little weird little dude thing. He says to her, the chains are the easy part. It's what goes on in here that's hard." Which it's a line that makes sense given the context, but it's going to become relevant. But just remember I brought that up, okay? Because I'm going to come back to it for a random little point that'll make absolutely no sense to anyone, including me, in about a season's time. Then we have the sun using his red lightning, which is very cool. It just shows that they're much more distinct, weird, and ancient, and have different ways of the force than the Sith that we know today. And then the daughter says to Obi-Wan when he tried to ask her to kill her brother that um, she cannot interfere with the ways of the Force. Her father forbids it, which, yeah, that because that's what balance in the Force is, and she's supposed to represent light or the balance of the Force. She tries to represent balance and the way the Force is supposed to be. She does not interfere with the ways of the Force, whereas the Sun does. The Sun breaks the Force. The Sun represents the dark side. He's the one who interferes with the way of the Force. He is selfish and does what he wants for himself. Then Obi-Wan but eventually convinces her to get the to go to help him, and they go and get a fancy little sword thing, which they then take to try and kill the sun with. But then eventually, but then we have Anakin encounter Ahsoka, evil Ahsoka, and she just acts completely opposite to how Ahsoka is in every single way. Where Ahsoka's more calm and thinks things through a bit. Evil Ahsoka's loud and brash and in your face. Unlike Ahsoka's agile and flippy fighting style, evil Ahsoka is more brute force and punching and getting away to try and beat up her opponents. It's she's just a complete switch of who Ahsoka is when the sun turned her evil. She's much more like the sun is, and she doesn't. She's just completely different to who she was because, well, she got corrupted by the sun. She got almost changed into an extension of the sun. who of course didn't care about her at all and would in the end just kill her with a tap on the head because she had accomplished everything he needed her to do by getting him the sword, which he of course then used to try and kill the daughter, but not before he had said to her, I believe this was even before their fight had begun, that he that about his father, that the father was being so selfish and taking too long to die. The son just decided to speed up the process because the son, he's so cold and calculating and pure, almost pure evil, but he's not pure evil. He's such a great villain. We see that he clearly cares about the daughter and he loves her and even loves the father, even though he's trying to kill the father and doesn't want the father to die. And he feels so betrayed when the father kills himself to try and weaken the son because the son loved the father like he loved the daughter. He's just unable to admit it because it is his nature to be selfish, which is why he's drawn to the dark side of the force. But then there's the final episode, which for some reason I barely wrote anything down on, even though that is one of the more interesting episodes, as we see Anakin um falls to falls to the dark side by basically showing him what he does without showing him why he does it. Because Anakin would be abhorred by the slaughter and the murder that he committed, when but of course he would still commit it, and because of the he's the exact same character who hates what he did, but is the exact same person who would do those very things if you just knew the reason why he did them at this point. Anakin doesn't have a massive change of who he is by the time of Revenge of the Sith. He is still Anakin, and he's still driven by the same things that cause him to eventually fall to the dark side. Back now, before he's fallen to the dark side, and is abhorred by that, and then he falls to the dark side because, well, it's Anakin's destiny to turn evil, apparently. Yes, and in the end, Anakin is told by the father that he needs to beware his heart, and no truer word has ever been spoken about Anakin Skywalker. For his heart is what event, for his heart is what really broke him and caused him to turn against the Jedi and turn and side with Sidious in the war. That is the three-part Mortis arc, and then we enter the episode 18 through 20, the Citadel, which the Citadel itself is a very cool prison. It's designed to hold Jedi. It was created by the Jedi, though, because it's designed to capture Jedi who have lost their way. Basically, any Jedi who have got turned to the dark side, or this prison is designed to hold them and keep them locked up. And it's on one of the coolest planets in Star Wars. Its top half is purple, and then the bottom half is yellow because it's been broken, and because the surface of the world has been broken by some unknown super weapon, probably. Maybe it was a massive cataclysm of the Force. We never find out. And that just what builds to the mystique that is the Citadel in this world. And then all the specialty droids, the tactical droid and um, Commander Sobek's special forces units, they're all also in the exact same purple and yellow color of the planet because they come from their forest planet. It's just a nice touch tying them into this planet. And then they get into it by carbon freezing, a tactic that Vader will use in the future with Han and tried to use with Luke, complete with the Ugnaughts who set it up. Well, probably not the same Ugnaughts, but Ugnaughts set up this carbon freezing as they do the later one. And speaking of Commander Sobek, he's such a brilliantly designed villain. His the way his face looks, it's just such a cool design. The way his mouth it climbs up way too high. but the top part barely moves at all, and it just a small bit at the bottom. Such a cool design. And he's such a evil man. He's a great villain. The Clone Wars has some great one-off, or I can't think arcs like this is one-off villains, and he he's great. He's one of the great villains of the Clone Wars. Then Anakin, then they go to as they're making their way through the prison, they get detected, and Anakin's metal arm gets sucked up to the by the magnets to the ceilings because with all the weapons because well it's a metal arm, why wouldn't it get sucked up? Although I guess you could also say the droids don't get sucked up, although maybe they're made from a special non-magnetic metal specifically for this, especially given how the droids there are Sobek special forces, so it makes sense if they were the ones they were specifically designed to be non-metallic, not non-metallic, you can't be non-metallic metal, but non-magnetic metal, so that they wouldn't be sucked up to the surface as he uses this part of the prison, as he uses the prison's defenses to attack the Jedi. Then, of course, we meet Captain Tarkin, who's well, he's the future Grand Moff Tarkin. He's still the same man he will become. He just doesn't quite have all the power yet. And as he says later in the episode, he is quite in with Chancellor Palpatine because he's he's which of course he means that he's then put up against the which means which as we know he's later become super important as Palpatine helped promote him through the ranks. He's even the prosecutor at Ahsoka's trial, which was possibly a mistake given how it pitted him against Anakin, but mistake of Palpatine's part because pitted him against Anakin, but it worked out in the end, so can't really blame Palpatine on that. But yes, Tarkin, he's told, calculating, and he's evil. Well, he's not exactly evil. He believes in ideals, and it sets up who he becomes in the for the Empire. He's cold and calculating, believes that the Jedi don't go far enough in their ability to win the war. Yes, Tarkin's got a great introduction in this arc. Yes. But once they freed Tarkin, one of the Special Forces droids tells Sobek the E word. He says that some of the prisoners had escaped. And you don't tell Sobek that. You do not mention that word around Sobek. Or if you do, you get shot. It's also quite nice how Anakin and Tarkin didn't immediately hit it off and become best of friends, which they could have easily done. But no, it's over the course of this arc that Tarkin gains respect for Anakin as he realizes Anakin is not just like every other Jedi. He's different. He actually thinks more independently. He doesn't agree with the way the council works, much like Tarkin doesn't agree with the way the council works. And so they bond over that, and that's where they start getting their connection. And it's not just that these two characters are supposed to be friends in the future, so they're friends. And immediately, yay, everyone's all happy and nice about eventually being together. No, they actually have to earn their friendship. And then episode two's quote is, anything that can go wrong will, which is a famous line, and it very accurately describes this episode as pretty much every single thing the Jedi plan goes haywire. And even a few of the things that the Separatist plan go wrong as well. The episode starts roughly with a clone getting bisected in half before being yeah, the clone getting bisected in half, and then then R2 gets captured, the Anakin's team gets run over, then Kenobi's team gets captured. Well, I think Kenobi's team got captured first. And then they all go up to the shuttle, and then everything goes to shit up there. As Echo, oh poor Echo, he dies, and his name echoes off into the distance. and it will echo for a few more seasons at least, and then he'll just come back in season 7, having somehow survived. Although fairness, his death isn't wasn't that wasn't that certain, as he just a ship blew up behind him, and then the Republic had no way to actually verify his survival. Yes, and Plo says at some point in the episode that if their plan goes awry, then they will have to send an entire fleet to get them out of there. Nice little bit of foreshadowing there, Mister Coon or Master Coon. And then, uh, um, then as Tarkin is questioning if Ahsoka should be left leading the team, leading their little gang, Rex says to him, "I have served with her many times, and I trust her," which is a nice little bit of a callback to the first episode, to the movie rather, when Rex tells Ahsoka that experience outranks everything. It shows that Ahsoka's experience is growing, and now she's gained the trust and respect of Rex, and because Rex cares about your experience and what you know, what you can do over just what your technical rank is. Rex doesn't say she's a Jedi commander. She's good. No, he specifically called out that their experience together. Yes. And then we move on to episode 3 of the arc as all the clones are fleeing away down outside to get to the landing zone where they'll be picked up by Plo Koon and the Jedi fleet that's coming to get them, with four full blown Venator class warships being sent to pick them up. And even that's not enough to properly break the blockade around the Citadel's planet. As even though that's one of the larger fleets that we see launching an assault. But no, it's not enough to break the Citadel's defenses properly. They just send a single gunship and 3 fighters down through it. Everything else is just a further distraction. But then they get down there, and as the droids are as they're escaping, they sacrifice their free battle droid friends that they reprogrammed. And the last one goes, "All for one and one for ah!" Not meant to finish that famous quote. It's nice. I'm surprised I actually felt sad about the death of 3 little battle droids. But yeah, their death is actually effectively done for what's just 3 random battle droids that don't even really have personalities. Then Peel gets killed by the hounds. Rest in peace, Peel. You were a good Jedi, even if you did fail to survive your introductory arc. But he did manage to pass on his information to Ahsoka so that he could get the Nexus route out, information on the Nexus route out. Even though, and even as Commander Sobek was trying to trying to kill Tarkin, so that because he couldn't have it, so might as well stop the Republic getting it. But he got stabbed in the back, and then the Nexus route never gets brought up again. Though I guess you could say it's how the Separatists actually launched their assault in season 3 in Revenge of the Sith at the very beginning. They used the Nexus route to get to Coruscant. I don't actually know if that's canon or anything, but it makes some sense to me because it goes to the core world. It's a fast hyperlane that goes to the core worlds of the Republic and the Separatists. And while, sure, technically the Republic are the ones who have it, it was also given to Palpatine directly, of course, because that is what Tarkin wanted. And I'm sure that what happened in the end was Ahsoka and Tarkin gave it to both Palpatine and Yoda at the same time. So Palpatine had it, so he could pass it on to his Separatist friends to launch that big assault to end the war. But anyways, then as Anakin and Kenobi asked Plo Koon if he assigned her to the mission, he says simply, "It appears I did." because, well, she's there, and it was after his conversation with her that she went, so it does appear that she was assigned by him. And then Anakin and Tarkin shake hands as the Imperial March plays. And then we move into the finale, which is definitely a step down from the last three arcs, sadly. But it's not a terrible little arc. Though apparently Valerie is told Chewbacca returns, despite the fact he doesn't even appear in the first episode, and he's not a relevant character. He's not even in the second episode for the first 5 minutes, and he's a bit barely a secondary character. And this is also his narrative first appearance of him. I mean, in the story. So calling Chewbacca returns is very strange as a name for the arc. I've called it Lost Ahsoka or Padawan Lost would work as well. Or you could even call it there's like I'm not Zygerrian Trandoshan Hunt. Like all those names would have fit the arc a lot better than Chewbacca Returns. But yeah, this episode also starts off. The episode, of course, starts off on Felucia, which, if you might remember from season two, is where those little dudes that Hondo was trying to exploit and steal the crops from. And well, a couple of them actually appeared at the start of this episode. Nice little bit of continuity, remembering what planet they were on, and the Republic was using them as a little bit of scouts. They didn't do anything really, but they were there. Then Ahsoka got kidnapped by the bounty hunters, not bounty hunters, by the Trandoshans, sport hunters really. And then she gets dumped onto the island where she makes friends with some younglings, and the leader of which uses the dark side of the Force to force choke one of the Trandoshans. Yeah, I've been calling them Trandoshans the entire time, right? I hope so, because that's what they are. At least I think it's what they are. I really hope it's what they are. Otherwise, I'm going a bit crazy. Yes, and when you're sport hunting, you should probably make sure you actually are more intelligent and stronger than whatever you're hunting, or at least one of those, because otherwise, well, exactly what happens is going to happen, as they will overpower you and take you down. Well, I guess technically they didn't. The youngest in Chewbacca did get beaten down, get beaten back after killing way too many Trandoshans from their liking, I imagine. And then eventually killing off the leader as they kill off his son, by pushing him off a ledge. And well, the son died on a spike. The father died just by landing on the floor. Yes, and we also see that Anakin never rests in his search for Ahsoka, even though he couldn't really do anything about it because he never found anything that even linked her to the Trandoshan hunters. Yeah, and then yeah, and this episode also has the brief return of Suki at the very end. She's piloting the ship, and she's even got her little buddy who was in the big mech suit that got destroyed, though he didn't actually have a mech suit in this episode. Which is a nice little touch at one point of the episode where there's two little bird feeds are being attacked by a bigger beastie. They picked up the beastie and dropped him off the edge. Yes, it was a nice little bit of irony. Little beastie probably died, but oh well, who cares about him? Yes, overall the season was, well, it had its ups and it had its downs. It had the initial arc with the Domino Squad arc was very strong. But I quite like that the supply lines was solid as well. The Mandalore corruption arc is definitely the weakest Mandalore arc, and not uh, but still decent. And then there's the next few episodes aren't very good. Then the Heroes on Both Sides episode is quite solid, and then we enter the 9 episodes of greatness, which are all well great. Not they aren't the best episodes of the show, but they are the longest stretch of great episodes. And then it then has a poor conclusion with the Lost Ahsoka arc. Season 2 and 3 really did have rather lackluster conclusions in my mind. Season 1 had two great conclusions, both the Ryloth arc and then the one-off Bane introduction. of Senate Crisis, I think it's called, or Senate Crisis, something like that. Then season four four has another solid ending with the return of Maul, which is one of the best season conclusions out there. Then season five had the whole temple bombing Mandalore arc, which was another amazing arc. Season five actually only really has five arcs across the entire season. I forgot there was basically no one-offs because well, there's technically six arcs I've got written down here. The episode one is really just the first part of the Mandalore arc, and then season six has the strong, weird, strong diving into the Force Yoda arc to conclude it, and then well, season seven concludes with the Siege of Mandalore, one of the best arcs of the show. So yeah, once we finish, the rest of the seasons all have solid arcs to get solid concluding arcs. But yes, that season two and three just had rather lackluster conclusions. Although season two's one's grown on me, whereas I feel like season three's one's kind of regressed, in my opinion, over time. The season also back halfway through introduced us to the new Jedi outfits. They removed most of their armor, although Kenobi still has clone armor. I don't know what they're called, but the bits that go around the top, the far top bit of your arms. Which I wonder why they chose to have him keep armor out there, whereas Anakin just completely lost all of his armor, and well, most of the other Jedi I don't think had redesigns yet. No, they actually do it all. It's just a bit, yeah, you know, it's interesting. And then Ahsoka obviously gets her new outfit, which is a big improvement over her original outfit, I feel. But I do kind of wish they just kind of covered over the boob window. Just, yeah, I don't know why people have an obsession with boob windows. They just don't work very well, in my opinion. They just look silly. They're like, I don't know. But, anyways, that was season three. Next up is season four, which has some really good arcs. Yes. Yeah, there are a few weaker arcs, but for the most part, season four is full of solid episodes. But anyways, that is for the future. Well, for you, it's of course right now, but for me, it's for the future. And now for season four, which is, in my opinion, one, possibly the best season of the show, at least of the original run. It's just banger after banger when it only really dips once. Though when it does dip, it dips hard. Yeah, the R2 3PO gallivanting around arc is one of the worst, if not the worst of the entire show, in my opinion. Yeah. But anyways, that's not where this season starts. Season 4 starts with the Water War, which is, of course, the war on Mon Cala beneath the surface of the water, between the Mon Calamari and the Quarren, where the Quarren are basically going, we don't have representation in the king, and yeah, that's entirely fair. They don't. It seems like they're the main role the Quarren play in the kingly politics of Moncala is that they are the ones who crown the king. So yeah, they clearly have other high-ranking political leaders, but there's only the one king. Feels almost like they should have like a dual monarchy or something where you've got a Quarren and a Moncala king, Moncala king. But they don't have that, and in the end, the Quarren just completely forget the reasons that they actually betrayed the Moncala. Because yes, of course it was all Tamsin's doing. Sure, Tamsin stirred the pot, but um those deep-seated beliefs
but he doesn't. You can't stir a pot if there's nothing in the pot to stir. Basically, yes. Anyways, this episode starts off in the big meet, the big underwater Senate room, as they're all discussing what to do about crowning the new king because Princely Cha, or as I said, is a Moncala, and the Quorum want a Quorum king. They're of course being pumped up by General Tamsin, the separatists, but they still want it. Like, yeah. And in this meeting, we also introduced to Captain Akbar, who will, of course, go on to become the famous rebel leader Admiral Akbar. But for now, he's just a lonely captain within the army of the Moncala. And yeah, he's nice. He's here. He does a lot more of this than he does in the original trilogy. Although he does seem to be excessively um, caring about the technical chain of command, as he refuses to do anything that the prince does not order, despite the fact the prince has basically no military experience and has no idea what the hell he's doing in organizing this war, whereas Captain Akbar presumably does. And we know that Anakin and Ahsoka and the clones all have their own levels of experience, and they definitely have more than the princely Char does. So Akbar's insistence on just listening to the king, even though Akbar himself knows more about what's right, it's just it's not wise. I think. But yeah, that's basically what Akbar's main character flaws in this. He's too insistent on following the chain of command, and this yeah, and then after they, as we're in the council meeting still, actually, I don't want to mention one last thing, we see that General Tamsin, who's of course a shark man thing, is constantly swimming and he's always moving. And even when he's just treading water, he's moving a lot more than all the others are. This sadly gets kind of dropped after the first episode, where he just starts sitting down on chairs without really moving. But I really liked how they at least tried it for the first episode, where he's just always moving more than anyone else is, because he's a shark and sharks die if they stop moving. Or at least that's a myth. I actually don't know if that's true, but yeah, yeah. Then, as after the meeting falls apart and the Quarren prepare to launch their attack, Princely Char says, "I do not believe the Quarren will attack." And of course, that is the natural ironic cue for the Quarren attack. Because you can't do anything without a nice ironic cue, can you now? This episode also it gives us a proper look at how aquadroids work underwater. They've got their feet turned into spinning propellers to have them move around there, and then they also have their bodies that are designed to. Um, I I'm miming it. You can't see what I'm miming, but I am miming it. But their bodies wave up and down to move around with the water better. They seem to be quite well designed for underwater fighting, which I feel is a bit of a contrast to the underwater clone armor, which just feels like they just slapped a bit of a breathing mask on the clone armor and David on the clone head and David up at that. And they also have flippers, but yeah, the underwater clones just feel so much less designed than the aquadroids do. Then we have this. We also see Rex in his new armor for a couple seconds, but then on one of the ships, but then he just leaves and doesn't actually participate in the assault. Then we had I forget what the commander's name. Did I write it down? Doesn't look like it. But we have a clone commander down there instead of Captain Rex. We feel like they could have just had Captain Rex replace him. So I'm pretty sure the captain even died, doesn't survive. So it's not like they wanted to have it be someone else so that Rex wouldn't die. I guess he would have been Kit Fisto's captain or commander. But then why was Rex there in the first place? I don't know. It's just quite strange. Rex just appears on the surface in his ship and then screws off and never seen again in the entire arc. Anyways, then the separatists, having been pushed back by the clone assault, deploy their hydroid medusas, which are kind of terrifying, but equally, I feel like they just would be completely neutered if the Moncala hid it in a more defensible position behind us in a small gap rather than sitting out in front of one, because their hydroid medusas are quite massive and aren't exactly well designed to sneak in, but I mean, they are an effective tool, and if you can keep your opponent boxed into small areas, that's also a very useful thing to be for a place for them to be. So they aren't bad tools. They just feel like they were made excessively effective because of poor tactics on the Mon part. Whereas they didn't know they were coming. Then, after the Moncala and Jedi all retreat, we enter the next episode, the Gungan, which we start off with seeing Boss Leone, though he's not named till the till a future episode, I believe. But Boss Leone instead of Boss Nass. I wonder what happened to Boss Nass because he was there and yeah, I don't know what happened to Boss Nass. It's just a bit strange that he vanished. But so I feel like half the reason why he vanished is so that they could have Jar Jar look just like the Gungan leader, which he obviously does not look at all like Boss Nass did. Yeah, it's just a bit strange that Boss Nash vanished without a trace. To be replaced with Boss Leone. Or I think someone called him not Missionary Leone. Um Minister Leone. But that might just be like he's one of the ministers, but he's the boss minister, so he's the boss Nass. Or Boss Leone. Yeah, I don't know. But then the guns after Boss Leone deliberates for a good couple seconds on what to do, they launch their big assault, and it goes well for a couple seconds before the separatists. You know those things are called. I was just thinking of them as being like big squids, but metallic squids with only four legs, which I guess it makes them not very squid-like. But you know, those big separatist ships that were on the invasion of Camino and stole Wrath of a Hutt in the movie. Yeah, so those ships come in and start twirling their turbines as the separate to tie up all the Jedi and the Moncala and capture almost all of them. And the Gungan assault was cut off dead in its tracks. Dave, you got Jar Jar here. He's going to be a bit useful in a moment. But other than that, yeah, the Gungan assault was kind of pointless. I guess it was fair to just give the Republic forces and imprisoned forces just overwhelming numbers for the final episode. And you need to, and then they all just came in piecemeal so that they could get individually captured, which I guess is effective. um, yes, then okay, and the big squid things created underwater hurricanes, which are quite a tool, quite a cool tactic of just spin it up round and then the water underneath will spin with it and drag all the people in there around. So your people outside of the range and just come in and take them once you finish it and they're all disoriented. I don't know how well that would actually work in reality, but it seems like something that's reasonable, which is all that really matters. And then the final episode had started with a quote: "Crowns are inherited, kingdoms are earned." Which, while kind of true about this episode, about he didn't really inherit he didn't just inherit his crown; he actually had to earn the crown. He was still a prince right up till the final episode. Is really not true about the real worlds. Lots of people have just been made a king or prince or king or duke or whatever happens to be purely because their father was the king. And yeah, then now you're in charge here. You have absolutely no qualifications. You are absolutely shit at your job, but you're still in charge of the kingdom, and no one's going to question it because your dad was the king, and he honestly might have been just as bad as you were. Yeah, it's a bit of a strange quote to put on the front of this. And then after the Tamsin managed to capture everyone at the end of the last episode. And then, sort of this episode, he starts interrogating them, trying to figure out where Ahsoka and Prince Char are. And meanwhile, he's being kind of just straight up rude and completely non-caring about the Quarren. Because he and Dooku both fail to realize that the Quarren are required for them to hold Mon Cala. You can't hold a planet without when all the people on it are rebelling against you. That's just not a recipe for success, especially when they massively outnumber you. Wait, so yeah, good job, Tamsin. You basically lost this planet. You had it. The Republic would not have been able to take it back, at least not immediately, if you hadn't pissed off the Quarren. Yep. And then, as Tamsin's interrogating the Jedi, he cracks Padme's helmet, which though good thing Gungan's spit is waterproof, which is a bit strange, but I guess it kind of makes sense. Like you do need to be able to waterproof things. Well, I guess they don't really need to waterproof things. They can breathe underwater. Their tech's almost all designed to work underwater, so yeah, they don't really ever need waterproofing. So, but hey, it's handy to have. And then, of course, um Quarren launch their get convinced by Princely Char to rebel against the Separatists, and everything goes swimmingly well. Puns and unintentional puns, but And then the Republic gets their victory, and the Quarren crown Princely Char as King Lichar of Mon Cala, which, yeah, again, feels like the core should still be wanting a bit more power within this, not republic, definitely not a republic, within this monarchy. Then, once that arc was done, we move into the lone episode of episode 4, Shadow Warrior. Shadow Warrior is more Gungans. So if you don't like Gungans, the first two arcs of this season aren't very good. Aren't much up to your speed, and you're probably not gonna like the next arc either if you're not a big fan of the Gungans. But yeah, it we and then this episode starts as we're going to see Minister Richelieu. I think it's Richelieu. That's what I wrote down. I'm sure go along with Richelieu, and we can see that he's moving his hand over his necklace as he's doing all of his magic. As the Boss Leone is speaking, and we later find out that his necklace is where all his magic comes from. So that was a nice little touch, so you can see a bit before, and then obviously once it's revealed that Boss Leone has his own necklace, you can start putting two and two together about Richelieu, even before it's fully revealed, although it doesn't take long because this is a one episode arc and they didn't have much time um to get into the mystery setup here, which they could have done, but I mean, it's not the greatest episode, but yeah. Honestly, I'd always just like more episodes of Clone Wars, so yeah. Then we see how easily manipulated the gun guns are, having just been all riled up for war by Boss Leone. He just shows up and goes, no attack cancelled. We're all fine here. And they're all like, yeah, that's fine. That's what Boss Leone wants. We're all good. We're nice and easily manipulated by whatever someone who looks vaguely like Boss Leone says. And then we have General Tarpas sacrifice himself to capture General Grievous. Because the Gungans are the only ones to be able to actually capture Grievous. Dooku was captured, Ventress. I'm not sure if Ventress was ever captured. I feel like she was, but not for long. She did break out. Dooku was, of course, captured by Hondo, not the Republic. And then, yes, then Palpatine, knowing that Padme would accept the bad trade deal of Anakin for Grievous, tells Dooku to tell the minister to come and free to come and to come over there so they can capture Anakin. Of course, once Minister Richelieu is there, Dooku has no further use of him and kills him because, well, yeah, the Separatists aren't very good at public relations, are they? Well, I guess if they're dead, they can't be saying bad things about you, at least. Um, yes, then Anakin puts up a good fight, but he's eventually just overwhelmed by Magna guards who have yellow electricity on their Magna guard staffs instead of normal purple. All the ones that follow around Dooku in this season do. Bit strange, but yeah. Then when Dooku proposes his trade deal to Padme, she's actually not entirely sure about it, which I'm surprised. She's got her head more in the war than I was expecting her to. But she is, of course, eventually convinced by Jar Jar and uh, Boss Leone and maybe some others. I don't think so because they're the only two natural name characters left among the Gungans to turn over Grievous for Anakin, which is a pretty bad deal given how Grievous is the main general of the Separatists and they don't really have proper replacement. Whereas while Anakin is, of course, very important to the Republic warfare, as he is one of the most famous generals. He's not the only one. There are other Jedi who are doing effective jobs, whereas Grievous is often said to be the one major thorn in the Republic side of this war. He's able to just fly around the galaxy, wherever he punches, the Republic loses. But and then the Gungans captured him, and Padme was convinced to give him up. So yeah, that was episode 4, and now on to episode 5 and 6. They'll um do a few little stories here, all focusing around R2, D2, and C3PO and the weird and wacky adventures they have. But of course, but the first thing of note that we really see in this episode is that we've got Wolf with Commander Wolf with only one eye, as he has lost it off screen sometime between this episode and I think the last time we saw him was episode 2 of the entire show, that is. So, it's been a while. So, yeah, you go out there, you lose an eye. Imply backstory for characters and wars actually going on. That, as much as I'm mocking it, is actually quite not good. Little quick storytelling to have secondary characters just have um, extra injuries to just denote that they've actually been doing stuff in the background. Much like how Anakin, who's not a secondary character, of course, got the scar across his eye between episode 2 and 3. George Lucas didn't know what that was supposed to be for. I think it was stated for 2D Clone Wars that it was Ventress cutting him on the eye in their first duel during that show. But yeah, George didn't know that from be. He just wanted Anakin to have an eye to have a scar on his eye to imply that he'd been fighting a long war against the Separatists, and much the same with Wolf here. Here he's lost an eye because he's been doing stuff in the war, but he keeps fighting because most clones do. Most clones what it through not thinking everything through, or just what they've been trained, or what they actually believe. They fight for the Republic, even in the face of injuries. Anyways, that was a nice long ramble about Wolf having lost an eye. And then, as they land, C3PO roughly translates the jabbering as, "Welcome to our disaster. Glad you could come," which I think is a great little line. It's just a nice little funny bit line there. And then, after a bit of investigation and trying to fix up the place, C3PO and R2 are brought to the big old medallion. And C3PO's initial thought is, yes, we shall come back here later and excavate it properly. Because C3PO went to the British School of Archaeology. Find what you have, and it's now yours. Take it back home, shove it in your museum. Don't let it be anywhere near the locals. It's yours now. Yeah. Come on, 3PO. You should know better than that. Especially when it actually turns out to be a super important thing that's causing all the earthquakes and is leaking out poisonous gas. But anyways, then
C3PO gets knocked down to the hole by one of the earthquakes, and R2 bravely flies down after him. Where they down there they meet some big tree-looking things that are causing the earthquakes because their air is being poisoned by the surface. Then they go and meet some weird bug lady whose name I've forgotten and gives them a riddle that basically says river. And R2 probably almost immediately figures it out and just moves around the three little element things and eventually sprays water on the correct one. And eventually then C3PO goes, it's a river! I know, it's a river, everyone! It's a river! I solved the riddle! It's a river! I solved it! R2 is useless! Ah, I love 3PO. He's just such a silly man. It's nice to have weird, silly characters like that. What do you mean I have? Yes. And then, as they're trying to pull the seal closed, R2 yanking hard on it, and C3PO goes, what do you mean I have to help? Yes, C3PO, you have to actually do something here. You don't have to be more just a useless little protocol droid sitting around the place. Actually push the little medallion back on top of the hole. The whole problem is that R2's clearly struggling to do 3PO. Put a bit of effort in, buddy. Yeah. C3PO would be terrible to have around you, but as a character in the show, he fills his role perfectly, and I love it. Then they've run off. Then C3PO and R2D2 save the day there, and then they go onto Anigalia's ship and get attacked by Grievous. They jump into a starfighter, land on a planet of little people, who I believe are a reference to the movie Willow, not the show Willow, that was on Disney Plus for a few minutes before Disney decided that it's not worth the money to keep it on air. Yeah, that was bad, Disney. Removing a show that's less than 6 months old, I think, at that point. Anyways, yeah, so the little people are, I think, are a reference to Willow. I have no idea how similar the two stories are because I never actually watched the original Willow. I did watch the show. It wasn't very good. But, anyways, that's not really relevant for this. So then they go there, and C3PO pushes R2 onto the king, killing him. Then he implements a little crap democracy where he just says, where he doesn't actually implement any sort of idea to make them logically determine who has the most votes. They just have people yell. Just has the people yell, and also that's almost certainly not the entire population yet there voting there C3PO. And then he runs away, blasting down the entire almost little people um with his starfighter engine. Good job, 3PO. R2 was there too. I guess he technically was the one who squashed the king. Then C3, as they're on their way, or I think it's after they've landed on the next planet that they go to, C3PO says, being silent is one of my specialties. No, 3PO, it's not. You talk almost all the time, and it's almost always complete and utterly wrong. But, anyways, you're 3PO, and that is what you do. And this episode is also a bit of a reference to Wizard of Oz back here, as we've got the secret people who don't really have as much power as they're pretending, running the show. In this case, it's the pit droids behind the scenes with a big fake version, big fake character who's intimidating and keeping the people in check. And those pit droids get murdered by the civilians once they realize they've been screwed. Or I'm not even sure if that's why they kill them off, but they do get killed off. I destroyed. They're droids. I don't know if you can kill droids. Doesn't really matter, does it? And then they get captured by some raiders and shoved onto a raider ship, right before they're about to be destroyed by the attack by them joining the battle arena, they get sucked out into space by Grievous attacking them, and they land on that ship. And then right before they're about to be destroyed on Grievous's ship, which also have Adigali on them from the beginning of the episode, they get Grievous' ship gets attacked by um, Plo Koon's men, and they're right before they're about to be burnt alive, and then everything ends up fine and dandy for the Republic, or for those two. And they presumably get back probably on time for the important gala that they were that they were trying to get to. But maybe that took less than 2 days. Didn't actually feel like it was that long. So maybe they got back there in time. But anyways, that's the little 2 episode R2 and 3PO arc. And then we get into the Umbara arc, which is by far the longest of arc of all my notes, at least by lines, because it takes up more than a full page, where most arcs, even 4 episode arcs, only take up like half a page. But yes, Umbara, Umbara, Umbara. I'm going to save my thoughts on the arc as a whole till later. But I will just point out at the start that the first episode quote is the first step towards loyalty is trust. And I'm going to bring up why that's a very relevant quote to how this arc is kind of whatever. I'm getting into it. I don't want to do that yet. I want to talk about the arc first. That as the arc starts, we have Krell be mentioned just briefly as him and Tin are working on assault um on part of the planet, while the Anakin and Kenobi are launching various different assaults on the capital. And then we also get the first appearance of Tup, who will of course go on to become very important for the Order 66 arc in season 6. 666. That's a lot of sixes, subject. And then, as the Republic flies down, they launch a massive amount of walkers. This is almost certainly the largest ground invasion that there's been in the show, only possibly rivaled by it was by the Geonosis um big land assault that they did. The one where it had a droid factory opposed to the shield generator probably had the more troops. I don't know. It's anyways. This episode is a massive Republic assault, and just that's just from what we can see. It's a massive amount of those little, I think they're ATRTs charge in and start mashing down the Umbaran lines. Speaking of the Umbarans, this is the only, I think, the only arc in the entire show where there's a big battle. Actually, no, that's a complete lie. Anyway, this is the first arc of the entire show where there's a big battle going on, and the main bulk of the enemy force is people, not battle droids, because the even the Water War arc a couple episodes ago, that one was primarily filled with aqua droids, and the Corns were also there. But this one's just almost entirely environment. In fact, I don't even know if there's a single battle droid on the planet that we see. There are some in the space portion in episode 3, but those don't really count as much. Then the so after Republic's under mass walker charge, they start moving forwards on foot, and there's a bunch of big tentacle. And they step on one of the big tentacle plants and need to throw a grenade into its mouth in order to kill it. And an event because those things are big and terrifying and just started eating troopers live and was about to eat fives if he didn't think quick. He was five, so think quick, and not one of the thumbs around him. Anyways, yes, and this also is where we meet Dogma for the first time. Again, Dogma is heavily tied into the themes of this arc, so I'm going to save him to the end of the arc. But yes, and Anakin says to Rex about Dogma, he reminds me of you. To which Rex replies, maybe back in the day. Because yes, back at the start of the show, Rex was far more following the rules and he was and questioning what Anakin's more reckless decisions about. I don't think he was ever really that close to Dogma and what he was doing. But he was still, and or Dogma's strict adherence to the chain of command and rules. But he was still definitely far more dogmatic than he is by at this point of the show. And then, yes, a nice little. I don't know if it's meant to be a reference to Battlefront 2, but one of the clones jumps onto one of the ATRT walkers and gets immediately shot in the back by an Umbaran, and it just reminded me so much of just lighting up a shot on an ATRT and just watching clones continuously jump onto the ATRT walkers and just shooting them down one by one by one by one because they were too stupid to realize that they couldn't that they would just die immediately. It wasn't always ATRTs, but any vehicle where the top was visible and you could just keep lining up shots. So you just keep jumping there and just keep dying. By the way, that's the original Battlefront 2. I think it's from 2005. Yeah, whenever that one released. Yes. Good memories. Good memories. Then, as General Krell arrives, two of the clones say to each other, General Krell is here. To which the other responds, something big must be going on. And again, I'm going to save most of my discussion on Krell until the end of the arc, until I'm finished with the arc, because he is once again very heavily tied to the themes of this arc, and he is where it all falls apart, in my opinion. But anyways, that is for later. As Krell says on their path to attack the capital, if we fail, everyone fails because they need to take the city and they cannot afford to fail because that means that then the Barnes will keep on fighting if they still got their capital because they will be stubborn to the last. Krell, of course, also always refers to the clones by their number because he doesn't really view them as people. He views them as droids, pretty much, rather than people. And then it's only once and I believe the only clone he ever actually refers to by name is Rex, which he only does once or twice after because Rex has earned his well, I guess kind of earned his respect by talking back and defending his points of view. Although it almost comes across as Krell going, yeah, Rex, if that's what you want to be called, sure, whatever. Or just something you have to care about. Also, during the big old assault on the capital down the road, one of the Umbaran's helmet, one of the Umbaran's helmets gets smashed, and some sort of gas starts seeping out into the Umbarans, clearly unable to breathe, which is quite strange. You'd think the Umbarans would be able to breathe their own atmosphere, but apparently they can't. And we are reminded that Krell's tactics are proven effective. I forget who says it at this point, but it is repeatedly honed in that Krell's tactics actually work throughout the show or throughout the arc. Though, of course, Krell isn't leading from the front like Anakin always does. He is leading from the back, and the clones don't like it when he does that. And then there's a little conversation between Rex and Fives, and where Rex says Krell may do things differently, but he is effective in getting them done. He's a recognized war hero. To which Fives responds, he may have some victories, but have you seen his casualty numbers? More troopers have been killed under his command than anyone else. This is all as they're talking about their assault on the airfield. And again, I'm going to be bringing this back up later. Just, yeah, this arc has so much potential. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. Well, I guess it is there. It's not here though. We also see Sergeant Appo, who's standing on the ridge with Krell during the assault, and he's also mentioned a couple other times. I believe he's the one who organizes the execution of Fives and Hardcase, not Fives and Hardcase, Fives and Jesse in episode 4. But Appo is also the clone who, during Order 66, is the one who tells Bail to leave the Jedi Temple. Um, I think he then gets cut down by a Jedi
Padawan, I think it is. Where he might actually survive that. I'm not entirely sure. Then, then there's Hard Case. Oh, Hard Case. I guess this is yeah. As they're launching their big old assault on the uh airbase, and we send Hard Case up, and he's apparently had a leak in his growth hormone thing, so he's got a so that's why he's so gun happy and just likes blowing stuff up. He doesn't do much, or he doesn't. He's not much of a character, but he is a very fun character who just carries a big gun. He speaks softly and carries a big stick, so to say. Or as Hondo would say, speak softly and drive a big tank. Ah, yes, Hondo. I'm sad you're not of this season at all, either. But anyways, Hard Case. Yeah, so Hard Case is yeah, he's a nice character. He ends up sacrificing himself in a big explosion to take out the supply lines. Yeah, rest in peace, Hard Case. You were fun. Would have liked to see a bit more of you. Then, after the base has been taken, Rex Rex says to Krell, "A lot of men died to take this base." To which Krell responds, "The price for such a victory. Perhaps what someday you'll realize this." And then Five just tells quietly to Rex, "He's the one who will never realize." Again, I'm gonna bring that all back up later. And then the episode 3 introduction dialogue from by the narrator during narration says Krell's aggressive and reckless strategies have been backfiring or something along those lines. So like again, I'm going to bring this back later. Yeah, Umbara so disappoints me. Um, but the Umbara and holograms that are nice, cool, and blocky, and they form up into the shapes instead of just being nice, sleek, smooth holograms that everyone else has. They're just a nice, distinct thing to make the this world nice and distinct and memorable. Like even if you don't remember much else, those blocky holograms I feel just stand out and scream Umbara to me. Then, of course, Fives, Jesse, and Hardcase go rogue, having been explicitly told not to fly those ships. They go around flying those ships. They fly up and blow up the separatist supply ship before as Hardcase sacrifices himself, doing what he loves best, blowing shit up. And boom goes the boom stuff. Yes, and then they come back and get thrown in prison to be court-martialed. Although, of course, they will not reach court-martial because Krell has an execution plan for them. But the episode 4 intro says that Rex is struggling with loyalty between his general and his men. And again, just keep that in mind. We're almost done with the arc, and then I'll actually get on to the point that I'm going to be making here. And then have after the failed execution because the clones refuse to execute people for doing a good job or for doing it for being heroic, basically, as I believe Rex says, or was it Fives? I think it was Fives who said that. Might have been Rex though. Anyways, one of them said that to Dogma there, and then they get sent off to take on the potentially the Umbarans. I'm doing air quotes. You can't see it, but I'm doing air quotes around Umbarans disguised as clones. They they go there, and we see that blue blaster bolts are flying back at them instead of the green used by the Umbarans, because of course, well, the Umbarans are disguised as clones. And then we get the brilliant reveal of Krell's treachery as Rex sees under the helmet of one of the 212 members that it is um that it's a human under there, not an Umbaran or And then Rex starts running into the open, waving his arms, helmet off, to just try and get the attention, stop everyone from firing because he does not want them killing their own brothers. And eventually tackles one of the 212 clones, and takes off his helmet so that everyone can see that both sides are clones. And then they stand up, then all the clones stand up and line up, looking at each other, 212 to 501st. And it's a brilliantly done reveal of what's been going on and just how and just what Trell has been doing there in this battle. Then we get then we find out Waxer was their commander, and rest in peace, Waxer. You didn't do much, mainly just from season one, but you were a good character then, and you will be missed. As he said, his final words were, "We thought they were wearing our armor, but it was you." Because yes, Krell had lied to the 212 as well. And then we get an iconic scene, well, it's one of the most iconic scenes in my opinion, from Clone Wars, as the Rex is leading the 501st and the 212 men. They're all lined up in a bit of a V formation. Rex puts on his helmet. One of the most iconic scenes of the entire show, I feel. Yeah, I just one that just sticks out to me. Yeah, there's another one in the Zygerian arc that I will mention that also is just so iconic to me. And then Krell says, "I will not be undermined by creatures bred in some laboratory." Because Krell just does not see the clones as proper people, and he just wants to try and kill them. And he just wants them, and just does not see them as battle value. And at this point, he just wants to kill them because, well, they kind of slaughtered his character. But anyways, that's for a few minutes, not long for now. But we do see Krell being an absolute beast in combat. And then we get the war resolved off screen twice, as both the original attack on the capital is done, and then them all running towards the airbase is done. Done. Both are off screen because we need to deal with Krell rather than actually deal with the rest of the plot. But before I get into the problems of Krell's, I do want to say the Umbaran war machines are really cool. All of them, from the big scuttling beetles to the massive tanks, even their ships are cool, and their tanks look like they're smiling cyclopses. Everything about the Umbaran environment is just great. I love it. And now that the arc is done, I shall discuss the problem with Umbara. And yes. Well, now. Problem with Umbara is, of course, that it is a tale of two Krells. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, the Krell as presented in the first three episodes of the show, and even to a certain extent the beginning of the arc, rather not the show, first three episodes is that of someone who's a powerful and effective Jedi Master who does not care about the lives of the clones that he has on his way. He sees them almost as battle droids. But he's fully for the Republic. His strategies work, as it is repeatedly stated and never contradicted that Krell is an effective commander. It is also repeatedly stated that it is also fairly repeatedly stated that Krell has high casualty rates, and it's repeatedly stated by all the clones around him that his tactics are risky. They are not, especially the 501st, are not used to doing such risky strategies. Very used to Anakin strategies, who while Anakin does put people at risk, they're always calculated risks, and they will produce very high reward, and they're designed to minimize the risks where possible. Whereas Crowd basically just shoves his forces straight down the middle and tries to and will get the victory at any cost. He sees the clones almost as droids, not as people. So then and based that point of view is never contradicted by any of the characters. Even when Fives is constantly debating with Rex as to whether or not they should follow Krell's orders. Fives never questions if Krell is trying to get the job done because Fives knows that Krell has such a basically such an effective and a task of history that his plans do work, but they don't. Um, they just result in thousands of clones dying over years because Krell does not see the clones as people. He sees them as objects, droids, basically. Yes. So then, and this point is repeatedly honed in that this is who Krell is. And it's what Dogma's character is basically about. Dogma is, I mean, it's literally in his name, Dogma. He follows orders without question. He is the Dogma. He is who Echo used to be, which I feel like they could have had a bit of a more obvious or an actual conversation about that because he's basically who Echo used to be. He repeats orders. He said, well, he doesn't repeat orders like Echo did, but he follows orders to the T like Echo did back in the original arc, back in the original episode, back in Clone Cadets, and to a certain extent still in Rookies. Although he of course had grown out of that by the time Arc Troopers came along, and especially by the time of Citadel where he died. So he was not, and he was an Arc Trooper by then. But yes, he's but anyways, Dogma, it's literally in his name that he's Dogma. He follows orders. The point of Dogma's character throughout the first few episodes of this arc is to show someone who's as the counter to Fives, and then Rex is somewhere in the middle. Dogma believes that Krell's orders should be followed without question. Fives is looking at Krell's orders going, these are just going to get us killed. They might get the result that we want, but the casualty rate is way too high. Then has to fall in the middle there where he's going, okay, we need to follow his orders because he's our general, but we also need to we also need to actually not die as the episode 4 or yeah the episode 4 introduction said. Rex is torn between his loyalties. Where is it? Um, here it is. Uh, Rex is, I didn't actually wrote down quotes. Rex is struggling with his loyalty between his general and his men. Does he follow the orders as given, or does he have his men go off and do what needs to be done to actually get a safe victory? And that's Rex's struggle. That's what Rex is torn between. That Dogma represents follow the orders. Five represents do what we want to do. Rex has to fall in the middle. And as the episode 3 intro says, Krell's aggressive and reckless strategies backfire. The intro is explicitly stating from the omnipresent narrators that Krell's strategies are backfiring. And now I guess you could say that they're backfiring because they were supposed to result in Republic losses, but because the clones are undermining him, they're actually resulting in Republic victories. But like, no, that's clearly not what it's implying to anyone. Like, if you have to twist the words like that, no, that's not what it means. It's saying that Krell's strategies to take the bases are failing. His strategy to take the capital failed miserably. His strategy to take the airbase would have failed miserably if Rex hadn't gotten Fives and Hardcase to go and get the starfighters out. And then again, that episode goes on to show that his strategy of sit back and not bother sending people up to take out the supply ship was also a bad idea because the Republic basically lost one clone to take out the entire starbase, the entire supply ship. Yes, as Trell said, if we fail, everyone fails. Now, sure, you could, but it seems like he actually meant that. Like, he did not want them to fail. He felt that the clones needed to succeed. That's why he's pushing them so hard. Also, of course, he doesn't think of them as people, so he doesn't um care. But like as Charles said in his, or as Fives and Rex said in their conversation, Fives never contradicted Rex in saying that Trell was an effective general. He only contradicted the lives that he sacrificed. Then, yeah, blah, blah. Yeah, and also after they take him the base, Rex said a lot of men died for this base. Krell said the price for such a victory, perhaps someday you'll realize this. Krell clearly thinks that the cost of war is like people dying to achieve their goals is not really relevant to if you can actually succeed. And this is all this just makes him such an interesting, compelling character. And why the first three episodes of this arc are amazing is because we've got Krell, who's a Jedi unlike any we've ever seen. He's still following the ideals of the Jedi, but you just he's still fighting for the Republic. He's still doing what needs to be done to win, but within his own. But instead of, unlike most Jedi who actually care about the lives of clones, he just sees them as droids. That's why he refers to them by the number. He, as he says later, after he's turned on them, that he will not be undermined by creatures bred in some laboratory. Which, yes, I again like that. I he fully believes that clones worth aren't worth anything. They're just like I guess he thinks they're worth the credits the Republic spends to buy them and nothing else. Much like he would think of a battle droid, and it's why his tactics are so bloody but also effective. Because if you just shove a massive horde of troops at a problem, it will eventually collapse, and you will have a victory, even if it's not really the best strategy. But then episode 4 comes along. And while, as I said, the scene where the clones discovered Trell's treachery, that is amazingly done. I really wish it was not done with Krell because it took because they completely and utterly character assassinated Krell and slapped Dogma's entire the conclusion of Dogma's character arc out the window by just turning Krell into someone who's just a Sith wannabe. Like the most interesting part about that is that he's actually sensed that Palpatine is rising, that there's a new world order coming, which nobody else but Darth Maul really notices. That it's not directly privy to the plan. And Darth Maul he was actually kind of privy to the plan, just didn't quite know the exact details of it, of course. But anyways, yes, Krell just becomes a Sith wannabe, and it just completely ruins his character because now no longer is Rex's character. Now no longer is Rex having to be conflicted between does he follow his general or his men. Like, no, obviously just follow your men. Your general just literally trying to get you killed because he's evil. Dogma, yeah, you've been following those orders? Yeah, we're not even going to explore what happens like I guess we get a bit of exploration of like how Dogma feels about having been given terrible orders that are explicitly meant to be evil because he shoots Krell. But it'd be so much more interesting if he actually suffered consequences from following Krell's orders to a T. He's maybe like have him be pushing up against the capital, and then because he's following Krell's orders, he gets shot and severely injured, and then he's almost dying, and he realizes that maybe just following all the orders Krell's been giving is a bad idea. Yeah, and it's actually resulting in the lives being lost. But no, Krell's just evil. Dogma, yeah, you're going to have a bit of a rushed character conclusion where you just shoot Krell because he was evil. Yeah, and yeah, your character art's dead, but who cares about that? You weren't really a major character. Fives is just proven explicitly to be entirely right. Yeah, yeah, we're all good there. Don't think about complicated things related to your generals. Yeah, it does honestly almost feel like they did not want to have an arc where soldiers are supposed to be questioning their generals. Like it's just feel like such a massive tone shift in who Krell is and where this arc is going. Like if you just watched episodes
one, two, and three, and then we're trying to predict where episode four would go, you might think that maybe they're going to do a Krell betrayal because he has of course been the antagonist of the arc, or not, or maybe not, not antagonist but villain of the arc. I get mixed up which ones what both words technically mean and their differences, but he's the one who's the main force of struggle for the heroes being five primarily, and Rex is trying to deal with him, but he's not evil. Like he's a blocking force, but he's not evil. So like there's two logical conclusions I feel to this arc. The first is of the whole arc is have Krell the Republic of the clones follow Krell's strategy, push into the capital, take massive losses, but they manage to take the capital, and then you have Kenobi congratulating Krell on a victory well done. And then Rex and Fives mutter to each other something like, "Yes, but was it worth the cost, or at what cost?" Or you have Krell launch his full blown assault on the capital. It's failing. Then again, Rex and Fives have their own sneak around the back and break into the capital some other way, which then worked. And then Kenobi doesn't realize that, and he congratulates Krell again. And then Rex and Fives mutter to each other, "Yeah, his strategy worked." And again, and then that could also imply that sure, Krell might have this esteemed military record, but it's not because he actually has the good tactics. It's because he forces the clones to think on their feet and actually plan their own way to win. And it just feels like the Umbara arc just got completely cut off at the head by Krell turning into wannabe evil, and just completely recontextualizes the entire first three episodes and how well constructed they were. Like, is there a point where following orders is wrong? Like, should you follow orders you don't believe in because the general knows what he's doing? It was just so much more compelling before they decided to take Krell's character out back and shoot him dead. Ugh. But anyways, that's Umbara, and I have now just spent 11, 15, 14 minutes insulting one of the most loved arcs of the entire show, so yep, I'm sure that will go down well. Then we have the Zygerian arc, which starts, of course, with a Zygerian at the head of a droid army coming into the to a Togruta city and kidnapping all of them. Although we don't quite find out that they all got kidnapped, but we do get a little hint at the beginning that they aren't all there because, well, there's no Togruta around at all, and as I think it's Rex says, the Separatists have never been ashamed about using civilians as living shields before. Why would they stop now? Well, there's a bit of an example given by the Zygerian as he's put them in buildings, so he spread them out around so that you don't know where, so that his bombs can be more effective and force the Republic to come to a surrender that way, which would have actually been a pretty decent strategy. Though, of course, he had his own idea, where, though, of course, he sent them off to prison or to be enslaved, while the Republic, uh, and then just placed the bombs around, which instead of actually being able to detonate them, which was probably a good idea given how the Republic just disabled all his bombs before he blew up any but the first. Yes. Then we meet. Then we get Boyle being given some orders. Hey, Boyle, you're around. Sorry about what happened to Waxer last time. Don't ask who shot him, or maybe do ask. And then we get um Ahsoka. And then we find out that Ahsoka has never actually learned about Anakin's backstory. That he used to be a slave sold by the Hutts in to Watto. Which, yeah, we've never seen her learn about it. And Anakin is, of course, very closed off about it. And it's never really been all that relevant to her until right now, she encountered as she sees him fighting back against the slavery and being very, very annoyed throughout this entire arc about the slavers. And while yes, slavers are obviously bad, Anakin hates slavers more than anyone else in the show. Certainly,
and certainly more than anyone, most people who probably haven't been enslaved. And hell, maybe even a lot of people have, based on his single-minded hatred and drive to wipe them off the face of the planet with no care for them. But then again, they are slavers, so no one really feels bad that Attic is just cutting them when Anakin starts cutting them down in the end. And just an entire base of theirs gets blown up at the end because, slavers. Slavers are evil. Like, no one really don't justifiably deny that. Hopefully. There's probably people out there who would. But yeah, they're evil as well. And probably slavers themselves. Or these people who work around slaves. Yeah. And then, after the Republic eventually manages to successfully determine there's nobody on this planet and take down the slaver who was there, the Nigerian who was there, that we reach episode 2 as they go to Zygeria itself. And the episode 2 quote says, "Those who enslave others inevitably become slaves themselves." Although that quote feels much more like it fits episode 3 than episode 2, because that's when it's really shown that the Zygerian queen is just a slave to Dooku. So yeah, it just feels like it'd be much more fitting there. Speaking of the Zygerian queen, she's just so calmly evil. It is the I forget quite what line it is, but she says something like, "It's just the way of the lesser life forms to be enslaved by the greater life form, to be enslaved by us greater life forms. Yes, the twilights of the Kodruta, they deserve to work at our feet, grovel before us. They should be so thankful we give them jobs in our new society." She doesn't actually say anything about that, but that's just the general feel that she has. It's just such a great, calm, evil, like, there's no question that she's evil, but she's just so calm and happy about it. Like, yes, everything's fine and working as it should. Yes, I really love evil characters who just believe they are good, even if they're just obviously pure evil. Most pure evil villains are quite open about it, and they just go and cackly, ha 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 ha, ha, I'm pure evil. I'm just going to murder this child over here, and laugh. But no, she's calm and she thinks she's in the right. She's obviously not. She's a slaver. I'm probably repeating that a lot because, well, I'm going to be talking about the slavers in quite happily, but no, it's not because they're quite well written. I like pure evil characters and who think they have points, and which, well, they're pure evil, so what they're doing is evil. But yeah, yes, I can fully understand people not liking them because slavers, but yes, no. Someone who has basically no personal experience with slavery at all, or even in my family history, at least, maybe probably, well, I am white, so my ancestors almost certainly were slavers, but at some point, but yes, but yeah, I don't. None of the ones I know of were slavers. That and then yes, and obviously I don't know. None of my family were slaves themselves, so yes, I don't have much personal stake in slavery. But yes, it's obviously completely evil. Don't stand for it at all. But they're such good villains. Slavers are such good villains. They're just pure evil, but in a way that you can write slavers to think they're right in itself. Because, well, there were a lot of real world slavers who did think that they were right. And while they are still purely evil, as they're going like, yes, lesser life forms, it's quite it's very realistic that someone could think that and be but still think things like that and think that they're so good while being so purely evil. So yeah, of course they are purely evil, but she has some points like the Jedi have forsaken their ideals to a corrupt Senate. Every Jedi has become a slave to the Republic. Which, yeah, kind of. That's kind of the point of the prequels that the Republic, that the Jedi have just fallen too deep into the politics of the Republic. They aren't really slaves. They are still but they are doing what the Republic asks, and the entire Clone Wars has been doing what the Republic asks. But that's not really what Jedi should be doing. So in a way, the Jedi are slaves to the Republic, and well, it takes a slaver to know a slave, or I guess. But then yes, then as Anakin's trying to break it, trying to save Obi-Wan, does a nice little Return of a Jag callback. He does the same wave as Luke does, and then I believe the lightsabers pop out of R2 in the same way to reach Anakin and Obi-Wan. And then Ahsoka tried to ambush the Zagirian Queen, but she seemed to have forgotten that she was wearing a shock collar. Yeah, good job on that, Ahsoka. It's not exactly. You should probably have remembered that before tried to cut off your shock collar and use the force to break it. Because you do use the force to break it in the end. So yeah, you probably should have done it right now. Yes. And Anakin, of course, keeps fighting until he's unconscious, but against all the light whips being zapped at him because he will not submit to slavers. He will not at all. He will fight until he's down and out for the count because he does not want to go back there. He knows too well what it's like to be a slave, and he does not want to be one again. And then, once the Zygerian queen wakes him up again, he says to her, um, you should have listened to your advisors and let them kill me as he starts to force choke her. Because Anakin, yeah, he's trapping into the dark side with all the anger related to the slavers. This is not doing good for his personal for his personal routine. All these slavers around him, and he's making him angry with having to tap into the dark side. And well, when Anakin taps into the dark side, shit goes down, or at least it will later. Yes, and then of course there's Zygerian on what's the planet called? Whatever the facility was called. Yes, he's using the Togruta to punish Kenobi and break Kenobi, break the Jedi. You don't break the Jedi by putting them through pain. Jedi are trained to work through pain. No, you break the Jedi by punishing those around them. Make the others take the pain from the Jedi, because that's what the Jedi are just meant to fight against. That's what they are supposed to do. They're supposed to be selfless. They think about others. They protect others. But when acting up just gets the others hurt, what is a Jedi supposed to do? Then, after their further breaking of Kenobi and Anakin pretending to work for the Queen for a bit while he plots his escape and tries to figure out where Obi-Wan and Victor are, he then Dooku comes in and force chokes her to death, the Queen that is. And then Anakin runs in to try and, well, capture and get the information out of her, having freed Ahsoka with the help of R2. And then and then he uses the light whips to beat back all the Zygerians around him and fight up. I think Dooku was actually there and he fought off Dooku. And then they fight, and then he manages to escape with the Zygerian Queen because, of course, he was not going to beat Dooku in the state he was in. And he gets the Zygerian Queen out, who eventually tells them where um, Obi-Wan is as she realizes that she's been enslaved to Dooku. And then we get Plo coming into the rescue as they, along with the same admiral that was in the Citadel, that was part of the Citadel rescue task force. And then they land on, they go in there, they save the Togruta who are being pushed off into their death, and then blow up the station after Rex says Ahsoka's most famous line, "I am no Jedi," because of course the Nigerian saber thought us Obi-Wan would not kill the poor defenseless man or poor defenseless fat man there. But Rex would, because Rex will fight for what is right and does not have the same set of codes that the Jedi follow. And there's barely any Togruta survivors. It was like maybe 15 of them. That was an entire village that got captured. How, like,
some of them probably got sold off, but most of them just got would have been were presumably murdered as the they tried to break Kenobi because well, I hope that the dead and just leave a bunch of Togruta lying around. Yeah, lying around on the station when they blew up. That would have been a bit of a oopsie. But yes, assuming they didn't, there's that civilization is just in complete utter shambles. There's just barely anyone left. Yeah, I wish the Zygerians reappeared at some point, just so we could under vampire control in even a Bad Batch or in Rebels. Well, of course, it might still appear in Bad Batch season 3 because that's not out yet, and well, it could potentially have the Zygerians, and we could see how they're doing under the Empire. Because Arba is Palpatine using them for his own goals, as Dooku said. Sith empires have been built off slaves, and he would need millions of them. And presumably, Palpatine also wants millions of slaves, so it makes sense for him to work with the Zygerians. And that, but anyways, that was the Zygerian arcs. The Zygerian arc. Next arc was just a single episode, episode 14 with Mandalore, or specifically the Death Watch, and Lux Bonteri. Episode 14 starts off actually on Mandalore, although most of this arc episode is completely unrelated to the actual events on Mandalore, as we see there's an attempted peace council between the Republic and the Separatists. Although based on the senators the Separatists sent, they aren't really trying for peace because they sent the Green Lady with a bunch of ears that was demoted against the previous peace bill back in the previous Lux arc, that the enemies on both sides episode from season 3. And I believe the other senators were also ones who said nay to the proposition. So, yeah, I mean, technically they're there, and technically they're negotiating for peace, but I'm not very surprising that it broke down almost immediately. Whereas the Republic sent, I believe it was Mon Mothma, Bail Organa, and Padme. So, three senators who were actually trying to get peace and trying to calm down the nerves, and people who would actually try and take the peace talk seriously, unlike separatists. Then Blux Bonteri came into the meeting and started his little speech talking down Dooku, and then he went, and as he said, the death, and then after he started talking to Dooku and accused him of murder, Dooku responded, "The death of your mother seems to have escaped. The death of your mother seems to have escaped me," which is just such a cold line. It, yes, it's um, much like I hate you. Who are you? Type deal. It's such a great villain line. And it makes sense here. Dooku very well might not actually remember who Mina Monteri was because, well, he has killed a lot of people. And he probably just said, kill off whoever's in charge, whoever was behind this bill. And then one of his men had it bombed. This episode also introduces. Then, of course, after that, Ahsoka manages to break Lux out, and then they go down away, and then Lux knocks out, and then they go off to meet up with the Death Watch, where we get introduced to Bo Katan. Although she's unnamed, and I believe she never even takes her helmet off for the entire episode. And she's the first female member of Death Watch that we see. And there's only one, maybe two others that we see in the entire episode. And both of those are entirely background characters who aren't um, actually relevant to the plot at all, which for a while made me think that the Death Watch just straight up was well kind of sexist and didn't recruit women because and that Bo Katan was something special and I thought she was in a bit of a romantic relationship with Pre Vizsla, which honestly she might be in a romantic relationship with Pre Vizsla. But anyways, Bo Katan, especially with all the way that the Death Watch are treating women in this episode, like they specifically took just the women to act as their servants, not the men as well from the village. And it just feels like this whole episode just kind of gave off the sense that Death Watch are, well, sexist, and they do not generally accept female members. This is, of course, something that turned out to not be true, as the next time Death Watch appear, there's a half decent amount of women just lying around. Most of them aren't major characters, but then again, there's only really Bo Katan's a major character. By the end of the next episode from Death Watch, by the end of the next Death Watch arc. So yeah, and then the Death Watch go off. They burn down a village because the villagers were a bit mean to them, and the Death Watch are not nice. Anyone who tries to say the Death Watch are nice is a liar. Although I don't believe many people who are trying to defend the Death Watch, especially the Death Watch under Pre-Vizsla's rule, arguably the uh, well, I guess technically become the Night Owls after Bo-Katan takes over. They're nice. Well, nice-ish. They are still Mandalorian warriors, of course. And then after that, after and R2's rebuilt all the firing practice droids, um, he just activates all of his tools in his as he just starts trying to attack the Death Watch and just hold them back. Along with, of course, his new little army of reprogram or repair battle droids. And then the fight between Vizsla and Ahsoka gets taken outside, where Vizsla actually holds his own against Ahsoka, and it's not actually entirely clear who would win the fight at that point, because Vizsla's a powerful fighter, and even though Ahsoka is quite good. Then we get into episode 15. Oh yeah, Ahsoka then escaped on her own, off with Lux, who then ran off in his own little escape pod. Then we get into episodes 15 through 18. The Undercover Kenobi arc. Where Kenobi, which starts off, of course, with Kenobi dying. Oopsies! Well, we just wrote the timeline, that's the problem. We have a full funeral and everything, which has Satine there, and Anakin apparently hasn't spoken in what's presumably a couple weeks since Shinobi died, at least a few days. And he's just standing there staring. And I believe the Imperial March is playing, if I don't remember that, in the background. And then we cut to Kenobi being dead. Well, actually not dead. He survived because he had a little blast shield underneath, or blaster armor underneath his robes. And and as he's been briefed on Moralo Eval, which is almost a moral evil, as his name, I probably just realized that. Yeah, some of these names aren't exactly very subtle, are they? Moralo Eval, Savage Press. But anyways, as um Kenobi's been briefed on Moralo Eval, he get he's informed that Morale Val killed his mother as a child because he was bored. You know, what else are you gonna do? He's played with some toys, he's probably punched the local kitten, and it might as well time to kill the mother, Next time, not much else to do around here. And then he goes off, he replaces Rako Hardin. Rako Hardin? I feel like they say both Rako and Rako Hardin. And that of course then and Anakin is dead set on finding Rako Hardin. He does not care how they find it. He just cares that they do. And he probably comes within an inch of actually killing his former master, as before he realizes that no, Kenobi wants him in prison, and we need to get someone to do what Kenobi would have wanted, rather than what I want. And then, as Kenobi is in prison, he meets Cad Bane, who, well, he's back. He's in prison, and apparently he's broken out of prison many times before, which is a bit strange, given how well he hasn't. He's normally too good to actually get put in prison. Yes, but also while Obi's undercover, he tells himself
Ben, he says Ben here when talking to the Jedi Council after he picked up his no comm link. I don't know why he didn't just call himself Reiko Hardin there, just like try and pass it off as him talking, as him like he's smuggled, he got off one of the guards to smuggle him in a chip, a communicator. But no, apparently he wants to go by Ben to have a nice little reference to A New Hope. Um, yes. And then he meets Boba Fett while in prison, who tries to beat him up, though because he, well, maybe Rick Hardin had stolen a kill or a bounty from Boba, or maybe Boba was just lying to try and rile Rico up. Either way, Kenobi didn't know about it, and it worked. The riling up worked, and they started a big old prison riot with the help of Bosk, who's still trying to guard Boba, even while in prison. After, well, the prison went so well for him last time. After it went so well for him last time when he was with Aurra Singh. Because, yeah, that went well. You go in prison. Although they do presumably break out in this prison riot because next time we see them, they are out of prison and on the run. Or, well, not on the run, they're actually just working solidly as bounty hunters for, well, the kind of people who hire bounty hunters. Not exactly the um, best people to be working with. But then they managed to break out, and Bane is very suspicious of how easily Reiko Hardin is sliding into their position and does not want to split. Partially doesn't want to split the money, and partially he does not trust Reiko Hardin. And well, he shouldn't trust Reiko because Reiko is, of course, actually Obi-Wan. And then the episode 2 quote is keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer, which is kind of the whole point of this, the whole thing about this arc. They're keeping their enemies close, while they're also keeping their friends not all that close because Obi-Wan is insistent that they do not tell Anakin that he is dead. Even though at this point, Anakin's already sold the death, you don't really need him to sell it anymore, you just kind of need him to not murder Obi-Wan, which he's on the path to do because he wants to kill Reiko Hardin, who is coincidentally Obi-Wan at the present moment. But then, yes, yes, then Palpatine, Anakin's with Palpatine, partially because he's the security detail for Palpatine, but also he's there to get a bit of advice out of Palpatine on what he should be doing regarding the Reiko Hardin situation. And Palpatine never missing an opportunity to have Anakin dip farther closer to the dark side. Puts a bit of distrust in Anakin as Anakin's clearly all left in the dark about the Jedi plans. He doesn't like what's going on, and he's also sends Anakin off to try and go deal with to try and go capture Ray Hardin, as Palpatine has coincidentally found out they're on Nal Hutta, probably from Count Dooku. And he sends Anakin off there to chase down Ray Hardin so that he can dip further into his dark side energy. Because Palpatine is very much go Team Anakin. You're going to be evil. After Ricardine and Bane have a little tit for tat about ship problems. Cad Bane pushes Rake off the ship. Reiko turns Bane into the Huts. You know, same difference here. Then they eventually manage to escape, and after having a little bit of an altercation in a bar, where of course, where of course the bartender notices. When Anakin gets there, he force chokes the bartender into telling them everything. And then they go off to the little ship seller on Nalhata, where they find out that the ship seller is working a nice little mini scam, where he sells ships with only enough fuel to reach his brother's refueling station. Which, yes, good job, you, an unscrupulous little ship salesman. That's a nice little way to make a little bit of extra cash from every single ship sale. Although, given how the fueling sport is apparently found in the middle of nowhere, feels like
it's probably not the best way to run a fueling station in general. But then, after Reiko and Cad Bane fight off Anakin, and then just leave before dealing with Ahsoka because, well, they're on a tight time schedule, given that they to the need to first get the whole team together and then get to Naboo within a couple of days in time for the big festival of lights. So they run off from Ahsoka, even though they could have easily beaten back Ahsoka. And then we get into the box episode, which I love the box. It's just such a cool concept to me. As we've got the best bounty hunters from across the galaxy all pushed into a small box ready to use problem solving skills and their own individual abilities to get out alive. It just feels like it's the kind of thing could have made its concept could have made for a great puzzle game. You've got a bunch of different characters who are all competing against each other, trying to just escape the box. Maybe there's a puzzle game like, but I've not heard of anything along those lines. You need to solve puzzles and use your own individual skills and figure out how you're going to get out. And then, of course, there was the one of the two brother I don't know what that species is, but one of the two brother hammerhead people who had a nice little hat on. And he was around Cad Bane. Don't have a nice hat near Cad Bane, and if you do, make sure you give Cad Bane your hat immediately, because he will kill you. And and you will not be able to outshoot him because he's Cad Bane. So unless you're Boba Fett, you ain't gonna beat Cad Bane in a duel. Just pretty much straight up. Yes. And then the the four tests were a poison gas test, which they never actually wasn't actually that well used. An agility test, which was kind of used because they just generally needed to be a bit agile as they were just moving around. The racial test, which was pretty much entirely setting up for what actually ended up happening, in as the Parwan needed to blow the raid shield so that their whole plan could work. And then the sniper test, which put Reiko Hardin down for the which Reiko Hardin won and proved that he was the best choice for sniper. Well, they would only give him one bullet because they didn't really trust him now, did they? Yes. And then after Ray Cardine said there was a 50-50 chance, depending on the blood type of the Parwan, that the ray shielding protection juice would be successful. Um, when asked how he knew that, he said that he used to hunt Parwans for a living. There was a Parwan fight, or something like that. What a nice clear. What the hell? No! Don't hunt me! Ah, yes. And then in the sniper test, Moralo Ival tried to cheat by not giving Raccordine enough bullets to actually complete the test, which Cad Bane didn't like. Because Cad Bane does not like cheaters. Well, at least people who don't play fair with the rules. If you're going to give someone a test, you better at least make it possible for them to pass. Make it hard, sure. Make it damn near impossible. But you need to make it possible. Because Obi-Wan did not miss a single shot, and yet you still didn't let him pass. Because you just didn't give him enough bullets in the chamber. And you knew that, Moralo. It wasn't that Obi-Wan was unlucky, it's that you intentionally didn't load it up. You intentionally set the target higher in the number of bullets you had loaded into the gun. Then, after Obi-Wan beats up Moralo but fails to kill him, along with Dooku not entirely trusting Rakardine, Dooku makes Cad Bane the new leader of the operation. And then, of course, um, we they go on to their special mission where they get some holo disguises, which was
Well, one of the bounty hunters at the beginning was at the beginning of the box was stated to have designed. He was the inventor of, or maybe the perfecter of the hollow disguise. And well, and now we used him. A nice little bit of setup that was you might well have missed. And then we see a nice little light show as what as there's a bunch of fireworks going off, and then there's a bit of it's not sure what it's actually meant to be like narratively, but it looks like there's a bit of strolling text like all the opening crawls of the actual mainline films have. And I just thought that was a really nice touch, just to tie it into the films and without actually, doing the crawl itself, because they had, of course, long decided that there wouldn't be a crawl over Clone Wars. It would have instead the narration, the voice narration over, which yes, and then after that, the Kenobi gets a bit tricked about what the plan is because he thinks that the plan is to have the Senate Guard escort the Chancellor, the real Chancellor, out. But no, that was a mistake. That was a falsehood. The real plan was to have Cad Bane escort him out, escort the Chancellor out, while the had been disguised as a Nemoidian who was there. I don't. I wouldn't have thought the Trade Federation would be invited to this event, given their history with Naboo, but they were. I don't even think Cabane was the only Nemoidian there. Yes, and then they break out. Then Bane gets him away with Morale Val. Gets Chancellor away with Morale Val, and then they manage to escape. And Obi-Wan catches up with them, but not before. And then not before Dooku doesn't show, because of course Dooku is had been listening in to everything Obi-Wan was saying, because he had planted the little speaker, the listening device, for not because he did not trust Kenobi to act, or he didn't trust Rakardine, which was of course entirely justified. But then Dooku launched his own individual assault in after Palpatine had sent away all of his security detail, because, well, I don't know if that's meant to be Palpatine being a bit overconfident that the threat was past, or if it was because he was working with Dooku to try and get the threat to have passed, to try and get it to work. And of course, Palpatine he can't miss a chance to jab in at Anakin not trusting the Jedi Council. As after Anakin revealed that he had not been told about the plan for Rako Hardeen to be at Obi-Wan, Palpatine said, "Oh, I was under the impression that the Jedi always worked as a team." Because Palpatine's a little trickster, swerving his way in, which was, of course, right before they got ambushed by Dooku and more of his Magna Guards. And then Anakin said, then after Anakin and Kenobi beat back Dooku, saving Chancellor, but Dooku managed to escape. And Anakin said something laced with unintended irony: "As long as I live, no harm will ever come to you, Your Excellency." Yep, let's see how that lasts in a few movies' time. And you're definitely not going to kill him, right, Anakin? Right, Anakin? Yes. To which Palpatine responds with much more intended irony: "One shudders to think where the galaxy would be without the Jedi." Yes, Palpatine, I'm sure you do shudder to think where the galaxy would be without them. Shudder to your core. And then we get into Duet of Duets, that is the finale of the season, with the two-part Ventress arc, episode 19 and 20, leading into a two-part Maul return arc of episode 21 and 22. And these episodes are really damn good as well. Although the first episode of the arc, episode 19, has Ventress returning to the Night Sister Temple and be almost immediately attacked by Grievous, and it just feels like this should have been that this episode should have been right narratively right at the beginning of the season. Very pretty much the first thing Dooku did after he got attacked by Ventress. would be to have, and but very adventurous and savage would be to have the Night Sisters wiped out for their treachery. Whereas as it stands, he was um, personally present, I believe, on he was he was present by a hologram during the Water War on Mon Cala. He personally showed up on the bow with the guns. Then he did not appear in the Umbara or the R2-3PO arc. He, I believe, personally showed up on Zygeria, and he then personally showed up on the whole on the boo for the undercover um Kenobi arc. And then he finally gets around to actually wiping out the Night Sisters. When it feels like Ventress should have been back long before that, because it's implied that she just got back as the well, I mean, it's pretty much directly stated she just got back as the um droid attack comes, and then but also yeah, it just feels like they could have smoothed it out much better. And by just like in the chronological order thing, instead of putting episode 19 at the right before episode 20, just put it right at the start of the season. And then it would just feel like flow much better. Like, sure, when you release it, you want to have these two episodes together because they're very related, and it's what happens with Ventress, and yeah. But, whatever. As I've said before, I don't really like the chronological order of the Clone Wars. It just doesn't quite add up at points. And I'd almost want to just make my own chronological order, but it would be so similar to the official one that there's no point in doing it. But anyways, as Ventress is wandering around the temple, talking with Mother Talzin, we see in the background there's some I think they're paintings of some sort, and they've got very similar like shapes with so with big circles with writing on them as all the uh as the map does when the what's her name from the Ahsoka show? Whatever. When the map is placed into the little cradle on I can't remember the name of that planet, but yeah, when the map's placed into the little cradle to on the planet where they're building the Scion, and then a whole hologram looking thing appears around them through the rocks. And you see a bunch of writing on the walls. There's very similar writing on the Night Sister Temple, just lying around the Night Sister Temple, which I think is a nice touch that they seem. I don't know if they actually meant to like copy that back or it's just a coincidence, but it's a nice little touch, I feel. And then we get the magical baptism of Ventress, which was done now and not back when she first returned to the Night Sisters, because this is when she actually has given up on her desire for revenge against the Sith and against Dooku. Although that doesn't really last very long because the Night Sisters get almost wiped out in a single night, and then well, she does, I believe, eventually turn against back against the Sith. I believe that's largely what the Dark Cycle novel is. Again, I haven't read it. I really wish they'd make that into an actual arc of a show. I don't have time to read it, but largely because I don't actually make time to read. And we also see that Mother Talzin is terrifyingly strong. She just stands up, makes a big bubble that's immune to droid fire, and just melts a droid with lasers from a distance. Feels like she almost would have been better off if served if she had actually just used that bubble and launched the assault rather than going over to old Daka to um have the zombie army be raised. But before we raise the zombie army, we find the defoliator returns, although it seems to have a much smaller area of effect than it did back in season one. That was season one, not season two. Back in the season one arc where it was introduced. Whereas that seemed to take out an absolutely massive area. This seemed to just take out a relatively small area of the planet. Maybe they didn't maybe they made it much less effective for some reason, but just feel a bit strange. Then we encounter after that's been taken care of, we see old Daka, who's apparently the oldest and wisest of the Night Sisters. Well, and presumably the most powerful, given that Maverick Townsend had entrusted her to chant for zombification ritual, but rather than doing it herself. But perhaps Maverick Townsend wanted to focus on her um, voodoo doll tooling with Dooku, but Uh, but Old Daka does, of course, eventually die at the end of this episode. It definitely feels like Margaret Townsend is more powerful. But I guess Old Daka might just know more because Old Daka is older and she knows how to do some of the more esoteric things, such as resurrecting the zombie Night Sisters. Yeah, speaking of the resurrection of the zombie Night Sisters, having your hidden little cave have a nice little green bar come out of it so that anyone knows who you are, where you are, is kind of a bit of a design flaw, I feel. Especially if it didn't have a continuous thing. If it was just like a one off beam to find the and to activate the resurrection, would make a lot more sense. But no, it just continuously goes there. I feel like they could just have like the droids do life scans and detect they were behind there before blowing the wall open. But whatever. As it is, it's just a bit silly to have a hidden cave that's not hidden. But speaking of Mother Townsend's voodoo doll, Dooku gave some of his hair to the witches, which makes me wonder what on earth did Dooku get in return for that? Because Mother Townsend said something about you should be more careful making deals with witches. And I can just want to wonder what on earth did Dooku get in return for giving up a lock of hair to the Night Sisters? Because uh, giving him the ability to just make a voodoo doll, but sure, he probably might not have known that, but he must have known that the Night Sisters would be able to do some crazy shit if he gave them a lock of his hair. After a while, so they'd be wanting it. But yeah, I just wonder what on earth he got in return. Maybe it's answered in some book or something, but I don't know. And then we had Grievous dueling Ventress in an honor duel, in which Ventress beat him down, cut off one of his hands, and was about to strike the killing blow before Grievous did what Grievous does and ordered her execution. By Valdroid starting the battle up again and allowing him to force her off, and the battle continued until eventually the entirety of the Night Sisters were slaughtered. After, especially once old Daka had died and the zombies had fallen, causing all the zombies to fall simultaneously. Mother Talzin, of course, managed to escape the massacre, and there are, of course, some others. I believe the Jedi Knight Survivor games have a Knight Survivor called Marin, and then that lady, what was her name? She was a governor something. I don't remember. Whatever her name is, it's the same lady who I was trying to remember the name of the Ahsoka show earlier. She's also a former Night Sister by all appearances. So there were some survivors other than Talzin and Ventress, but not many, and they don't appear much. At least not for the rest of the Clone Wars. And then as we enter episode two of this arc, we get the quote, "Who we are never changes, but who we think we are does." Actually, I don't think it had the word but who we are never changes, who we think we are does, which is very relevant to Ventress's whole journey in these last few episodes of the season, as she tries to figure out who she's supposed to be. But eventually, but for this episode, rather, she's a bounty hunter, and well, yes, after because she killed the bounty hunter who was trying to hit on her not very well, and he probably should have just left her alone after she said no, but he didn't do that because he's a bit of a dick. And well, I don't think he really deserved to have a lightsaber in his gut, but don't mess with people who have lightsabers. Especially red ones, although of course he didn't know that. Yeah, it's not going to end well for you. Um, yes. And then as they go to the planet where their bounty is on, where they apparently need precisely six bounty hunters, no less, because that's why they wanted to get Ventress on side. Yes, that we see that the attackers who are never trying to actually kill the bounty hunters, but they have no qualms about killing the soldiers at all, as they will keep as they just stab the soldiers, and especially the guard captain, he just gets straight up had a dagger thrown in his chest as he. I forget what he was trying to do. Was he trying to negotiate a surrender? I think so. I don't remember what he was doing, but he was trying to do something. He was trying to talk his way out of it, out of death before he died. Yes. But also, they we see on this ship on the train that the we I don't know what her name is, but the purple or was she purple or pink? Whichever one of those. That's purplish pink, I think. Girl, she's got her green vine like things that are a very cool attack, and she's able to whip up people and just drag them around with those. And Hissinger, whatever his name was, Heisinger, I think, he seemed to have anti-droid popper tech, as when they attached a electric thing to him, it just fizzled out and didn't do anything. But maybe it was supposed to be like a bomb, like a regular thermal detonator. But you know, they didn't want to be killing about it. It's probably not. And he then just electrocuted it to stop it. Either way, very cool. And then after it's revealed that the little girl was the cargo, she says to Ventress something about Ventress not knowing what it's like to be ripped from your family, which Ventress responds, "I wish I didn't, but I do." Because of course Ventress was ripped from her family back in back before the Clone Wars by some random um not quite sure what he was supposed to be. He was supposed to be some sort of raider or slaver. And then she eventually managed to come back to her family before they just got murdered out from under her. So yeah, Ventress does know what it's like to be ripped from your family, which of course is why Ventress ends up not delivering her as the bride, but putting Boba Fett in place of her. Yes, because that was just a bit of a treat, because Boba would not have wanted to do that, but you know, you need to put something in the box. Although it feels like the guards should have, you know, actually checked to make sure that the bride was in there before sending Ventress away. Though I guess they didn't want Ventress to know what was in it and didn't think she'd opened it. So, either way, nice little funny ending to a fairly dark story. Well, I guess it's not the full ending. Because then, of course, Ventress does, well, I guess she takes money to let the, back, let the to free the girl back to her people. So, you know, she's not entirely selfless about when it comes to people being ripped from their families. But yeah, she did better than some would have probably expected of her. And then we get into episode 21 and 22. Maul's return. Yes. We start off with a red Clone Wars logo because, well, things are turning evil. And the episode quote is, "A fallen enemy may rise again, but a reconciled one is truly vanquished." I don't quite know why the second part of the quote isn't all that relevant to anything really, but the first part, "A fallen enemy may rise again." Well, now Obi-Wan is definitely, or Obi-Wan's fallen enemy in Maul definitely rises again. Maybe the second part's actually referring to Obi-Wan's reconciliation with Ventress at the end of the second part. Hmm, maybe. Not entirely sure. Um, and throughout this entire episode, we see many people from Dooku, Anakin, Obi-Wan, and I think a few others all talking about how um, bad things are about to happen within the galaxy, and that the Republic needs to be on and how everyone needs to be needs to be wary of what's going on here. because of course Maul is about to return. The Force is a the and he is going to cause problems because Maul is living off the dark side of the Force. But anyways, that is for another little bit. Because first off, we Savage needs to find Maul. To do so, he needs to first off go to the junk planet, where he meets the little worm man who tells Savage of a legend of a horned man who drags things down beneath and they never come back up. Which, yes, it's a nice little horror introduction, especially once they go into a cave where or into the little shack where Trap the Mall is, and then Savage gets dropped into next to Maul, and we see the shadow of a horned creature with spider legs, and it's yes, a very good horror introduction to Maul to, to display the true terror he will hold over it all once he gets his faculties back. But before he gets his faculties back, he says some very interesting things. For starters, he said the first thing he says after he stops saying no, when Savage asked Maul how long he had been down here, Maul replies, "Years and years and years. Through victory, my chains are broken." Which the years and years part makes sense because he just say, "I've been here for a long time," and then he says, through victory, my chains are broken." I have no idea what Maul means by that. It's like talking through the victory of Kenobi. His chains to Sidious have been broken, maybe? Like metaphorical chains? He then says, the line that I asked you to remember a while back, it's been a while, it might well have been an hour, 2 hours from when I last said that at this point, from when I said that. But he says, but chains are the easy part. It's what goes on in here that's hard. Which is, of course, a callback to what the son said while he disguises the little creature before its son bit Ahsoka on the arm. Which I mean, it's such a strange coincidence that the son and Maul both say that one exact line. I don't understand why that line's repeated. It doesn't even really make a lot of sense for Maul's state right now. Although I guess you could just argue that everything Maul's saying is a bit completely bonkers, but that specific line being repeated is quite interesting. Especially given how Maul in the Clone Wars is voiced by Sam Witwer, who is of course the same person who voiced the son in the Clone Wars. It feels like there's supposed to be some sort of connection being drawn between the two, but I'm not entirely sure what it's meant to be. And when Savage asks Maul who if he knows who he is and where he came from, Maul replies, "Always remember I am fear. Always remember I am hunter. Always remember I am filth. Always remember I am nothing." Which is just kind of terrifying insight into how Sith train because like that's probably a mantra that Sidious hammered into Maul during his training. Remember, you are fear. You are fit. You are fear. You are hunter. You are filth. You are nothing. You are fear. You are hunter. You are filth. You are nothing. All Maul is just a being of fear and designed to hunt down Sidious's enemies. But he is that. But otherwise, beyond that, he's little more than filth. He is nothing, and that is how Maul was trained to think. And then he rants a bit about Kenobi, or rather just Jedi, I believe, at this point, cutting him in half. And then he says something terrifying about the Sith and their training regimen. "I must ask for mercy, Master. Mercy is a lie, an illusion of the weak. To think, to think themselves strong, I ask not for mercy." And then he says, I must have revenge. Yes, but that first bit about mercy and mercy being for the weak, it implies that Maul had probably repeatedly asked Sidious to not beat on him, requesting mercy from his master. To which Sidious drilled into him that mercy is a lie, a delusion of the weak to think themselves wrong, to which Maul has learnt to not ask for mercy anymore. And then, of course, he must have revenge. Because that is what shall now drive Maul for the rest of his life. His need for revenge, his hatred of Kenobi. And it's only when he eventually lets go of that that he is able to die.
And then we reach episode 2 of this arc, with "The enemy of my enemy is my friend" as the opening quote, which is again very apt, as well, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, or I guess kind of in this case, the enemy of my friend of my the enemy of my enemy's friend is my friend. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
But yes, anyways, that's of course much more of a mouthful and not the famous quote to use. But yes, of course, Ventress is the enemy of Kenobi's enemy, making Ventress Kenobi's friend. And then, um, I don't know when he says this because, oh yeah, of course, Maul doesn't get his mind repaired until at the start of the second episode, at the end of the first, I believe. But anyways, Maul says, while he's still being full blown crazy, he says, "Far, far above, we don't know where we'll fall. Far, far above, what once was great is red and small." Which is, I think, what Maul was thinking as he fell down the pit after Kenobi cut him in half. From far, far above, we don't know where we'll fall. He has no idea where he's going to go. And then from far, far above, what once was great is red and small. Maul thought of himself as great, or at least he tried to think of himself as great. You know, Sidious's teachings would try to beat him out of that. But what once was great is red and small. He is now red and he is now small. Quite literally, he's been cut in half. But he's also, from the perspective of the above, getting smaller and smaller and smaller as he drops down. Pit. And then Savage leaves the ship to find that his home has been turned into a massacre. And then, after he meets with Mother Talzin, who cleans Maul's mind by literally pulling the darkness that's been clouding it out of his mind so that he's can now see clearly, and gives him new legs and fixes his body. Maul's horns shrink back into their normal length rather than being the long, overgrown messes that they were. And Maul says, "My hatred kept my spirit intact." Because yes, Maul survived off the dark side of the Force. He latched onto it. His hatred drove him. He's alive because he hates. And the dark side is able to sustain one by literally yanking the Force out of the way. He's bending the Force to his will and causing the galaxy to be in pain as everyone noticing that Maul is back. He is now more conscious about what he is doing, and he is terrifying to the galaxy at large. And then, as he is told about the Clone Wars having started, he goes, "Ah, yes, so it began without me." Because Maul, of course, believed that the Clone Wars was going to be something he would take part in alongside his master Sidious. But no, he was just a tool to break the Jedi, and be tossed aside, to be tossed aside for the new apprentice in Dooku. Because even before Maul had fallen, Sidious was already planning his demise. And then Maul goes to the world of Ragatoni or something, where Maul has set up a trap for him, having called him in via a
presumably a galaxy by a message sent across the galaxy to the Jedi Temple to specifically get Kenobi to come. As he Maul murders civilians and burns the city in his wake. And he presumably would go on to others if Kenobi had not come. And he arrives on the burning world while an astromech rams itself into a wall on repeat, having its circuits be busted. And then after a and then as Maul introduces himself, he says to Kenobi, "You cannot imagine the depths I would go to stay alive, fueled by my singular hatred of you." And then Maul and Savage tag team and beat the shit out of Kenobi in no time flat. And then they bring Kenobi onto their ship after Ventress shows up, having been bribed with 1,000,000 credits to take on the bounty on Savage's head. And Kenobi says to Maul, "When I cut you in half, I should have aimed for your neck instead." And throughout this whole fight, Kenobi, then they enter a whole big fight where Maul's repeatedly trying to toy with Kenobi, make him feel the pain that Maul has felt, push Maul's pain out onto Kenobi, make Kenobi feel everything that Maul has felt. And he's just toying with Kenobi while Ventress comes in and tries to help. But even the two of them are no match for Maul and Savage combined. And then in the end, Shinobi says, "They'll be after both of us now." But, of course, that never happens. Ventress is never chased by Maul, who becomes a bit obsessed with Kenobi and eventually building up his empire on Mandalore. And with Savage dead, Kenobi doesn't not at the hands of Ventress. Shinobi Maul doesn't really have a full fuel desire to take on Ventress. Yeah. Then the season in review. We get the new clone armor in this season, which is quite cool. It's more in line with Revenge of the Sith. I prefer the original armor. The episode 2 armor and early Clone Wars armor is just so iconic to me. It is what I think of when I think of clone armor, because well, those first 3 seasons were what I mainly watched as a kid. It's what all the Lego, what it's what almost all the Lego models of clones I've got are from that era, as well as the Lego Clone Wars video game. That is the armor I associate with the clones. Yes, yeah, I mentioned I was going to mention it, but then I completely forgot to mention it. Yes, the other iconic shot from this season is when yeah, just trying to just skip onto the initial Zygerian arc as I was talking about the slavers and how evil they are. But yes, as Obi-Wan is after the Zygerian has just pressed his bomb button a bunch of times and no bombs went off. There's an iconic shot as Obi-Wan forced his lightsaber to him and then he holds it out and he looks towards the camera with the building with the big window behind him, and that's just one of the most iconic shots of the Clone Wars. I feel this season had, I feel, the two most iconic shots, that one and then the Rex one that I mentioned earlier. But the other thing I wanted to mention about the season in review is Dooku's personal guard had been steadily increasing throughout the entire season. He's got personal magnet guards with him at all times, and they also increase in number throughout the episodes. The episodes go on because he's worried after Ventress got this close to assassinating him twice. He does not want to be able to be caught off guard and actually be assassinated. So he's got his personal magnet guard surrounding him and making sure that he will stay alive. That is season 4. Next, we have season 5, which is practically just 5 arcs. of 4 episodes apiece. Although, unlike the Mandalore arc, although unlike the Ventress arc, they kind of done a bit of a reverse of what they should have done there. When they put episode one as the revival, its revival is the Maul arc, but that doesn't get concluded until doesn't get picked up until episode 14, but it's narratively right there. Anyways, that whereas this one I feel should have had the Ventress first episode of Ventress start take place right at the beginning of the season. I don't know, just a bit of funny coincidence, really. Anyways, that is for later. Well, for use for now. Again, as I say, I've got to watch another day of Clone Wars. What a hardship.
So, this was supposed to be one big long video, but turns out that YouTube doesn't let me upload things more than 12 hours long. So, yeah, I'm cutting it here. Presumably this is right after season 4, but I don't actually know because I haven't actually timed it to see when 12-hour cuts off. But yes, this is a cutoff. Part 2 should be up immediately. I'll probably set them to upload at the same time. But yeah, hopefully this works.